And just like that, I am back, coming out with something new. We got, you know, it's kind of crazy because we're like setting this up so impromptu. So we got a new guest. We got a new guest scheduled out of nowhere. His name's Bryant Almonte, and I just sent him the link. We had somebody that didn't show up, so bam, we got somebody. Here it is. And so I have to share this link out a little bit. You guys know how this goes. I got to share the link out a little bit, let everybody know we got a new feed out here. Come on out, check out the new feed. Got some different guests, and later on this evening, 9 o'clock, is Russell Allen and all those people. And I know you guys love all those people because I love all those people. So we'll be out there. They'll be out here. We still have Alan Johnson's going to be out here, Damian Starr, Nicholas Elias, Carlos Ramos. We still got a few people coming out. We're going to have a good time, man. So, don't go anywhere. Hang out. Let us get this feed out to everybody. Man. Woo! Let us get this feed out to everybody. Let everybody know where we're at now. Day 1, part 2. All right, where's my madness people? There we go. Now, anyone who's watching, please share this out. Share it out, everybody, because nobody wants to miss the end of this show. Trust me, you guys know the end of the show is always gets lit up. Ryan, where you at, bro? Links in the chat. And let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and bring out my other co-host and let him tell us about his day at the con. He was set up at a con earlier. Some of you might have seen him. He was out here with us earlier. Oh, we can't be calling people right now, man. Pete, I cannot answer the phone, dude. I cannot answer the phone. I'm in StreamYard. The things don't work together. I can't do that. You're good if you're just don't worry about it. You're good. Let me I was gonna bring Hash out and let him tell us about his time at the con while we're waiting on our other guest. So Pete, you have to call the Pop Sealy account. That's the one that I can talk to on the phone, bro. You got to call the Pop Sealy account. But I can't really talk to you on the phone right now because I am live, bro. Live in the madness. Hash, come on out, bro. Tell us about your day. So far today, I've had a great time. We have had a great time today. Oh, here we go.
Hello.
There we go. We got the Psychic Tiger. What's going on? Yep. You're in the car, man. Why are you in the car?
I was at Walmart with my fiance.
Oh, all right. All right. What's going on? How you doing?
Not much. How are you?
I'm real good. So what do you got going on, man?
Not much really. I'm working with the guys on Waxahachie Streets, coloring in their comic. I'm their colorist. So, I handle all the coloring on the comic.
So, Nicholas, man, do me a favor. Drop them links in the comments so that we can put them up here so that people can see them. Man. We like to have links. We like to have links to show people. I know it's in my chat somewhere, man, but me trying to find stuff with eight tabs open is crazy right now.
Okay.
When I start a new feed, so I'm trying to share it out everywhere so that everybody sees it, just like they were watching the first one. Facebook does that, cuts you out at 8 hours. and they'll just feed off, right? So I don't like them doing that. So I just go ahead and do a part 1 and a part 2 each day of the con. But then that involves, again, sharing everything out all over again and letting everybody know where you're at. We're always in the group. It's always in the madness, no matter what's going on, people. We got the link there. So if you can't find us, you can't find us, we're always there. And now I got another phone ringing. What the heck's going on here? I don't know nobody from the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club. I'm moving up. I'm moving up, y'all. I got big people calling me. What's up, William Pace? Outright Geekery. That's what we're talking about over there. Armando, what's going on? Okay, people are finding us again. That's what we wanted. All right. Now, if we can just get your boy to share some links in that chat, we'll be in shape.
Nice. Are we gonna have any other people from the comic popping up?
Those guys have a they come out at 8:30.
Oh, really?
Nicholas and Carlos and those guys. I mean, if you want, you could just come back out when they come out, dude.
Yeah.
Be more set up. That's fine with me, man. I'm good here for a little while until my 7:30 guest. I mean, that's okay. If you want to go home and not be in the car.
Yeah. I was just scrambling to get ready. Like I was in the checkout at Walmart.
Yeah, man, come back out when they come out. I think it's 8:30. Let me see. Yeah, they're gonna be out here from 8:30 to 9. So, you guys are all a team, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
There's no I in team.
Cool. Then yeah, come back out then, and I'll go ahead and get this shared out. Take my time and make sure we got it right. Set up for my next guest. Cool.
All right. Yeah. Perfect.
All right. Thanks.
Peace out.
You too. Pete.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I can't answer the phone when it's in StreamYard. They're hooked. I'm using my mic. I'm using my mic and my camera right now. I can't separate. Right. I can't turn.
This is actually that fortuitous that it worked out for us, because every time I click the link to open it up in Facebook, it takes me to the YouTube, and that didn't happen before.
Well, that's the link I'm sharing, because I'm trying to get people to subscribe to that channel.
Okay.
You see, so that's the link I'm sharing out.
Okay, no, I got it. I got it now. I got it now.
But it is still it's in the madness. It's in Comics Cast on the Comics Cast Facebook page, and it's on Indie Comics Cast on YouTube.
That's what I was doing wrong.
Yeah, we're trying to get people to go hit that link.
Right? Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I was doing wrong.
William Pace, do you want to come out here for a minute, bro? Because you got something you could talk about for a minute.
Right? There it all is.
Where's my boy William at?
He's around there somewhere. Well, while we're waiting for William, let's dive in and talk about our buddy Corey, who's having a bit of a tough time.
Let's bring that back up there.
Let's bring that back up. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, can you do that? I'm sending William.
I'm going to do that right now. Our buddy Corey and his mom are without a home right now. Their home burned down, and that's not cool. So, and his shop, and he's one of ours. He's one of our own. So we got to GoFundMe up there for him. I was just posting it. That's funny. We got to GoFundMe up there for him. There it is. And this is going to. Nobody. Christy Shin said it best before, and she said it perfectly, actually. Now's not a time for anybody to be homeless. Now's not a time for the troops not to rally together to help out somebody like this. Now, we all understand it's a pandemic. It's a whole thing going on. Not everybody's financially able to help out. We get it. But let me tell you something. You can help out immeasurably by sharing it.
Yes.
You can take that link, share it, so that as many eyes as possible can get on the link and help Corey and his mom out as much as humanly possible, because you never know which one of your friends might be like, wow, that's sad. Let me see. May not even be a comic book person. We want to, anybody can help out and get this going. So that's what we would love to see. There's the link for you guys. It's beyond. There you go. It's Beyond a Good Cause.
Now look, this has been up for a couple days. Dude's got a whole $240. Y'all, come on. He's one of us, man. He sent me this shirt. He didn't charge me for this shirt, and he's given a whole bunch of people stuff, man. That giving him input on his book and on his business and his brand, and a whole bunch of people have gotten stuff from him for free. Dude is totally cool and totally generous and totally nice. And he deserves better than that, man. I mean, that might need refreshed. I don't know, but I'm saying that's...
Yeah, I just refreshed. It's 255 now. Okay,
cool. I'm glad. Somebody's listening. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. Hit the share button if you can't help them out. But please, man, I mean, I know my name ain't on there yet, but my son is going to handle that for me.
He did it already.
All right, cool. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to preach to y'all and say I ain't going to do it myself. There you go, man. Everybody, kick a little something in for our boy, man. Come on. Dude's super cool, man. And if you watch that video and that don't make you want to throw him a couple of dollars, y'all ain't got a heart. That shit, man, almost made me cry when I watched it the other night. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, damn, I was bummed out for dude. And he's out there with his mom, and they're in his truck. There's another video on Facebook. They're sitting in his truck, dude. So give a little shout out to Corey. Give him a little love. Share it. Drop a buck. I don't care. Something, man. Help dude out. Seriously. And
right on.
William, what's up, bro?
How's it going?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Doing all right.
It is at Joker Fan, and he has a show of his own. I've been lucky enough to be on it. You want to tell us a little something about what you do, bro?
Yeah, I'm the content delivery manager for Outright Geekery, which means I talk to all the comic book publishers every week, and I get lots of PR. I also write reviews. I do 5-minute podcast reviews, which are never 5 minutes, but it seemed like a catchy name, so we'll go with it. And I'm the co-host of the OK Boomer podcast, which what we do is we just dive deep into the back issue bins, and we go through Silver and Bronze Age books and kind of do a little comic book history thing. And then my main podcast is Creators Outlet, where we interview all kinds of creators, from indie guys just starting out to pro guys that have been in the business. Some big names I got coming up. I just booked Dinesh Shamani and Warren Simmons from Bad Idea Comics. They're coming on the 18th. And
Nice.
Coming up either later this month or the beginning of October, Jeff Lemire will be coming on.
Very cool.
Yeah, I was excited.
100%. I'd be excited too. I'm a big fan of Dustin Nguyen, and they work together on Ascender Descender, and I have some other stuff signed by both of them. But I love what he does is amazing.
Oh yeah. I loved it. I loved everything that I've read of his, and I'm excited to find out, the ending for Gideon Falls.
I hear that. I'm excited for everything, man. It's like everything that's going on right now just gives me that. Yes, it's finally happening somewhere other than one of those big guys. There's stuff going on everywhere. There's good podcasts. There's actually content. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have shows that I DVR so I can go watch later, and I have shows on the platforms that I'm trying to get caught up on, and I watch so much content right now on the comic platforms that I am so behind on all of my DVR shows that I'm running out of DVR space. Like hours and hours of stuff that I'm behind on, I'm even behind on my wrestling. I haven't watched any of last Wednesdays or Friday. I'm like even behind on my wrestling. So, I get caught up in everything that everybody's got going on, and everybody's got shows every night and all day. I mean, you got Christy during the day, and I'll scroll down the feed in the group, and it's like there's 5 people live every night, 5 different podcasts every night. And everybody's watching everything and jumping back and forth. That's what I do. I jump all over the place. Man, it's great. Let's see. I haven't watched TV in about a year. Cut it out, Pete. With the amount of content online right now. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like I'll never get caught up on all the stuff that I'm behind on.
I don't watch TV anymore. I don't watch regular TV anymore.
Yeah, I'm not
neither.
But I mean, like The Last Kingdom, I know there's another season out. I ain't even started it yet. I think I just finally watched the season finale of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. the other night. It's like I'm so far behind on everything. It's crazy, man. I just don't have the time to get to it. Trying to read, like somebody like Mike Barron sends you a book, and you want to read it so you can tell them, yeah, I like it. You want to be able to interact with them about it. But I never have time to even get through the book that I'm reading now. I got like a little bit left. I'm almost there. But, it's like I just don't have the time I used to have, man. I'm always out here either interacting or watching somebody else and what they got going on, trying to learn, trying to just absorb all of it, man, from everybody, from industry people, from artist perspective, from fans perspective. It's a blast. And you get to meet cool people, like those guys you introduced me to last week, Will.
That's the fun part, yeah.
Still joking.
The token with the dead guys.
Oh man, those guys are awesome. They're hilarious.
I'll be back in one moment. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's me. That's not for everybody. But I love that stuff.
Oh yeah. Well,
what do you got going on this week, dude?
This week I've got like a couple of shows booked in. We had technical difficulties this past week on OK Boomer, so we're going to try to get those tech difficulties worked out. Thomas was having problems he's down south, so he was having little problems with his internet. So we're going to do we postponed the OK Boomer podcast to this week, which is we're doing the deep dive into Nick Fury, #1, who is Scorpio.
Ooh.
Some cool Skarenko stuff. But I mean, you're right. I mean, I'm live on a podcast 4 nights a week. I pop into my buddy's podcast over at Lost in Comics on YouTube. They got a great show on Thursdays, 5 Central, 6 Eastern. And they've been getting like some awesome guys to interview. They had
the group, man. You got to share those into the group when you're watching that. Just hit that share button. The madness, ding, ding.
Oh, I will. They've been interviewing all this talent and the head of Upshot from AWA Studios. They had like John Lees on and Jason Starr and a whole. They've been getting like a whole bunch of people. They go, "Oh, you're stealing my shtick."
Everybody's stealing somebody's shtick, right? That's the way I look at it. There ain't nothing original anymore, y'all. You just think it was. You just think it is.
Yep.
Somebody's done it somewhere. It just didn't get the publicity stuff gets now.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, social media. Come on, man. Can you imagine if Stan and those guys had to deal with today's mess?
Oh, imagine people. Oh, I could only imagine, all these creators from back in the day,
to deal with
having to talk to somebody on Twitter.
Yeah, can you imagine?
It wouldn't be an argument. They'd send their kids with a couple of sawed-offs to their house and blow up the computer or something.
Hey, this guy's got all kinds of shows over there, huh? Well, I know all about the Legend of the Traveling TARDIS because Christian's in my group. So, pow! Get with the madness. That's what we say. We say, get with the madness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the way you want it. You want to have a full, full platform.
Oh, yeah.
Alan, Will, do you know Alan Johnson?
Not yet.
Alan Johnson has a new book, I'm going to let him, but you're more than welcome to hang out because you're part of, you're a host of a show, and I'm sure you might want to talk to this guy at a later date on your show. So, I got no problem with spreading that kind of, wow, that's bright over your shoulder, Alan. Other side, bro. No, that side. The other side. The other side.
Light.
Oh, yeah, that's bright. Turn your camera a little bit. Yeah, there you go. There, that's perfect. There you go. Let me see about finding your link. Do you want the indie crowdfund campaign up?
Yeah, you might have to wait a second because I just had to republish it because we had to change some things. But
okay, well, we'll let you just show it up. We can talk about it. He does have his campaign up on indiecrowdfund.com. He's one of the first people to go up there. So I will be promoting this man's book, but this is going to be like my first exposure to it too. So I'm going to be learning while y'all learn. And Will is.
I already learned about his book. He was already on my show.
Oh, well, good. Then you can just lead in for me, bro, and I'll just.
Okay. Yeah, so we had I got such a huge response from the madness to come onto the podcast when I first joined the group that one night I just said, screw it. And I did an episode called Off the Rails. And we had a toy dealer, slab dealer come on, him and his wife. I can't say what their names are because part of their name isn't allowed in the PG-13 content.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just type the link.
We had Alan on. Chuck Pinot was on. Christy Shin was on.
Right, Christy.
So right off the bat, it was an R-rated show.
Woo! That sounds like a fun show to me, though, man. Those are like all my people.
Matt Knowles and Steph were on.
Sounds like you had my whole guest list.
Oh, we had a blast.
That's awesome. So, Alan,
we went live for about 2 hours. We had like almost 500 views just while we were live. So,
Alan.
Yes.
You got to talk to me, bro. So I pulled it up here, and I can see that the graphics aren't up there on the opening page where the campaign new releases are. So do you want me to go ahead and pull it up, or do you just want to show us what you have there behind you and talk about it?
Yeah, I was just trying to update our campaign because I had to change a couple of things real quick and update with our motion comic YouTube video link. So I'm guessing I'm going through some technical difficulties real quick. But so we just released issue 2. We did that through Blurb print on demand.
Okay, let me get you up in the big screen. There you go.
So we spent probably a couple months on production on this, but we did everything in-house. We didn't crowdfund or anything, and it came out really well. So we're hoping to pick up sales and lead into more episodes of the motion comic we did, which we'll be releasing at 7:15 p.m. tonight. and it's basically issue 1, which was done by a different artist and was published in 2018 through Lulu. Also self-published and all that fun stuff. No crowdfunding involved or anything. And basically, the motion comic is the comic in motion with like music composed to it and voice actors doing the voices for characters. And then from there, we're hoping to continue that as basically like a webisode thing to go along with the comic, and then continue expanding the comic.
Cool. So are you happy so far with the indie crowdfund platform? I just got to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. I've tried Kickstarter once or twice, never really had any success just because of, the amount of time that goes into trying to promote it, but also trying to get everything in place for production and everything else, because I originally started as a filmmaker and then gradually fell into comic books.
So as not just trying to like sell it, but how's your experience been working with Mike and Mindy as far as them helping you, get set up? Has it been a pleasant experience making sure that it looks the best it can look?
Yeah, I mean, they've been great. Mindy helped with like a graphic art for the campaign. I guess it didn't upload when I was updating the campaign, so I got to go back in and fix it again. But yeah, I mean, and Mike's been real helpful with like the technical stuff and like number advice, because that kind of is over my head a little bit, trying to figure out a way to both sustain producing the comic, but also make sure like the artist, myself, and other people involved in both the motion comic and everything else are getting taken care of so that we can continue.
Right. Are you having fun?
Oh, of course. I mean, that's the whole thing that brings you to it, right?
I just had to make sure that you were having fun.
Yeah. But it's like, for instance, like with Kajar and Kajaria, it started as an idea that I had in 2011, lost the story in a house fire, and then slowly I just kept going back to the drawing board with the idea, and now we're breaching into production of issue 3.
Go back again. What did you just say? You lost everything in a house fire?
Yeah. So like we had an electrical house fire in 2011 or 12, and our house burnt down, and like my computer and everything that I had all the files and everything on was lost at the time. So at the moment I was like, oh, well, that's an idea lost or whatever, and just kind of forgot about it. But then as I grew into like film production and stuff, I was like, that story would make a really good story, and then brought it into like a script format and was like, okay, well, I'm never going to get the production to produce this on like a TV show, Netflix special, but maybe a comic book or something could work.
Dude, that just the fact that happened to you, and it just happened to one of our other friends in the group, that he lost his home and his business in a fire. It's like that. Just there you go, Corey, right there. It just shows you're going to come back, bro. We're going to get you through this, and you're going to come back. You know why? Because we all got to band together and work together to help each other out, man.
Most definitely.
I'm glad to see that you're back up after something like that, man. And that gives me hope, man. Corey, that should give you hope, man. You can come back. And I know your drive, and I know how you feel about your brand. You're going to come back, dude. Hang tough, Corey.
Best of luck, Corey.
For sure. And I'm watching that ticker. It went up just a little bit more. So, thanks, everybody. Now, William, I don't want you to just sit there like you ain't part of this. You're an interviewer, been doing this a lot longer than me. I know you got better questions than me. But I mean, my questions are all going to want to be directed toward this exact thing he's doing with indie crowdfunding. I don't want it to sound like an infomercial. So how about if you ask him more about his book and let me just shut up?
Okay, well, let's start with this. Were you a big comic book fan growing up?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of screwed up as a kid because I had like a bunch of the original Spider-Mans and Superman comics, and I let one of my mom's friends talk me into selling them to him when I should have held on to them.
He knew, dude. He did you dirty.
Pretty much. I mean, I got the short end of the stick of the deal. I got $40. At the time, it was a lot of money to me, but
yeah, he knew. He's
40. I sold my whole box like a small like cigarette carton box full of comics at this big local flea market. And I was trying to get like close to cover price, and because I'm old, not as old as Pops, but Pops has more here, so what the hell. They were like 30 and 40, 25, 30, 40 cent cover price books, and I had read them like 70 billion times over, and so I was basically selling them to buy more comics. So
right.
This guy didn't like my price, and then he came back and he was, well, they're a little bit more than what I want to spend, but I'll tell you what, I'll give you $20 for the whole box.
Yep.
And I'm like, cha-ching, $20 worth of new comics. Hell yeah.
Gotta recycle the material sometimes.
And
but actually, speaking of like flea markets and stuff, I wanted to also take a moment. On September 15th, I've taken the liberty of getting like all the permissions with my city and everything, and found a location to set up like a sort of independent comic book merchant stand, where we're also going to be like opening the door for like musicians and their CDs. We just connected through the Comic Related Madness group with a boy named Blaine, who creates a comic book called Croc Boy that he writes and draws and goes out and sells on the boardwalk of his hometown. And we're going to get some of the copies and put them on the stand. And the whole goal is to basically fuel the stand with independent artist works and to keep revenue coming to independent artists.
You're on the West Coast, right?
Yeah, I'm in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, that's what I remember you. Yeah, okay, I know what you got going on other than just the book. I remember you talking about it. All right. Yeah. Trying to help out other people too. That's what it's all about, man.
It's the only way to do anything these days.
Yeah. Everybody's got to help each other out, man. That's how we do this. That's how we take over the world. At least the indie part of it.
Oh, I'm having flashbacks of Pinky in the Brain.
Yeah. But seriously, man, I mean, if you're having fun, you're doing what you've always wanted to do. And then the possibility of it actually becoming enough of an income for it to become your actual job. Is that not the goal?
Yeah. On top of not only a job for you, but being able to create opportunities for other people and to maybe open a door that wouldn't have been there had your project or whatever you're doing not been there.
Right. It's great. I love what you're doing. I love where you're doing it. We're going to do everything we can to get that thing sold, bro. We will.
I appreciate that 100%. Yeah. I mean, like, really, the artist for issue 2, it's really a struggle for her because she lives in Venezuela and her electricity goes out without warning or anything, almost like sometimes 24 hours a day. So the amount of work that she puts into with the time that she gets, I mean, you can see for yourself the quality speaks.
I wanted to tell you guys, we went through a lot to get his banner up on the group because of just exactly what he's talking about, not just the distance and down there in the power, but the translation. He's working with somebody, from a different country and he's making it work. I mean, look at the book. Okay. But it was it was kind of a pain trying to get that thing up there.
Yeah, I felt bad because like each time I was like, okay, this should work, and then I had to go back to her. I was like, okay, I know I said it should work, but a little bit more.
Facebook group banner settings are ridiculous. It doesn't matter what you do. You put the size they want. It doesn't fit. It doesn't matter how you do it. If you have text in a banner and you're going to use it as a group banner, don't leave it around the edges, because the edges are going to get chopped off.
Right.
Somewhere in that thing, the edges are gone. So keep your text in the middle so people can read your message. Put your group, your characters behind it or whatever. But, if you leave text on the edges of those banners, they get chopped off and we can't use them. And we're texting you back going, yo, that didn't work.
Oh yeah, I still can't get a banner up on my YouTube page, on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think I just took one of my regular, I think Pops Approves or one of those and stuck it up there. Or I got a Mojo thing up there. I don't even know. Not on the Comics Cast one, but on my Comic Talk with Pops. I think I might have a Mojo one up there just because it fit. I didn't have a whole lot of things to choose from back then, and we were promoting the book, so that was what I put up there. But I mean, this whole thing, this is all a learning experience for me. I'm no promoter by trade or anything like that. I'm just
that's my downfall for sure, is promoting. Well, I can create and run with the best of them, but when it comes to promoting,
the best way to do this was to build a group of people that care about comics, that like comics, that create comics, and go from there. The networking, all that. It's been fun, but it wasn't because Pops knew what I was doing by any means. It was none of the promotion. All the promotion that I'm doing is getting better because I'm learning more from people who actually know what they're doing. Like Steph, okay, people like that. I'm absorbing this like a sponge, bro, because I want to be able to translate that into what I do for you guys. So like with Blood of Gods, okay, I've never met Eric Dominguez. I know he was working with the guys at Third Empire, and the book was struggling. I was like, okay, what can I do to help? I gave something away out of my own collection if they reached a certain backer amount, just to help them try to garner more backers, And I did the same thing with Mojo. Took something out of my personal account and threw it out there to try to get more backers. And sometimes you got to go to that extra extreme, whatever you got to do. If you have your artist draw a couple of sketch cards and you throw them in random packages, whatever it may be, you got to throw a little extra out there to get people to come look, Yeah.
So that's why we're slowly working on expanding into like the trays.
Oh, nice.
Or
this guy's going full merch on us. Check him out. Hey, you need what? You need a little box.
Yeah, definitely. Right now I'm waiting on an order of cups I had made, kind of like stylized like the old school 90s Disney collector's cups that you used to get in Happy Meals. I had them stylized for like Kajar and Kajaria style, and gonna have two of the characters that are like most prominent in issue 2 to be on the like glasses.
Right.
Yeah, Pops wants to be the Flavor Flav of the indie community.
Why you go with Flavor Flav?
Because he's the best well-known hype man in history.
Nah, I'm looking at Tom right now, who him and his girlfriend took themselves to the top of the charts.
Tom McDonald is the beast.
No label, no crew, no production, no marketing, no nothing but him and his woman top of the charts. That, sir, that's a guy. That's a hype guy. That's a guy who's selling a product that's worth buying and knows how to promote a product that's worth buying. And his old lady is like awesome at production.
Yeah, Yeah, Rockefeller knocks it out of the park every time.
Yeah, she's killing them videos, man. He's good, but she's killing them videos.
And after the pandemic hit, it seemed like he was like one of the only artists that kept putting out content when it comes to music and stuff.
Pencils down. Everybody just went home. Okay, no touring, then no going to the studio, no nothing, right? Now you got a few breaking out here and there with stuff, but come on, man. Tom's killing it.
Yeah.
And that's all marketing. And that's just him and his woman. You know, it can be done. You just got to have a good product.
Right. And believe in it.
You just have to have a good product, you know, and people that also believe in it, that'll push it, you know, because his following does bring more people to the following. They share it out. They, you know, I mean, that's how I found it. I am no rap fan. I'm a heavy metal dude. Tom speaks truth. I like what he's doing, you know.
Yeah, I'm very selective on what I listen to, but when I discovered Tom, he was like on my playlist every day.
I mean, he speaks truth. That's all, you know, and that's what we want. We want people to be that rabbit over a comic book that comes out of our group, that comes off the indie crowdfund site, that comes out of our community of people. And I mean, by that, I mean everybody connected to the madness and that does any kind of, you know, cross promotion with other cons and projects and whatever. All of you guys, we can do this. We can be the driving force in comics, in indie comics. We don't need Kickstarter. We don't need Indiegogo. They're great. They're great platforms, but they're not designed for you. They're not designed for you to be the one making the money.
Right.
The platform is designed for you to be the one making the money. So, you know, it's not a real hard sell, but some, you know, people like you have to be brave enough to go out there and try something new, you know. And I appreciate you for taking that leap, man, because people like you are going to be why this thing works, you know. I mean, look, he's sitting there right now and he's waiting to redesign something and it's not just perfect for him yet. And he's not sitting there going, man, this sucks. They're helping him out. They're getting it set up. It's going to be, you see what I'm saying? It's like these guys are willing to work with you to make your campaign the best it can be and at the least amount of cost to you so that your money goes in your pocket.
Yeah, I recognize the potential 100%. Like, I feel like that is one of the biggest problems with artists and creators is they're able to do all this stuff, but having the financial resources or the know-how even to go about it is the biggest stump that gets in their way. And it's, if you could alleviate that even just a little bit, you're winning.
Right. So were you happy with the did you use any of the fulfillment partners?
No, I'm still trying to figure out how all that works because like, for instance, we did issue 1 through Lulu, and then Lulu updated their site and made it almost impossible for us to get our pages to format to their new standard. So we had to go through Blurb. And so now, and thanks to getting connected with Indie Crowdfund and everything, Mike has showed me a new one called like Kabloom or something like that, Kablam.
Kablam.
And, they're way more inexpensive compared to, like, for instance, for issue 2, I'm paying $7 just to produce that book.
Man. Well, now the other direction I wanted to take that was when you're talking about the cost of just a printer. Now you also have Ready Comics. They do the metal stuff. You have Fairy Metals. Have you considered going and checking out some of the really nice stuff you can get done?
Yeah, that's what I'm working on is like looking at all my other options because if I could even alleviate that cost a little bit, then I'm able to pay my artist more. I'm able to do more like episodes of the motion comics and just further expand into promoting the book itself so that it actually is successful.
Yeah, I had to throw that Fairy Metals in there because they just jumped on board with us. I don't know if y'all know who Fairy Metals are, but geez, where is it? Oh, there's a Black Bolt one right there. They do stuff like this. These metal bookmarks.
Oh, those would be amazing.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? These things are just sweet. Like glass, man. The reflection of them is like glass. You can see the art on the wall in the reflection. Okay? I can see the art on the wall in the reflection.
Yeah, I'll take that Vampirella.
No, actually, that was Electra.
Oh,
Close. We're close.
close enough.
Yeah.
Two hot-looking, kick-ass characters, both wearing a little bit of red.
Vampy's back there, and Electra's over here. But they are both on my wall more than one time. I will give you that. You know, so
I got a Vampy way back in the corner.
oh, Shiloh. What's up, Shiloh? I don't know if y'all know who Shiloh is, but Shiloh did a fan art piece for Mojo. Woo!
Nice.
The blue line's right here, baby. Yeah, I still haven't been able to get it framed yet, but it is so sweet. I'll have to go out and post that again up in the group or something so people can look at it again. Because Greg Harms went and inked it. It just turned out so sweet, dude. That's just how it is, though. We got some great artists and some great inkers and great everything, creators and everything in this group. And Alan, I want you to be one of them successful people. So we're gonna work that. We're gonna work that book, man. But
I appreciate that, and I'm willing to help anybody I can. Like I said, we want to be out on the streets trying to sell people's works so that people are like being recognized for what they do, and they could actually start giving their time and efforts to that rather than going to a job they hate.
Right? Exactly. That's another part of it. I mean, we talk about it. You want to do what you love for a job? Do you want to do a job and come home and try to squeeze what you love into what little bit's left?
Right.
Hey, I used to love my job.
Which one?
If you can work 8 hours for somebody else, you should be able to at least put an hour or two a day into your passions.
Well, see, as you said, I don't want you to have to work 8 hours a day for somewhere else. I want you to work 8 hours a day for yourself. And then if you want to go help somebody out for a couple hours, that's your hobby.
Ticket. That's the ticket.
That's your hobby. You know, that's what I'm talking about. I just want you guys all look. Anybody who's ever read the about the group in Comic Related Madness knows the first thing it says is, "I want you guys to all be successful." First line. What we want is for you all to be successful. That's why when I see something like the site that you put your book on, I want to jump on there and get everybody else excited about that because, woo, it's about us. It's about the comic community, not about lawn chairs, not about hydrogen motors or whatever they got getting funded for on them other sites. They're not catering to you guys.
Right.
You know? This site is catering to you guys, nobody else. All the promotion goes toward comics and comic people and their projects. That's all. You know, that right there is kind of a no-brainer because our community ain't that big. It should be really easy to get the word out. To all the creators between the Twitter and all the different groups everybody's in, we should have no problem getting the word out. You know, and that's really all it takes. Once the word's out and people are using it, wow.
So here's the question, Pops.
Damn, Varian. Man, feel better, dude.
How many campaigns are live on the platform right now?
How many campaigns are live on the I think we have 6. Where'd you come from?
Hi.
Hello.
Okay.
Hola.
Oh. Where's Damien?
Damien's not here yet. He's
Not here yet.
He starts in 9 minutes. You want to wait? we got 9 more minutes with these guys, man, and then we'll bring you back up. All right.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and leave on this.
I got you. You're still right there. You stay right there in the backstage. Don't go nowhere. Damien's in there now, so just give us a minute. You'll both be out. Woo! So yeah, man. I hate trying to pronounce the whole thing because I know I'm going to butcher it.
Our show is so popular, guys can't wait to get in.
Say what?
Our show is so popular, people can't wait to bust in. I just had to do that.
Yeah, so, yeah, the way it's pronounced is Qajar and Qajaria.
Qajar and Qajaria, because you know I was going to go Kahar and screw up right away.
Everyone does.
Word, you know? So Qajar and Qajaria.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Them are hard J's, y'all. Awesome. So you're up. Your campaign is going to be up for a while. You didn't like put up a short one, right? You put it up there for a while, right?
Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to run it long term. That way, as we produce more issues and everything, we can update the campaign with those and just keep it going.
Cool. So that's where it's going to be. IndieCrowdfund.com. He's redoing his campaign right now. They're redoing the actual campaign page, but he's up there. He's going to be up there. If you want to buy it, go there, get it. For you retailers, that's
also,
one of those.
At 7:15 p.m., we drop our motion comic for issue 1 via YouTube. I'll drop it into the Comic Related Madness group.
Yes, do that.
Go check that out. We had a lot of talented actors and people involved with it. It's going to be great.
Cool. Will, go ahead and give us a little final talk. Go ahead and take your final shots with the man Alan here, and can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh
yeah.
Boom.
So you've got the motion comic dropping at 7:30. You said
7:15. I tried to drop it a little bit early than what we would have been going on at 7:30, so that we could have played around with it a little bit in case there was any problems. But yeah, 7:15 it drops, and it will be on YouTube under Qajar and Qajaria, or you could type in 8th World Comics, and it will bring it up. And like I said, I'll drop it into the Comic Related Madness group so everybody can check it out.
Yeah, drop it into the comments of the feed while we're still live here too, because this will be on till midnight. There's going to be a lot of people see, so make sure you drop it into the comments in the feed.
Will do, for sure.
Now, is it the entire issue 1?
Yes, so it's the entire issue 1 done as basically a little miniature animated movie. And then our goal is to basically expand into doing issue 2 as episode 2, issue 3 as episode 3, and then just continue the motion comic with the comic as they go side by side.
Cool.
It's a good way to get the word out.
And I want everybody to give put a little prayer for my boy Varian. Just a little prayer for my boy Varian Grant over at IndieBolt. He's just a little under the weather. Y'all just give him a little love.
Hope you get better.
So we got 5 minutes left. How are we going to end this out, guys? What are we going to say? What are we going to talk about?
We're not ending.
No,
We're just continuing with a whole new crew.
Oh, we definitely have a whole new crew. I see people in the background for sure, in the backstage area. Waiting to
Gotta keep it going with the green room.
Well, I wanted to give you guys a shout out for giving us this opportunity to have a voice and everything. It's super awesome.
Dude.
And Indie Crowdfund, you guys should definitely check out. It's going to be a great tool that I think a lot of people will be able to utilize, and it will grow and expand. There's no way or any doubt about it.
It's awesome, and I want to thank you for having the faith in what we're trying to do and throwing your book on there to show people that it's going to work and to get on board. I mean, we need people like you to go ahead and take that risk. Not that it's a risk, but take the chance, go out there and see if we can make this thing big. I mean, all the options that are missing on the other 2 platforms, all the extra things you think about that I wish they were there. You can come tell us. We'll put it on our.
Right.
We
Or
want
the way of figuring out how to make it work.
We want that input. We want your input. Tell us what you think we can do to make it better. See, and that's the difference, I think. I don't think if you went to Kickstarter and said, hey, man, I really want you guys to do this, I think it would make it better for us. They go, who the hell are you? You know?
Pretty much.
They would not care. We care. We want that input. You know? So check out indiecrowdfund.com. While you're there, buy Kazar and Kazaria. Say hi to Alan. Say hi to the other people out there. Mike Barron's out there. You know, Mindy Wheeler's going to have a book up there. Mike Wheeler's got a book up there with a Mindy Wheeler cover. You know, other people are jumping in. There's 6 campaigns active. Go ahead. Jump out there with us, man. Let's make this big and better for everybody. Seriously.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Now,
definitely check out the platform for yourself, and while you're in there, maybe support one of your other independent co-creators there.
exactly.
I guarantee you'll make somebody dance.
Hey, Damien, drop your links in the private chat, bro. So I can get ready for your segment. 2 minutes. I love the way
2 minutes to showtime. 2 minutes to showtime.
y'all love the way I segue. I just like do whatever. Hey, sometimes I bring them out. And yeah. Do you know Alan, Damien? Damien, do you know Alan? Alan, do you know Damien?
I don't believe I do.
Will, do you know Damien? Damien Starr.
Hello.
Hello. No, I do not.
What's going on, dude?
Oh.
Damien has guests. Look at that. Now, Damien is IlluminatusComics.com. And this guy, I've actually met this guy. I know that I met this guy in person. So this is one of them people that I actually really get to enjoy talking to because I've actually been in his presence, basked in his glory. Is that how they say it?
Don't oversell my greatness.
Dude, this guy's got a great book. I ain't gonna lie. This guy has a great book. He needs to give me that. Oh, it's all on this one place, huh? We're gonna have to go share your page and show off your stuff, dude. Alan, thanks for coming out.
You guys, good luck.
Totally appreciate you coming out, man. And like I said, even though you left, you guys that are on the site, you're gonna get special pops preference in the marketing area. So, you know, you got it good, boy. Now, right there, if you have campaign videos, we can show trailers during the con. Joe coming up, helping out from the backstage area. Will, Outright Geekery, it's great having you out, bro.
Thanks, man. I'll catch you guys later on.
When's your next show?
Monday night.
Monday night.
Monday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
You know, right there in competition with Monday Madness. Dude can't even give me my time, leave me alone in my own time slot. Check it out.
You know, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, I do the Creators Outlet, and then either Wednesday or Thursday, we do the Comic History Show with OK Boomer.
So that Damien is somebody else you can go talk to. William Pace, he's in the group, has shows, podcasts. This is what we're trying to do, get everybody exposure. That's part of why I bring other podcasters out here too, so that you creatives know other places you can go and be seen, and that so that they can see other artists that they might not be aware of. You know, so
Great idea.
you know, like I say, it's all about networking. You guys know what we do. William, Outright Geekery, peace out, bro. I'll
Peace
check
out.
you.
Have a good one.
All righty then. This guy. Now I gotta find yours. I gotta find yours thing and pull your thing up on another page.
How you been, Pops?
I'm great, man. You know me. As it starts to wind down, I get toward the end of the first night and I got through it successful. I'm like, yeah, I'll be primed up and ready to go. I won't get no sleep, but I'll be primed and ready to go at noon tomorrow. If it ends good, I mean, today we had a few glitches and we smoothed right through it, man. So I mean, we're really getting pretty good at making this whole thing flow for the whole weekend. And Pete, man, I was kind of, I'm not gonna lie, I was worried about not being here next month, but Pete's got my back, man. He's gonna handle next month. It's gonna be just like smooth, Pete, do you know Damien?
I've seen him on the show, and I've seen some of your stuff. I'm not like I don't want to be that guy. I'm like, yeah, I know everything. I'm not 100%. I'm not that guy. I'm upfront about everything. I am not 100% familiar. That's kind of why I wanted to just pop in, say hi, and I'm listening because I want to see what's going on and support it however I can.
That right there.
Boom, there we go.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you guys.
Yeah, there's our
That
website.
right there is what we're talking about, right?
Peter worked pretty hard on that this week, getting that together.
Let me get that banner out of his face and see if I can turn that into a ticker or something. So it's not right in his face.
He's ugly anyway.
The ticker?
I cannot say that. There you go. There. We try to be somewhat professional. I don't want,
We don't fake it though. We don't fake it.
Peter, your boy ain't even gonna introduce you. So what's up, man?
Not much. How are you?
I'm good. I'm Pops. This is CRoM Con, and welcome to the 6th version of CRoM Con.
Right on. Thanks for having us.
6 already?
Well, it's like I said, I met Damien before. We had a good time. I like Damien. I think we consider each other friends. So, this one's a little more special than. I'm not saying the other people aren't special, but I haven't met them in person and shook their hand. And that makes a little bit of a difference. So, not only that, but I won the first Olympics. So yes, this book right here, when I read it, I told Damien, it was like the first couple pages, I was like, I know that kid. I was that kid. I know that kid, and I got hooked into the book right away. But I'm going to go ahead and let Damien give you a little synopsis of this book. And I'm just going to let you know it's good. It's real good. And I'm really excited to see the next one.
Thanks, Pops. Well, Take Your Kid to Work Day. It's a story about a young man named Dennis whose parents were recently divorced. And, that divorce left him with some feelings and emotions that he's not quite able to reconcile. And his dad is a neuroscientist who dabbles in psychology as well. And on Take Your Kid to Work Day, he decides to take him to work and to see if there's anything that he can do to help him reconcile some of the emotions that he's been having that have been leading to some nightmares. And things don't go exactly as expected when he does that. And to find out the rest, you'll have to buy the book and read it. You've read it. Anyone else watching? And so that's a story that Peter and I wrote in the early part of 2019, and Peter did all of the artwork for it. We ran a Kickstarter for it last summer, had a few variant covers, which you can see on the screen there. Peter did the art on these first two that you see, and then the two to the right of that are John Running's cover. John Running's also
I know John. He's been on our show before.
Yeah. And the next one down is Nikki Clifford, a friend of Peter's. Did that one. And she's
John. I like that. That's cool. I like John.
Neat one.
I love the logo.
You hooked me at Big Sword. I saw the Big Sword. I'm like, I'm in.
Hold up. Am I on this thing here?
No, you were not on our mailing list.
Well, we are about to be. I miss a lot of stuff. You know that. I got so much to try and remember all the time, and it's like, man, I'm just not that organized, guys.
I mean, there's so much content in your group these days that you can't possibly get it all.
Oh man, and trying to keep up with all you guys, and even just the ones that are part of the con, just trying to keep up with that 40 people is crazy. You know,
Yep.
That's a lot of content. You think about it. Have you ever bought 40 different titles on a regular basis? Or been that interested in 40 titles that you would if you could? Okay, because I'm interested in about 40 titles right now. I can't afford to buy them all. But everybody's coming out with awesome stuff right now. Every time I turn around, somebody's putting something up there, and I'm going, oh, man, I got to show that to the group.
Yep.
You know, it's like every time I turn around, it's crazy. And you guys are no exception to that. I'm telling you, you know, Damien, I told you that story got me in the fields and then did a total left field curve turn, dude. It's like, I'm telling you, if you like not knowing what you're about to read, get this freaking book.
Yeah, I remember you said that you had a feeling that the story was maybe not as directed at older readers or something like that. I forget what you said last time. Well, but it's definitely not a book for children.
Well, no, it was like I said, for me, I knew that kid. Okay. So that kid's what, 13, 14-year-old, somewhere in there, maybe. Okay. I knew that kid at 13 or 14. And I related to him right away. And yeah, it's not for a little kid, trust me. But at the same time, if, like I said, you like a book where you don't know, when you pick up and you're looking at the cover, it doesn't give you that real story. You don't know what you're going to get when you open this book, and it's awesome. Now, if you put all them covers together, you get an idea. But if you were just looking at one of those covers by itself, you would not get any glimpse of really where this is going. It's awesome.
There's all of them together.
Yeah. Now, the one that, I was familiar with the one on the left, and I was like, oh, it looks like a skater kid. He's like going to have a good time. He's going to go disrupt things at dad's work. And I thought it was going to be a fun story. I was all ready for the little Dennis the Menace kid, right? That wasn't what I got at all. So y'all be ready for it. Get on this and read it, and you'll be impressed, because it definitely doesn't go where the title tells you it's going per se. It goes way past where the title tells you it's going. It's great. It's a great story.
The middle cover on the screen here with the shadow on it, that's probably the most telling as far as what you can look forward to in the story. And I know Peter did that cover not too very long ago, and he also started on issue 2 not long ago.
Cool. Peter, I gotta know though, what's it like working with this guy?
It's terrible.
See, because I feel like I know this guy a little bit, so I that's a question that feels relevant.
Yeah, no, me and Danny went to high school together. We've
cool.
So we're actually, I think, a really, really good creative team. I think this story and all the other stories that we're working on really have a lot of potential. And yeah, I mean, I don't think it's just blowing smoke up our own butts, but I think they're really good. So, I think we got talking.
We definitely have complementary personalities, and writing styles. There's a lot of situations where I start to get pretty rigid with my writing and stuff like that, and he can really put a more personable spin on it a little bit, and really helps flesh out the dialogue in a more believable manner. So it's definitely great to have.
Yeah, I mean, when we started this, 2 years ago or so?
Yep.
So just
year and a half.
Yeah, and I had an idea, and I wanted Damien to get on board with it to kind of keep my ideas organized, and I think it's working out really well in that way. He's very studious and and really good at keeping my thoughts organized. And like he said, there's a trade-off to that as well.
Yep.
It's cool that you said that about the contrast between you two, because that's kind of like why I picked Pete to be like one of my co-hosts, is because of the contrast between the two of us, and it keeps it centered, keeps it real.
Yeah.
And I totally get that you want somebody to keep you grounded, Damien.
Absolutely. Yeah. Peter and I live such different lifestyles, and even though we started in a similar geographic location, we're very different people, but we get along remarkably well, and our blended experiences really help provide a wide spectrum of experience that we can tell about, and we can look at things from very different angles, and it's just been really, really good.
Now, I really quick, because you said different, kind of made me think you have different lifestyles and stuff, but you started out kind of the same in the same spot. What were your influences, comics, art, whatever, getting started, and how did they lead you guys to being the creative team that you are?
Well, when I first started collecting comics, I primarily read X-Men type of titles. I'm not particularly inspired by them. I enjoy reading them, but it's not something that I would ever want to write. I really like reading about superhero teams, but unless I had a remarkably excellent idea about a superhero team, I probably wouldn't ever care to write one, especially not with existing characters. Not that I would pass up hands, but but a couple of writers that have influenced the way I think when I'm writing would be Alan Moore and Grant Morrison.
Yep. I love Morrison. I love both of them.
Yeah, Alan Moore, some of his newer stuff is a little more hit or miss, but he just goes off the rails a little bit too far sometimes, and it's a little too existential for my taste. But he has put out some remarkable books. I will buy anything that he writes just on the chance that it's on the better side of his craziness.
Fair.
Awesome.
Peter, what kind of inspirations have you had?
Well, I think I was reading comics from real early on, all the way up until the Onslaught saga, and then that killed it for me.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan either.
Yeah, after that, I think I dropped it, but I think I was at that age anyway. But yeah, I mean, getting back into the medium has been nice. I gave the new X-Men titles a try, but yeah, we'll see where that goes too. But I've gotten into some of the indie comics as well. As far as my artistic influences and things like that, I studied classic art at the Art Institute here in Kansas City.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I have that kind of background too. So that's. I was hoping somebody would say that. Cool. I was like, I know what you're saying.
Somebody with a
Very
background.
expensive useless degree in,
Right, yeah.
in doodling.
I got lucky. I went with the history part of it, so it kind of worked out.
And well, yeah, I mean, I translated mine into graphic design. Kind of made it lucrative in a way. But yeah, I mean, I'm bringing a lot of what I learned studying the classics and contemporaries. I think into not only this title but the other few that we're working on. So
there you go. Contact information. Join the mailing list. Illuminatus Comics.
Up in the top right area there's a shop, or if you click on any of the covers, that'll take you straight to where you can buy that in the shop as well. And we do have digital copies on there, as well as each of those variants available. And the inventory on the site updates in real time. So if it says out of stock, we're actually out of stock, and if it doesn't, we actually have it.
Has it said out of stock yet?
Yes.
Cool.
So some items are out of stock.
Cool.
That's always awesome.
Cool. That's what I want to hear. Yeah, people buy it because it was good. I'm telling you guys.
and we are exploring how to we are exploring the options on getting other merchandise out.
Well, I mean, I'm one of them guys that if I could take all the money I spend on shipping and all the money that I would spend on shirts and everything, it would all go on books. I mean, I'm honest with you guys. I'm not a merch guy. I didn't buy this shirt. Dude was nice and sent it to me. You know, I mean, I didn't ask him for it. Nothing. He sent me a shirt. I don't buy merchandise. I really don't.
You were welcome to buy as many books as you like then.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's like I bought the books. I want the book. I'm a comic book collector. And as much as all the other stuff is cool, and I'm not saying I don't have some stuff, like my son likes to buy, shot glasses stuff, I mean, Venom coffee cup and all that. I don't have all that. I don't have a Thor coffee cup and a Thor shot glass and you know what I mean? I don't have all that. I got a lot of Thor books. That's what I, that would come first. That's what I'm saying.
I think we sent you a button though, didn't we?
You sent me a button. Hey, we got a button. I have a postcard or a little print of the A cover, and let's see what else. What else did you send me, Damien? Because it was way before the book came out.
A bookmark, maybe.
Yeah, it was just a few little tchotchke things because it was way before the book came out. You were like promoting it,
Who were you talking to?
Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, so something like a 4x6 print, a bookmark, and a sticker or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah, you sent me that like way before the book came out, and then when the book came out, of course, it's like there's times when I have money and there's times when I don't have money. You know what I mean? Like right now, my son's getting ready to get married. We ain't spending no money on anything but his wedding. And there's a whole bunch of great books coming out this month, and guess what? We're having a wedding. It's like that tux costs more than I'd spend on books for a little while. So I'm just gonna be wearing a tux.
Who'd you say was getting married? Travis?
My son, Travis, yeah.
Nice.
October 3rd. That's why Pete's gonna be doing the show next month. Because I'm gonna be indisposed in tuxedos.
Cool.
It's gonna be a first, dude. The only time I ever wore a tux in my life was Alice Cooper impersonation at a Halloween party.
Pops, but if you don't have some sort of comic book shirt on under the tux, I'm gonna be sad.
Okay, well, how about my Game of Thrones shirt?
Yeah, there you go. That works. That works. Oh yeah, just listen. Just do me a favor. No red weddings.
No, it'd be I drink and I know things.
Okay, perfect. See, mine is I've gotten too fat for my armor.
There you go.
That works with the studio name, so.
That's awesome. Oh, we got William. He digs the first cover. See, that's the first one I saw, William. That was on the print that I got from way back before the book came out. And yeah, there it is. Hold up. Let me get you up there. Boom! Chapter 1, Broken Home. And it's a great book. I'm telling you guys, man. I'm going to be serious. There's only been like 2 indie books in the last year that I've read that I was like, most all of it has been good to great. What do we got there? What do we got there?
The original artwork.
Oh, that's neat.
Now you're talking. I just got me a portfolio too, dude. Travis got me one for my birthday the other day.
Yeah, that comes in handy.
Oh man, maybe
2, one for pages of the books that we work on, and one for all the original art that I buy from people.
Well, for me, it opened up a whole bunch of wall space. I had all these prints on the wall, and it was like, now I got original art on the wall instead. All the prints are in the portfolio. So, it opened up wall space for me. I was like, Travis, I need a portfolio. I'm running out of wall space. So,
You know what, Pops? Last time I was on, we talked a little bit about another project that we were going to kickstart this fall. And I had mentioned the artists that were lined up to work on it. And there's been a change to that. So the project was unnamed when last we spoke, but now it has a name. It's called.
Is this about to be exclusive?
Yeah. So I'm breaking this here.
Dude, exclusive breaking comic news right now on CRoM Con. Okay.
Our next project is called The Smallest Stone, and when last we had spoke, Gaz Moses, John Running, and Adam Fields were lined up to do art for it. Adam ended up with a scheduling conflict, so he dropped out, and we're in talks with someone else right now to replace him on one of those stories. And I'm pretty excited about this person as well. And I really would have loved to have worked with Adam. It didn't work out, but I'm pretty excited about this other person, and hopefully next time I'm on here, I'll be able to tell you who that is.
Okay, well, let me do this. Adam Fields. Hold on. Let me do this. Gaz Moses is right in the middle there, the Hulk and Wolverine. He's on my wall there. He did me as Odin, right there in the middle, right there. That's me as Odin. You can't see it. My camera won't go that high, but he did an amazing job of depicting me as Odin. Gaz is one of my favorites. Adam's one of my favorites. John, I love John. That's, you're looking at some great people, and they're all madness. Well, I don't know if Gaz is into madness or not. I know he's been invited, but
well, if you don't have any original art from John Running, you should definitely jump on that as well. He is
that's the only
very talented
guy yet, but I will. Definitely will get something from John. So Adam's out. You got somebody new coming in. I'm like ready. I'm looking forward to that because those are all people I know.
And as I mentioned, Peter, he started on the artwork for issue.
Pretty blown out.
It's all right. Looks good, man. I mean, you guys. The first book killed it. I got no doubt that the second book's going to be just fine. Like you said, I mean, in the story arc, the straight take you off the other way from where you thought you were going. It's definitely a good story. If you don't know Danny Morales, you need to get this book on your shelves.
You do.
Danny Morales has a store down in Florida. His goal is
he works at a store down in Florida. Don't get him in trouble.
Yeah, he works at a store in Florida, the collective, and his goal is to put people like used books on his store shelf.
Absolutely.
So he's in the group. He comes out all the time.
He's in the chat right now.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Danny, you're not wrong.
That's somebody you want to talk to. That's definitely somebody you want to talk to.
I always thought Damian Starr was an old guy, and he is getting there anyway.
He's getting there. Guys, this is awesome. I'm glad you took time to come out again, Damian. You're always welcome. Your fam. Your fam. And the other day the kids wanted us to make paper airplanes for them, and you know what it reminded me of?
The Olympics.
It reminded me of the Olympics, and I won this time too, dude. Everybody made paper airplanes, threw them off the deck. Mine went the farthest.
Did it feel as good to beat children?
Yes.
No, Travis.
Yes, it does.
And his friend, man. It was Travis and his friend. I beat them both. The kids wanted us to make the planes. We did the contest. Then they went and stood in the yard to see who's went the farthest. And, Pops has that paper airplane thing down. You know that.
My son is 6. And he makes paper airplanes better than anyone I've met in my life. And he just figured out how to do it one day, and he can make one that goes across our entire house, like the outside of it.
That's a fantastic. See, I'm single and will be probably for life. No kids or anything, but my friends' kids love me because I'm that uncle. You know, the uncle that mom doesn't want to be around. I'm the uncle of last resort to babysit the kids. And the story goes, and I'll be quick, and it involves paper airplanes. I think he was 5 or 6. My buddy's kid, he's had to go someplace with his wife, so I took his kid. So I took him to happy hour. I wasn't driving. He wasn't driving, obviously. My buddy was driving, but I took him to happy hour. And, you know, as there was ladies across and we were at a table at the bar, I was like, okay, Mikey, listen to me. You need to make a paper airplane, but first let me write a note. Okay, so we wrote a note to the lady across the bar. Mikey made a paper airplane, and perfect strike. A little kid with that kind of look. Little kids and puppies make the best wingmen, but a little kid with the skill set of a paper airplane. My uncle.
How'd that work out for you?
It worked out. I ended up talking to this happened back in 98, 99. So there's no cell phones or nothing. So I actually shot the airplane. She came over. Obviously went to talk. He made the airplane. It was him. Blah blah blah. I'm just his uncle. And blah 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 blah. And yada yada yada. I mean, that was 20 years ago, so I have no idea what happened to her since. But it made for a fun, few weeks. And I took it. He got to come and hang out. He got a lot of ice cream that summer because he went a lot. I actually brought him on the first date and the third date.
Nice.
I got my wingman's got to stick with me, bro. I'm loyal to my wingman.
I remember going to a concert with Travis when he was little, like 6 or 7 years old or so. We went to a concert and we both had, hats on like Pops wears and same color shirt and stuff. And he's dancing around and I was like, oh, if you're into it, go over there and dance by them ladies over there.
That's it.
They turned around to look to see where this little kid come from. There's me looking all smooth, looking just like him. Yeah, it was cool. Best wingman for sure.
Sure.
Look.
Damien, it's great having you out, bro.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Pop.
Guys, thank you.
Nice to meet you, Pete.
Thank you. Good to meet you guys.
Hey, we'll see you guys next month. Or Pete, we'll see you next month. For sure.
Be on the lookout for the Google Doc.
Yeah, we'll let you know when we set it up for register for next month. We'll let you know.
Super.
All right,
thanks,
bro.
Pops.
Take it easy. Peter, peace.
All right. Nice to meet you.
All right. Pete, this is a whole new team. Another whole new team. People that have never been on the con before. Pretty new to the group. And I'm kind of anxious to meet them. I don't know about you, but we got Nicholas Elias, Carlos Ramos, and who's there with you?
This is Paul Garcia.
All right. And over here we got Brian Del Monte, who was in the car earlier.
Yeah. I wasn't ready yet.
He wasn't ready.
Pete, I got to handle something, bro. Can you take it for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
I got the share screen. If you want to let Pete, or you guys got control of this. You got Pete. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
Yeah, cool. If somebody wants to drop the link in the private chat here on StreamYard, I'll get it up and do the share screen because I don't have control of his share screen.
Okay, cool. So right now we'll give you the Indie Crowd Fund link here.
Yeah, that's perfect.
We'll give you also the Webtoon link because we're also on Webtoon right now.
Perfect. So let's do that first. I'm gonna do the indie crowdfund first.
Yeah.
And then I'll go through it, and you guys talk about it. Give me the, you don't have to do. Oops, that page was not found. Why was that not found? You don't have to. What's the name of the project? I'm sorry.
Loxahatchee Streets.
Excuse me?
Loxahatchee Street.
Okay, why didn't that come up? Let's go to the Webtoon then, because that first link didn't work.
Okay.
So you might want to look at the other link, but we'll get this one going. Sorry about that, folks.
Well, Nick, can you send him the crowdfund?
Okay, I got the Webtoon one, so we're going to start with that, okay?
Cool. Perfect.
And I'm going to share the screen, and then this is where you guys, no elevator pitch. You get to give me a nice, decent-sized pitch and not have to worry about, talk to us about your project. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's get this going.
So, Nick, introduce us all, please.
Yes. So, hey, my name's Nick. I am basically just the guy that basically starts of it all, what direction we're going to kind of go with it. And originally it was just a joke, pretty much Loxahatchee Streets, and something Carlos and I have been joking about since like middle school. When we ended up drawing it out, Bryant Monte ended up coloring it. It ended up being just one art gallery photo with just a bunch of our like friends or whatnot, and as animals. And the next thing you know, we Carlos is the drawer of it all. He's the artist behind it. Bryant is the colorist right there, and we have Paul. He's the writer. He's the one who really spices up that story with all his secret ingredients that he has there. And then we have Roger, who's fortunately it seems he can't be with us at the moment, but he drops the big heavy jokes.
All right, well then, nothing wrong with big heavy jokes.
Roger and I, one of the reasons we got brought onto the writing team is that these characters are very loosely based on Carlos and Nick from their shenanigans when they were in high school and I hope over 18. And so Roger and I got brought onto the project because they were a little too close to the characters. And so, there's plenty of masturbation jokes about Carlos that we made up for him.
Gentlemen, I will stop for a second. We are keeping a PG rating today because we are on YouTube. So,
Got it.
so you use your nice words.
Anyways, for some of the racier jokes involving their characters, it was kind of hard for them to write, a character that loses its dignity in different ways. So that's why Roger and I got brought on, who are a little more separated from the characters emotionally.
Yeah, so basically at first this is like kind of a autobiographical thing, but then these guys got brought on board to tell more jokes and separate us more from the characters, and make things up that are more appropriate for the story and connects things a little bit better, because, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, as they say, right? So we there's a lot of things that we're making up that's also like in combination with like our real life and things like that. But for the most part, this is kind of like a furry tale, right? So this is like us in like a furry version of ourselves. And originally Nick came up with this concept because a lot of people were kind of making fun of him in middle school about being like a baboon-like and stuff like that. And then he's just like, okay, let's make everybody animals, So here, this is basically our lives as animals. And this is just a bunch of party animals doing a bunch of party animal crazy stuff. And it's an exciting, good time. And these guys make the script really funny and things like that,
All right, now, sorry, that was my phone. I forgot to turn it off for a second there. We're going to go around the table here. What comic book influences, cartoon influences? And obviously, we have some guys who became friends a long time ago. But now, what about comics? What made you guys go, yeah, and then decide to push you to do this?
So for me, my comic book influences involve from an early age. Like Spider-Man was my first, first love. Actually, the weird thing is it's the Clone Saga that like got me into comic books, right?
That's awesome.
Because I grew up in the 90s, and what's it called? So Spider-Man was like the first thing. But in terms of this comic book, the thing that like really inspired this was like things like South Park, Simpsons, Ren and Stimpy, things like that. And then some weird it's weird when you draw comic books. Sometimes there's like these subconscious like influences that happen.
Oh, I definitely have a lot of subconscious influences from Calvin and Hobbes. Like that is just the style Bill Watterson just kind of sticks in the back of my brain forever. And
I'm going to go to your Facebook so everybody can see some stuff that's going on. Okay.
Yeah. And then for me, like some of the subconscious like influences were like the Archie comics Sonic from the late 90s. Early 2000s, like that just seeped in there without me really knowing. You know what I mean? It's very odd how that happens, but like, yeah. So these are a few of these. That's our logo right there, and we have a turnaround in there too as well for the two main characters, the monkey, the baboon, whose name is Nikolaya, and the sloth, whose name is Ness. That's like a group shot there. That right there is like a little character page, and that's like a promo page right there.
Okay, so
this is the promo page. Okay, this little character page right here, Nikolai is the baboon. Like those are the four main characters basically. So we have Nikolai the baboon, and we have Ness the sloth right there, just hanging out.
Just hanging out.
Yeah. But there's like a lot of there's a lot of raunchy moments. Not gonna lie.
That's fair.
There's also a lot of emotional moments that we'll get to eventually. You know what I mean? Kind of like BoJack Horseman a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And then
there's a lot of influence with that of just basically trying to part of what I like bringing to the table as one of the writers is like the science of it. We have a world made up of anthropomorphic animals, but also one of them is a human witch. So at one point there was a joke about someone getting arrested, and we're like, well, wait, do we take them to a zoo if they get arrested? Is that what jail is? And then we thought, do zoos even exist in this type of world? Like, if there were a zoo, what would be in it if all of the people
would it be human? Would it be all
like,
human zoo? What would it be? Like,
all right, cool. Now, how many episodes or books are you guys through right now?
So right now we have one issue out in Webtoon and in Tapas as well. And then we'll have a second issue out sometime in the middle of this month. We're not sure quite yet. We're almost we're getting to the coloring stage now where Brian's going to come in. And then we'll have pretty much these 3 issues done by the end of the year is what we're hoping for. And those 3 issues comprise of 10 pages each.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, once those 3 issues are out on Webtoon, we'll publish everything in one issue.
Because that's the full story arc.
Kind of like a trade kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
Okay, exactly. and then after that, because I've been asking this question all weekend so far, and I kind of like it, so I'm going to keep asking. Where are you guys going next?
So after those 3 issues that we have, those 3 little issues that we have that we're going to premiere on Webtoon, they're going to get published hopefully into December, beginning of January sometime, and hopefully we can either publish through you guys or. We'll try to. We have the indie crowdfund right now set up, so we can try to get that published eventually.
There's some
right now, issue per issue basis, the indie crowdfund, but we'll eventually expand that to the actual first published issue that we want to do.
We have some questions that the genre of the comic. Saeed wants to know.
So the genre of the comic is basically it's this comedy. Yeah, it's this full-on raunchy comedy, South Park style.
So it's the South Park locker room humor kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Irreverent humor, I would say, right?
Yeah. We would go with irreverent, and we think that the idea of irreverent humor is kind of dying out a little bit.
So we kind of want to pull back.
And we kind of want to do something where it's like, hey, we can make this slightly offensive.
It's going to be
not okay for everyone, and that in itself is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of the kind of stuff you would expect to hear from the boys in a car trip or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I see everybody laughing. So yeah, that's it. All right, cool. And now Saeed also wanted to follow up. Was it available or online? And
right now we're
that's a web.
Yeah, right now we're available on Webtoons and we're available on Tapas, the 2 main webcomic sites right now at the moment. And of course, like I said before, we'll publish it eventually. The end of the year or beginning of next year is what we're aiming for.
Again, our buddy Danny is in here. Danny works for the Collective, a comic book shop in Florida, and happy to see his hometown on a comp. There he is. Yo, I gotta stop real quick, everybody. I gotta stop. Pops and I have been in sync this weekend, and Danny a little bit too. But Pops and I have been in sync. I'm thinking, shit. Sorry, shoot. I gotta message Danny and see if we can get him the link to get him in, because he would definitely want to talk to these guys. And boom, there it is. So it's like,
I went to high school with Nick. I probably maybe went to high school with Carlos too, but you know, these guys gave you guys the pitch for the comic. But what I think is should be mentioned is Loxahatchee is this like tiny BFE. You throw a rock and you can get from one side to the other. Like it's surrounded by really nice areas. Thomas Garden, Wellington, like it's all nice around it. And then there's Loxahatchee, which
roads and trees.
We all love it, but yeah, it's just some trees, like 2 street lights. Well, I think now since I've moved out, there's like 5 street lights now.
They even made us.
Yo, it's grown. It's grown quite a bit, sadly, because now the traffic is getting horrible. You know.
Yeah. It was literally a big deal when we got a Publix. I know you guys are up north.
Yeah.
It's literally just like a shopping, like, you know, it's like an Aldi's or whatever.
I know what Publix is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But when we got one of those, it was like a big deal. So I just like think it's awesome that there's a book based on where we all went to high school. And what's hilarious, I don't know if Nick and Carlos and you guys know this, a few people that we all went to high school with, somehow, whether it was you guys maybe inviting them or friend of a friend, actually found out about the book before me. So like I actually found out through word of mouth of somebody else that I went to high school with, and like, yo, did you see this? And I'm like, is that what Nick? I'm like, and then I'm thinking, I saw Nick talking about that, and it was like connected the dots real quick. But but yeah, literally people from high school were talking about this project probably just because they saw the name Loxahatchee on there.
That's cool.
Yeah, people are aware of it. I will say.
Yeah. And we're using real locations. Like the first issue, they're on their way to like sneaking out of Loxahatchee, sneaking out of their parents' house, and going to Miami and shit. Like, sorry, and stuff. So yeah. Like, yeah, it's all
so
real locations and real
I've
life.
read the first issue on Webtoons already, and it's actually like, yes, it is raunchy, but it is funny. Rick and Morty's been doing comics lately. It has a little bit of that feel to it.
No, we
It's
definitely
like,
have that influence.
Yeah. So I love it, and I can't wait until you guys get it in physical form, so we can have it here in the store behind me, so we can get you, and so that we can get you guys in the store for like a store signing, so you guys can find the book.
That'd be awesome.
Now, gentlemen, I will be. While I know that's a little bit down the road, but the next thing, I'm hosting my own show, a little kind of a more TVMA show, on Wednesday nights.
Okay.
So somebody friend me or message me on Facebook or Instagram, and we're gonna have a talk, because there we can talk about all the fart and blah blah jokes. Yeah. So we'll keep it. We don't have to, you know.
We don't have to keep it PG or whatever. Yeah.
We're actually incredibly lucky to be on the being simulcast on the Comics Cast, the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, and you know how YouTube is. They're really weird about things. So we're guests. We're guests, and we want to, you know, not overstay our welcome, because we appreciate
the reach of Indie Comics Cast is awesome. So we got to thank Joe.
Oh no! Anybody that's not,
but when you said PG, we were like, all right, let's mark a few of these stories off the list.
Anybody that's not subscribed to the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, you need to.
Hold up, though. Hold up. Guys,
all right.
I will tell you right now, we can come out here tomorrow night late. Not on Comics Cast, but come out on my show, Comic Talk with Pops, tomorrow night late, like maybe 10, 11 o'clock after everybody else's show, so that people actually see us. And we can let you go through the real, you know, because that's my show. I don't care.
Our show is legit. But I actually got to go because I just realized my clock out time is done. I finished the poll, so I'm out of the shop finally. I've been here since 12.
Get out of here. I ain't seeing you today.
But Carlos, Loxahatchee Street, best of luck, guys. I can't wait to see issue 2 and 3 in Webtoons, and I can't wait to hold a physical copy of a book from where I grew up. So best of luck, guys. Can't wait to see it.
Thank you.
That sounds awesome. Hey, Danny.
Cool.
Peace, bro.
Take it easy, guys.
Gentlemen,
Thank you.
I'm going to follow, because my phone's been ringing off the hook. I'm going to follow Danny out for a second, so I don't want to have to be on the phone with you guys. Gentlemen, thank you. I can't wait to see more. I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you, guys. Pops, I'm just going to step out.
No problem.
I think
just
we're good. I think
Yeah,
we're
just
good.
just gotta step up for a second. I gotta answer my phone. Yeah.
No, Pete, I'm saying, I think we're good. You can go ahead and take the rest of the night off because I'm pretty sure Russell has his show.
Yeah, I know he does. I see him backstage chomping at the bit.
Yeah,
I'll be around to say hi later, guys.
So, all right.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, guys. You guys got still 13 minutes to talk, though, and you can't talk about half of what you got to talk about. Okay, look.
No, that's fine. So we can talk a little bit about the process if you like.
Yes, and I think I heard you guys say something about indie crowdfund.
Yeah. So we finally set up an indie crowdfund. Nick, can you send a link to that? I tried sending a link. Nick, unmute yourself.
Okay, now
I unmute the whole time?
Can you hear me now?
I think so.
People were calling me on my phone. It's like, I guess there was some kind of interference thing. I hope I wasn't muted the whole time.
Nick, you keep breaking up. It's like you're trying to get back to a horror movie.
This is why he's the writer, guys.
Awesome. I like that guy. I like that guy. You got to bring him with you every time you come out. Is that you guys teach married? Is that who
So yeah, we set up an indie crowdfund yesterday at your suggestion because we really like where that's going, and we really like that you're trying to help the publishers. You're trying to help us, get to the most amount of people with the least amount of hassle, and that's really appreciated. Like, we really appreciate that, man. We're really glad that.
I appreciate you guys coming on board and helping us get this thing launched, man. That's what we need,
Yeah, no problem, man.
It's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, man, we're all in this thing together, and we got to help each other out. And I love the community, the sense of community that you guys have here.
Well, it's also kind of just an amazing, that you can give us some type of opportunity like this. Like 10 years ago, if we had an idea for a comic, it would have just been an idea that never goes anywhere. Now it's like we came up with an idea, produce something, and you're actually putting it out there and helping us get it to people. Like the guy said, there's people who we don't know who read our work. That's kind of amazing to me.
And it's like I said, it's when if we could go to the LCS and get you guys books without all this shipping and you guys having to worry about whether or not it gets to us safely, eliminating all that crap by just putting your books on the shelf, so I can just go down the street to the LCS and get the books I want. That's the whole thing. And when somebody's buying 30, 40 books from you at a time, 40, 50 books from you at a time or more.
Right, yeah.
That's way more easier on you guys, printing costs, and, everything.
And sending it out to individual places instead of doing that, just send it to one place with, a massive amount of books, and that's just great. That's a great idea.
Yep, that's the goal.
I'm glad you guys jumped on, man. That's sweet. That makes me feel like what I'm doing has a purpose.
It definitely does, man. Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Cool.
And then
and you guys just earned yourselves Pop's promotion.
Hell yeah.
It comes free with the site. So
Pop,
all right.
We're new to Indie Crowdfund, so I made the account and I was trying to post it on here and I was trying to pull it up, but it said that it was submitted for review, so it had to be reviewed. So I wasn't sure because I'm new to it how to grab the link and put it on here.
They'll hook it up as soon as they look at it, and there's no real review process. It's not like it's not like they're gonna say you can't put it up. They're just gonna make sure that everything is right and the link, and then set you up and go active, and then you'll be able to use the link.
Sure, because I probably did it so soon. I did it last night, so probably just time.
Yeah, we were really excited to jump on board. So Nick did it as soon as possible, and Nick is like the co-creator of the comic, but he's also kind of like the marketing guru here, So
yeah, kind of like the producer.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm trying to do for Indie Crowdfund is market it and get people to do it. So I'm learning all this stuff, guys. I'm learning from you.
It's all good.
Yeah, a lot of amazing information, man.
It's been a blast, though. I mean, all of it.
Yeah.
I wasn't planning on any of this. Anything that's happened to me this year has, it started with a little group and it just started snowballing. And
that's cool, man.
Character and COVID and cons and it's like it's just kept getting bigger and bigger. And it's not because of anything I've tried to do. It just keeps smacking me in the head. Hey, do this. Hey, do that. Hey, do this. Cool. And that was just the same thing with what happened with any crowdfund.
Yeah, for sure. That's great.
Oh my God! I see Eve in the backstage. You guys, stick around and watch the next segment.
Oh yeah, sure.
You will love Eve. She's awesome. She's an artist. She loves to eat while she's online. Just so you know. She's back there with a bowl of cereal going, I got to hurry up and eat before I go on.
How much,
go ahead.
Brian, did you want to say what you do with to color it, what you use to color?
Yeah, let's talk about the process a little bit here.
Yeah.
So if you could screen share my Clip Studio Paint here project. So this is basically what we do. So basically, I have my inks, and then I clean it up here on Clip Studio Paint. And then, I do the bubbles in here and all that stuff. I do the ink live, but then I do the bubbles here, and I clean it up a little bit here. And then Brian goes ahead and does the coloring.
I color the whole process in Photoshop. And, I hand that back to Carlos, and he does little details here and there.
Yeah, so I continue cleaning it up after a while. But Brian does the coloring on Photoshop, and then he sends me the cut file, actually. Like, he cuts it, and from now on, he's going to cut it and everything as well.
Yeah.
For either printing and for Webtoon and all that stuff. And, the weird thing is that I use really traditional methods combined with digital methods now. And I'm going more and more digital as we go along. But I guess it's just the natural way of things going on. For example, this is our new page right here from issue 2. And this here is inked live in person, right?
Yeah, so all pen.
Yeah, so this is all Micron pens, and I do it on manga paper. Can you hand me one of those? So I do it all on manga paper. This is B4 paper that I use here. So this is actually the page
from the car.
So this is actually
okay.
So this is actually the page right here, and then I actually made this is actually a separate page that I decided to do later on. And you couldn't do this back then, you know what I mean? You couldn't say, okay, I want to actually do this later so that I can make this a whole separate page. Like before, you had to stick to it. But now, if you look at the shared screen, now we have that, and I added a different panel here, and then I added that as an entire page on its own, and I also added 2 more panels to it because I decided that this would be a better flow. So things like that you couldn't do back then, and I'm always amazed at how technology kind of advances, and we can use that to our advantage. And not only can I use the physical media, but I can also use the digital media as well. And that always fascinates me. And that's one of the things that we're all doing as well is we're integrating all this new technology into what we do, even you, Popster, you're integrating that new technology to how you market things and how you present things. And I really love that. That to me is super fascinating, And Lock Statue Streets is just crazy a combination of all that stuff as well, new technology and old stuff. And yeah, man. That's and I love that.
Danny wants to know what you charge for an original page.
Dude, I've never.
We get real around here, bro. We don't mess around. We want your art.
I never even thought of that, dude. But I can get back to you later on that. I never even thought of that.
Yeah, man.
How we do it in the madness, bro. We want your art. Throw it out.
Thank you so much. But yeah, man, message me privately later. We'll talk, man. We'll talk. But yeah, dude, so yeah, this is the process. And Brian, can you explain a little bit your coloring techniques that you use?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I go, when Carlos hands over the page to me, I make little, minor corrections in terms of the line art. I'd say, digital art is kind of the secret sauce to our process. while Carlos does everything traditionally, I'll fix like any sort of like inconsistencies, and then from there, what I do is I will decide on a color palette and apply that, using Photoshop, and I try to go for like kind of like sharp lines. I don't really use a lot of like soft colors in terms of like shading. I've kind of like used the Sonic the Hedgehog Archie comics as a reference in terms of how I wanted to go about coloring the comic. Carlos mentioned that as an influence, so I thought that would probably be a good base point to go off of. And I mean, the only times we'll ever use like soft shading is maybe like in backgrounds, and I'll handle the majority of the coloring, and I also worked on the logo, so you could kind of call me like the graphic designer / colorist. But whenever I'm overwhelmed, Carlos kind of jumps in as one of our secondary colorists, such as that concept art that you saw earlier that was all colored by Carlos. What I colored was just basically the comic itself in terms of like the cover and the main pages. But once I send stuff over to him, he'll add his own details onto the coloring.
I'll do additional cleanup even after he does some cleanup as well.
Yeah, like in case I miss anything, he'll add onto it.
So, do you guys know Russell Allen?
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay, well, Russell Allen also runs a podcast and a show, and
really
does all kinds of stuff for the community.
Hey, nice to meet you.
And,
Hey, Russell.
He's actually coming out with his panel next with a bunch of people that he works with, and it's community. So, Nicholas, Carlos, Bryant, this is Russell. He does Russ Explode Studios.
How's it going, man?
Good. How are you doing? Sorry, my mic was muted.
He also does, like I say, a podcast. He does a show. So, maybe y'all can get together later and hook up a time where you can go out and show your stuff to his audience.
For sure, man.
That's kind of what this is all about.
Just send me a friend request and PM me. I'm booked up for September right now. I've actually went from having nothing booked in September. I'm booked Tuesday and Sunday throughout. But if you guys need something sooner than October, I can definitely squeeze you on like a Wednesday night or something. But just send me a message. We can set something up. I'd be more than happy to have you guys on.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Where can we find you?
Just send me a friend request, Russell Allen on Facebook. If you can't find me on Facebook that way, look up Russ Explode on Google, Facebook.
Find him in the madness.
Yeah, in the madness. If you can't find me in the madness, there's something wrong because I think I share like 10 times a day, right, Bob?
Yeah, he's one of our active. That's what I mean. He's one of our active members. He's very helpful to the comic community, to the creators and artists and everybody in general. As you'll see if you watch the next segment, because I'm going to let him take over and bring all his people out. Nicholas, one more time. Where you at?
Houston, Texas?
No. Where are we going to find your book at? Where's
you can find us on Webtoon. You can find us on Tapas. Just type in Loxahatchee Streets. We typed it in on the chat right there, so you maybe can do it on the screen there. And then just find us at Loxahatchee Streets there, and find us at Loxahatchee Streets on Indie Crowdfund eventually.
That's the one I was waiting for on IndieCrowdfund.com.
Yeah.
So thank you for having us, Pops.
Hey, you bet. Nice meeting you guys.
Thank you.
We'll definitely see you next month.
See you next month.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
Take care.
Oh, that was fun. I like meeting new people. That's awesome. Russell, how you doing, bro?
Good. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm ready to go wind it down. I'm gonna let you take this one out.
Hey, man. You know us. We're long-winded. Heck, last month we did a little over 3 hours. So
that's what I'm saying.
I have no problems coming with stuff to talk about. So I do need help with you though. If you could, whenever you see me, I'll message you in the private chat. Whoever's running this, I will want to do a screen share for a little bit and show some stuff if I can, please.
Okay, Pete Pete, you got that? Pete's got that.
His mic's muted too. I don't feel so bad.
I've been doing that all weekend.
I think Pete kind of wants to be part of.
No,
I was just a little bit.
I was just around for emergencies. So shoot me a private message, and I got you.
Yeah, just throw something in the private chat. He's there. I'll be here. He'll be here. You know. But I do want to say hi to Eve and
I wasn't expecting that.
Tom and Elton.
I came in here zooming.
I do want to
say hi
to everybody, but there's one more back there. Hold on. I can't see that one. I gotta scroll. Oh, Michael. I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to leave you out there, bro.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Hi, everybody.
What's up,
Hey.
How are you?
Hey, everyone. This is like the Brady Bunch.
This is going to be better than the Brady Bunch because I love listening to you guys all. I learn a lot from you guys. Pay attention, learn a lot, and it's entertainment. You guys are entertaining. So, that's what we love at the Madness is entertainment. CRoM Con, that's what it's all about. Russell, this is your show, bro. I'm going to get out the way. Hi, everybody. Welcome to CRoM Con. Have a good time.
Take care, Pops.
Thanks, Pops.
Take care, Pops. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely.
So we're running a little light tonight. First of all, I want to say thank you, everybody, for joining in tonight for the Russ Explode Studios panel. We got some awesome stuff to talk about tonight. We have Tom Hutchison in here to talk about Comic Unity Online Comic-Con. And along with that, we've got CB Zane, who is bringing his own spin-off character to the mix for Might. And we also have Michael Schumacher, who is in partnership with CB for Outpost 426 for his latest Kickstarter that ended a few months ago for Scorpion 2.
Yeah.
And we're
got a little something coming up after Mike as well. I sent you a few graphics on Facebook in case you wanted to pop those up at the relevant time, if there's a relevant time.
Yeah, so I'll have to wait until they can allow me to share screen since we're running off of their platform here. But when I share screen, I'll definitely pop them up there. And then we also have Yvonette Rivas Fournier, new hit comic book cover artist, as well as soon to be printed illustration for a novel.
Don't inflate my ego.
Or Eve the Bee, as she likes to be called.
Eve the Passat driver, whatever.
So we are going to be running a few people short tonight. Wendy could not make it. Wendy's super busy with doing stuff with the books for Kickstarter, so I apologize. Wendy couldn't make it. Katrina also won't be here, and Martha Schwartz also was unable to make it. She had an emergency come up, and she messaged me a few hours ago and said she wouldn't be here. So, and there's the final piece we were waiting on. What's going on, Jason?
What's up, guys? Ladies and
howdy.
Hey, Jason.
Better late than never, right?
I completely forgot, and I got your message, and I'm like, shit, I better.
It's always good to be fashionably late.
Yeah. Make an entrance.
And then also, we've got Alton Simpson, and who's got the middle square now, who also has an awesome Kickstarter running right now with some CB Zane art, some Wendy Steen Shaner art, Steph Wilson art, and many others for Vampires of New Jersey #7 that also has back issues available. So if you hear that #7 and you're going, oh man, I don't know any other books, there's no excuses because all the back issues are available.
Yep. PDF or paper. Take your pick. Graphic novel, whatever you want.
Okay.
Glad to be here.
So I'm going to start things off a little bit. I am excited to say I haven't really been on all week. Got stuff going on in the background, but Xenonanite Titan is at the editor. We're almost done with the art. Getting the Kickstarter set up now, so hopefully within the next month it'll be go time. We can show. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. So we can show that off later, and we'll also show off. Al will show off your Kickstarter as well.
Thank you.
Tom, if you get a chance, can you? I'll see if I can find it. You have You don't have anything up for the preview link yet for the Comic Unity Con yet, right?
No, the landing page is there, so everybody should pop in there and make sure you're doing the remind me, so that when we go live on next Saturday, you guys will get the announcement. But there's no actual preview to see yet. We've just been teasing all the art on comiCunity.com or Comic Unity Facebook.
Yeah. So, Tom, I'll let you take off and talk about a little bit about what Comic Unity Online Con's about.
Sure. Okay. So Comic Unity was a idea that came from Wendy Shaner. She did a online online Kickstarter con type of thing in January. It was super successful for her book, Naughty Fairy Stripper Assassins. And she and I went to dinner when we were both out in Arizona, and we started talking about it. And I was like, well, why don't we take that idea and expand it to be, sort of, I don't know, quote unquote, more of a con by including more creators, doing a little bit more broader work than just like a single book, so on and so on and so on. And by the time we were done that night, we had kind of pretty much figured out the foundations of this whole thing. And we had to figure out who was going to be the third. And we both knew CB. We both worked with him beyond even just knowing him. We both worked with him as far as covers and just artwork and so on. Plus, we knew that he had stuff that he could contribute. Like, we knew he had a book. We knew he had done Kickstarters before, and he would be a natural piece of the puzzle to just kind of attach to it. And so we messaged him, kind of gave him the gist of it. He understood it immediately. And basically, we just kind of dove in. It's been about, 6 months of sort of building and tweaking and Tetrising pieces together. And now it's kind of hard to believe that it's a week away from the actual launch. And as usual, we're not done. we're not ready. But we're totally done. We're totally done. Everything's perfect right now. But that's kind of the fun of the Kickstarter is sort of making those last minute tweaks and getting a little more art in there and just kind of streamlining the whole thing so that it makes sense, because ultimately you want that Kickstarter to make sense when people are looking at it. And I think it's going to. So ultimately what you're going to be doing, there's two things that are going to be happening. You're going to be doing the Kickstarter for what we are calling spin-off comics. It'll be a 64-page monster book with 3 stories. One from myself for a new character called Catnip, who's right there. One from CB Zane for a character called Mighty Might. And then one from Wendy called Sireness. And all of these characters are spin-offs from existing books that we've already done. So that's where the title Spin-Off Comics came from.
Cool.
And so no matter what you buy, as far as a variant cover or whatever, every book that you buy, every cover that you buy, whatever it is you're grabbing from the campaign, you're going to get that 64-page monster book and all 3 of the stories. And then the sort of the umbrella portion of all of this is Comic Unity. Most people knew that it was called ClickCon. We had a little name issue that we had to change. So we spent last Sunday about 6 hours trying to figure out what the hell to call this thing. And we came up with the idea of using the term comics and community and blending it together. So you get Comic Unity. And that is the name of the event that will be around the Kickstarter, which is going to basically be live, what we're calling live panels, live con panels all month long. Cosplay, Kickstarter stuff, crowdfunding, different art panels. I just got Jesse James and Jen King are going to come on and talk about the changing retail landscape, comic book shopping network, online sales, all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a big community event sort of wrapped around this spin-off comics Kickstarter.
Cool.
And beer.
And beer, and yes, and the $20 beer. We have found a way to get you the $20 beer.
And then also you guys are going to have, panels as well to help teach people, that need help with doing Kickstarters and how they work. And you're also going to have that super sweet cosplay contest, right? Cosplay
contest too. Yep. There are at least, that we know of, there are at least 6 people that are involved in the contest. So the winner's going to get $500 and be part of a cover. All of the backers are going to get to vote. So CB and Wendy and I do not get to vote. Our votes all cancel each other out. So the backers get to choose the winner, which will be fun. So yeah, we're really trying to create a month-long convention experience. Using the technology that we have, live stream on Facebook, all that kind of stuff. And the panels are not just going to be me and Wendy and CB. It's going to be people from the industry. It's people that are not working on the campaign. They're just going to come in and they'll have a chance to talk about whatever it is the panel's about. So they'll have a chance to promote themselves and whatever it is that they're doing. And so that's kind of the community part. Is it's not just me and Wendy and CB doing all of these live panels. We're dragging people in from the industry to be a part of the entire thing.
Yeah. And that'll be awesome because you can get all kinds of pointers from people from all walks of life, just not, Big Dog Inc. or Outpost 426 or from...
Or people you've never even heard of. I mean, that's half the reason for doing all of these things, is just to get the word out for you, for your brand, for your book, for your character, whatever. And, we put a call out, just a general call, like, hey, who wants to do some panels for such and such and such? And we got a great response. So we're not done putting all those pieces together yet, but we got a lot of great people that have been doing comics for a long time from the indie side, the creator-owned side. And I think it's going to go off really well.
Yeah. Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry if I'm lagging up. I'm doing stuff on the computer right next to me. So I'm trying to share this out and get some links popped up and all that. And it's going crazy.
Can I ask all the creators a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys love the stressful moment when you first launch your Kickstarter. Does anybody else kind of have that fear of crashing where you're like, fuck, am I going to make it? Or am I going to, make goal? I get, maybe it's just me, but I always stressed out that moment I hit send.
Really quick, folks, just if we could keep the stream PG, the language PG.
Yeah, I expect this. I expect the Kickstarter to crash the minute I hit that button. So when it doesn't, I'm pretty happy about it. So it probably will one day because technology always goes wrong when you don't want it to go wrong. But the whole thing is like white knuckle. In fact, I don't think I've looked at my Kickstarter since I started it. I just keep doing the work to drive people towards it, but I don't look at it because I got a month. The last time I drove myself crazy, it's my second one. Yeah. So I kind of just I know what I need to do. I got to keep doing it. I got to keep pace, But yeah, it's like a roller coaster the whole time, and not a good one.
Coaster.
Yeah.
Well, and you hit that lag right in the middle of the campaign to where it really slows down, and you don't have a whole lot of people coming in because everybody that really was excited about it jumps on right away. Right. And then you got that kind of lag.
Yeah, that's one of the things you have to know from any sort of crowdfunding is you have to understand there is an initial pow. Everybody wants to know what's going on, and they're in. And then it slows down, and you have to be aware of that. So you have to be able to be doing things in your campaign at least every week, if not every couple of days, just to keep. And I don't mean just like posting, like, "Hey, please come do a thing," but you have to That's why. Excuse me. That's why we've done. We've kind of scheduled. We, as in Big Dog Inc. Over the campaigns that we've done, we've learned to schedule add-ons at certain times during the campaign, so that you get that little bit of a pop, sort of mid-campaign, to kind of bring the momentum back. Because it's just like anything else, it's algorithms. So Kickstarter, every time somebody new comes onto to pledge your thing, that's basically a like on Facebook, and so it bumps your popularity algorithm up and up and up. So you have to be able to maintain backer count and dollar count moving forward to keep your campaign in that popular section. Ultimately you want to be in that top 12 because then nobody has to do anything to find you. Right. And beyond the top 12, you've got to click a button that says see more. So that's something that everybody that does crowdfunding really needs to understand is your first week you might do okay, but your second and third weeks are going to be really soft. And then you'll have your final week, which is kind of a toss-up. You don't really know necessarily what you're going to get until your last couple of days.
Right.
Yeah,
you know, and having awesome stretch goals too really helps that out.
Yeah. Sure. Stretch goals and add-ons are key to momentum. So always hold a little back and surprise people. So that's what I try and do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's about the best that you can do, you know, to try to endure that lull. You know, it seems to work a little bit if you have the right things to show. So
yeah.
So I think that Comic Unity will be so interesting because we'll always have, well, I won't say we'll always have, it'll be, but a couple of days a week at least, we'll be having live streams that will be attached to the group and to other places on Facebook, and we'll be broadcasting Comic Unity, which will discuss the Kickstarter. It's going to be really interesting to see how well that kind of becomes viral and see if, you know, how much of that kind of tracks back to the Kickstarter. We have absolutely no concept of what is going to happen on this. I mean, we could end up with 200 backers. We could end up with 1,000 backers. I mean, who the heck knows? We're basically taking 3 people who are kind of Kickstarter regulars and combining those audiences, which already have a little bit of overlap. But there's definitely people that buy their books that don't buy mine, and et cetera, et cetera. So we're kind of trying to take that Venn diagram and turn it into one big circle and see if it really, you know, does what we hope it'll do.
Right.
It's exciting. Very cool.
Yeah, and like the biggest thing since the beginning has always been talk of it being an event. It really, I mean, Spinoff was, I guess, is the heart of it in terms of the book that we're offering. But all along it's been, well, how do we make this a con? How do we, you know, bring that experience back to so many people that can't go to a con anymore because of the crisis that we have? So almost every question about what we're doing, where we're headed, how we're doing things, how we're scheduling things is all about that, bringing the experience to people so they can have that con experience, you know, and hence the panels. There's a couple things that we haven't revealed yet that are going to be really cool surprises for people to be part of and to explore, and we're excited. Like Tom said, it's been a lot of planning, a lot of late nights, a lot of back and forths, a lot of changing of things here and there, but it's, in the end, we really hope it's all worth it. I think people are really going to have a good experience.
Super cool, guys. I can't wait. It's exciting.
Yeah, best of luck. Sounds pretty cool.
Well, and I do have a question. I don't want to spoil anything, so of course we all know Tom. If he doesn't want to say anything, we'll get a flat no. So you guys are trying to make it more like, you know, a Comic-Con. So does that mean that there's a possibility you guys might offer some kind of grading for the books? I'm just throwing that out there. With having Wendy on board, I know she does some of the CBCS grading on like the Naughty Fairy books and stuff like that. Is that something that you've thought about?
To be honest, that's not something that's even come up at this point. It's such a large extra step to deal with. I won't say 100% no, but it's something that it's an extra piece of a really big puzzle, and I because a lot of that's going to deal with like signatures and stuff. CB's in New York. I'm in Michigan. She's out on the West Coast.
Yeah.
It's not really easy to like just get books to us to sign books and then send them off. It's extra shipping, which means damages. It's really kind of a tricky situation with 3 creators in 3 different places. I will say that we do have a thought process on how to get some signatures done and in the hands of the backers. But as far as like signing and grading and all that kind of stuff, the books themselves, it's a little bit tricky with the creators sort of spread out as we are.
Yeah.
No, and I totally get that. I mean, with my book, that was something that I struggled with, trying to figure out how am I going to do this. I've got 10 artists in different states all across the United States. How can I get my book signed by each one of the artists? And so, shipping comic books is expensive, but shipping a book.
And even beyond the expense, it's just the post office is terrible. And you could send a book out, you could send 100 books out, and they all get damaged, and then what? Then you're just screwed. So that's the part that concerns me.
Well, and that was the first thing that concerned me too. Like you said, was the damages. I mean, we all call out the USPS enough, so especially me. Like CB's art came in, and it was just like they looked like they ran over it. Luckily, it was okay, but that's what the initial thing. And I'm like, what do I do if $10,000 worth of books gets damaged when I mail it?
Right.
And then it's
Exactly.
$800 to have just 100 books of each type of book that I'm offering shipped. So I'm like, that times 10, that's $8,000 in shipping. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work. So that was kind of my thing when I came up with the Xenonanite Titan, nationwide tour, where if the artists agreed to say, hey, can we meet up and do a signing one day and drive around and get each one of the artists to sign their piece in their book. I don't have to worry about damages. It'd be a lot cheaper than shipping. And it'd be really cool also to meet up with the artists, that help make this project happen and go live and be like, hey, I'm here with CB Zane, or I'm here with Wendy Steen Shaner, or with Jason So. Check out the art they did for the book, and hey, we're doing a signing, and then hi bye, kind of thing.
Yeah, when the conventions start up again next year, that'll kind of change a lot of things, because it's something where we can, and we actually were talking about it. We were going to all try and get together for like Baltimore Comic Con or something, which would have been happening this month. In which case, all three of us are together in one place. We can kind of plan ahead and do certain things and be like, hey, let's all get together and sign things that we need to sign. But because we're all basically just spread out, makes it difficult. And we can do what we can do. And again, because even though Wendy did this once, what we're doing now is a larger scale version of it, and we kind of need to make sure that all of these pieces are going to work, and then we can do it, have a success, and then look at it and say, okay, how do we make it better? How do we streamline it? How do we make it better? What do we add next time? And that's where we can start to say, okay, well, what if we did grading next time? How would it work? What would the infrastructure look like? And so on. And that's the thing, is there's so many people who are coming out, especially into crowdfunding, and they're just like, boom, just like throwing the world at it. And I'm like, dude,
what's that?
Just slow that roll. Take your time, one step at a time. Learn something, add to it, add to it, add to it, and grow yourself, versus trying to just come out in some big bang and overwhelm yourself.
Yeah. That's a key word, I think, in all of this, is overwhelm. You can quickly, even now, like having run some campaigns, you start to learn like, oh, whoa, too much that time. Like, got to scale it back, or got to organize it differently. So it's a process. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
So Jason, you talked about Kickstarters earlier. So you just ran your Kickstarter for Jim Bob John, and you did your Kickstarter previously before that for the latest Necroman issue. How do you feel about the online campaigns?
I think they're good. I think crowdfunding is the way to go. It opens up a different market for you, and a small percent can pay for the total of the book, so you don't have to put it out of your pocket. So I mean, I love it. For me, that's the way. It's the way I work. I crowdfund all my books, and so far, I'm batting 100 or 1,000 or whatever you call it in sports. But like Al had said, you just don't know when the bottom's going to drop. So hopefully all the Kickstarters that I do are successful, or I grind so hard that I don't have to self-publish. How about that?
Yeah,
that's good.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what a lot about, doing the crowdfunding is. I mean, that's why I sought it out. Everybody asks, well, why don't you try to find a publisher for your book? Being indie isn't about, I want 100% of the profits. I want this. It's not about the money. It's about, as a creator, having control of your character's story, your character's world, and not having somebody say, well, I don't think that's going to work. You should change it. No, this is the way I want everybody to perceive my character. I don't want it to be part of the norm of what everybody else likes. I want it to be different. I'm not recreating the wheel, but I want my story to stand out and be different. I don't want it to be one of 1,000 that comes out this year. And that's, what being indie is all about, is saying, hey, here's my book, here's my character, here it is as I originally intended it to be. There's no big name publisher saying I can't do this or that. This is exactly 100% how I wanted it.
Well, I don't know about any of you other creators, but let me guess, like, even if you weren't being published, you're still going to create. Like, the whole aspect of having the tangible book is usually sidebar. As an artist or a creator in general, with or without the market, you're going to be a creator. So that's all secondary to what you're going to do anyway. It's nice to get paid for it. It's nice to have contracts to do books. All that stuff is like window, dressing. But at the end of the day, with or without a contractor getting paid, I'm still going to do it. All that stuff, nice that you can make money at it. But as a creator, it's almost like you're driven and drawn to do these things with or without the fanfare, if you will.
Well, and with books, it's a whole different world. So I don't know if it works like this in the comic book world when you get picked up by a publisher, but like a lot of the online cons like Indie Event and stuff like that I've been on, and we've had authors on, we've had great conversations about ways to do the titles and the covers and stuff like that. We had one that Meredith Lawford did on publishers, and one of the big things about the publishers with a book is they could take on your book and have the rights to it for a year and just sit on it and not even do anything with it.
They call that squatting. It's called squatting. And that's why you never sign a sucker's contract. And anything you would do, I would hope that you would go for lifetime royalties, because a squatting publisher will buy your book in at this and then sit on it and then change the scope of the contract if you don't have it locked in. So it's basically just an underhanded way for people to get over on you. But
well, and the other issue that is underlying with it is so you have this book that you're telling everybody about that you're making, and you have all this hype that you're generating, and you go live and you tell everybody, hey, I got this book, so-and-so publisher, should be putting it out this year, and then they sit on it for a year. Everybody's going to forget about it. So by the time it does come out, you've lost a lot of that hype. You've lost a lot of the drive from your consumer base that is wanting to buy into your book. So, I mean, it's a very real issue with any type of publication.
Barring somebody giving you a check after you sign your contract, and a nice check at that, there's no reason for you to be with a publisher. Period. Most of them in the industry right now are kind of IP farms for Hollywood. They accumulate different IPs. They sit on them. They might have that Hollywood connection, but check your contract. You're not going to see much out of that either. Most small press publishers don't even sell more than a couple thousand units a month. You can do that yourself. So, there's a whole lot of people that are still stuck on the comic book industry as it was a decade ago, maybe even more, and they think that that's the way that comics works. And it's just not the way comics works anymore. That system still exists. You can still go through Diamond. You can still get picked up by a retailer. He'll still put it on the shelf and eventually get it to a buyer. That system exists, but it is by far the slowest and most inefficient way to sell a book to someone who wants to buy your book. And if they're only selling a couple thousand units at $4 a book, that means they're making $2 a book. What's the profit margin? Where's your money coming from? It's not there. They have to pay for the printing, which means you have to pay for the printing, on and on and on and on. The numbers don't work. That's where a lot of variant stuff comes in, because the variants can actually help make up the back end of a lot of this stuff when you're dealing with the retail end of things.
Right.
But if you want to sell $2,000 a month, or excuse me, if you want to sell 2,000 units a month and go through Diamond and whatever, just do it yourself. There's no reason not to do it yourself.
Yeah.
So how do you feel on this, Michael?
I completely agree. I think on the last show that we had where I appeared, I know you've had a lot of shows since then, I talked about the way the publishing industry in particular victimizes authors, and in specific mid-list authors, the ones who basically form the financial backbone for any given traditional publishing house, but are the first to be dropped when they start to hit any kind of financial duress, or if they have some big name author that they want to pay a multi-million-dollar advance to without any expectation that that author is going to earn back the advance, so to speak. I mean, they're not really getting an advance; they're just getting millions of dollars for the privilege of having their book put out there. And then if you do sign that contract with the with the traditional publisher, you have the burden of having to do what's called selling through, which is essentially if they give you an advance and they expect a certain amount of money just to break even on that book, and you don't break even on that book, you're basically 1 to 3 books away from being dropped altogether. And many a mid-list author of talent has been kicked to the curb over decades. I mean, literally decades. While they churn. I mean, that's what it is. There are so many people that want to be writers, and a lot of them are good at it, but they just churn through these authors because they know there's always going to be a new manuscript on the slush pile, and they know that there will never be a lack of material. So, I mean, I'm acquainted with some very talented writers who have gone through that process and who have actually had successful series and still gotten dropped. And there was a guy, Mike Stackpole, who did a lot of books for BattleTech and on top of his own work, his own science fiction, that sort of thing. And he got dropped, and he had to go the way of self-publishing. And this was as of a panel that, coincidentally, this would have been 10 years ago. It was 2010, and it was at Dragon Con here in Atlanta. And he was talking about how to self-publish and why you should self-publish. And basically a lot of the stuff that we're talking about now in terms of self-promotion, in terms of doing it yourself, you might as well do it yourself, especially in this era of digital publishing, in addition to being able to print your own books. That was basically what the future was. And more specifically, it gave you the liberty to ensure you wouldn't get dropped, because you're not going to drop yourself. You're going to do the work anyway, so you might as well just go ahead and bypass the middleman, which is what a traditional publisher is, and put the book out yourself. There are just a lot of parallels between the publishing industry, the traditional book publishing industry, and the comic book industry. And frankly, what creators are discovering now is what I think the Image guys kind of figured out back in the 90s, which was, why do we need Marvel? Why do we need DC? Why do we need these other players to essentially legitimize our work when we are already producing it? We've already got fan bases. And so they just went out and did their own thing. And as a matter of fact, unfortunately, back when I was working with a traditional publisher, I started my writing career with Malibu Graphics, which went on to become Malibu Comics. With the Ultraverse. Yeah, I was writing for them when they were Malibu Graphics, and they had some different divisions like Aircell and stuff, and they would get the rights to these quote-unquote cult movies. The Galaxina was the first miniseries I got to write for them, which was basically the all-new adventures of Galaxina. And I did Galaxina, Bad Girls Go to Hell. I did adaptations of this stupid European comic called Casanova. Basically, the English language, they would get somebody to translate it into Pidgin English, and I would kind of gussy it up so that it sounded like something people would actually say. And I was doing that work. I was happy to do it. I was supposed to get to write Galaxina versus Flesh Gordon, not Flash Gordon, Flesh Gordon.
Wow.
This is Malibu, okay? And I submitted the outline for the story. It got approved, and the next thing you know, I hear through, I think it was Comic Buyer's Guide, that Malibu had picked up the distribution rights for Image Comics, and I was like, "Well, this is cool. They're going to get bigger, and I'm with these guys, right? And no, that wasn't how they pictured it at all. Basically, all of us ham and eggers were basically dropped so that they could bring in name writers and name artists to produce these books. And ultimately, within a few years, Ultraverse went tits up. And sorry, hope that's not too language bad. And then Marvel bought them, and incorporated a few of their characters into their world and dumped the rest. But you know, my misfortune aside, point is that the Image guys did figure it out. They had the model in mind. The internet wasn't really a thing at the time. Crowdfunding wasn't a thing at the time, but the idea was there, and it got people to thinking, hey, maybe we don't need the traditional houses, traditional publishing houses for books, traditional publishing houses for comics. And, you know, a lot of the indie guys, hell, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you know, Kevin Eastman. I mean, that was black and white era breakout hit for him. And there was, of course, a crap ton of those black and white indie books that died, and we never saw anything from them again. But that made him rich, you know, and it was just him taking a chance on his own property, and it paid off for him. And so now we're seeing what we're doing pay off for us in a lot of ways. I mean, we, to one extent or another, we've all been associated with or even kickstarted projects that have actually exceeded expectations. And so, you know, it's there. The people are ready. They want, particularly in this climate, they want more variety than they're getting out of Marvel and DC. They really do. They want, you know, whether you want to call it, I don't want to say exactly, you know, this might sound political and I don't mean it to, but they've really gotten very straight-laced, I guess is the best way to put it. You know, they're very corporate. They pay more attention to Twitter than they do to the fans. Right. And as a result, you get a lot of books that are really more catered at getting them good press than sales. It's weird, but that's what they've been doing. And meanwhile, we're producing books that fill that, I don't even want to call it a niche, because, you know, the last couple of Scorpianas that CB and I have done, I mean, we've sold quite a few books, and people clearly want that. You know, you look at the Kickstarters that Brian Polito does. I mean, good Lord, what I wouldn't give to make the money that guy gets off of one Kickstarter. You know, it's crazy. So this is the way, as the Mandalorian would say, this is the way. And you know, I'm just glad to see a bunch of dudes and dudettes who are on board with this train, because I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Well, look, you just had right now Scott Snyder and Tony Daniel just jumped over and did a Kickstarter. These are two of the biggest guys at DC right now. They get it. They didn't take it to Image and say, "Hey, let's publish this thing through Image." They've done that before, but they've understood now. Hey, you know what? We need to take our name, we need to take our popularity, we need to take our fans, and we need to go over here and we need to make something that's our own, like truly our own. Not to rag on Image in the way that they do things, but clearly they did not see Image as being as more viable than Kickstarter, and it's like what, it's at $100,000 already in like a week. So you know, it changes. The whole system is changing.
Yeah, look at Paul Jenkins did it as well. Even Todd McFarlane jumped on Kickstarter to launch his new Spawn figure.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves.
Berserker.
Well, that's Boom. That's not Keanu.
Right.
He had nothing to do with that.
Right, right.
But yes, they are using Keanu to go through Kickstarter. Yeah, which is great. I mean, take the name and use it and try and drag people into comics in any way you possibly can. I think the only thing they're doing wrong with the Kickstarter is because of what they're funding, which is basically just trade paperbacks that aren't going to be out for a year. The people that are buying those things are going to be like, dude, where's my book? They're going to think they're going to get a book fairly quickly. I think they should have put the books out in retail like they're planning to. And then once that was all done, they could have gone back in, kickstarted the trades, and just popped them out faster. It's the only thing that I really have kind of an issue with as far as how they did their system. But whatever, you know, it's at least news now. You know, Keanu is news, so anything he does or is attached to is news. So, you know, if this brings people into Kickstarter and they understand, they get to see what's going on, they see stuff that's not Marvel, that's not DC, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
The Amazon model combined with the crowdfunding model of basically giving people a variety of options for producing and selling their own work is driving the mainstream industry crazy, because they see it happening around them. I mean, I'll give you a case in point. In the late 90s, I attended a panel with some traditional publishers and editors from those publishers on, you know, the future of publishing. and not one of them was willing to talk about electronic publishing. And I brought it up. I was there on the front row. I was like, look, it's coming. Computers are becoming more prevalent. Devices for reading things are going to start coming out. If you guys miss out on this, you're going to get caught flat-footed. And they were like, oh, no, well, I just can't stand the idea of not reading something where I can physically turn the pages and feel the spine and all this sort of thing. And, there was more than one voice in the audience saying, look, you're being a little short-sighted about this. And fast forward to now. I mean, seriously, it's here. I mean, it's here. It's been here for the last 5 or 6 years, really. I mean, it's just now that crowdfunding has become even bigger than it was. And now we're starting to see, like we said, Keanu didn't necessarily have anything to do with the book, although the lead character sure looks like him. But the fact is that people are starting to go on to this whole notion of creator choice and buyer choice. Buyers want options, buyers want variety. They're getting it. And I just say hallelujah, hallelujah, because it is long past time that we got this. So,
yeah.
Yes.
I actually have a question for Eve as a follow-up for this, because you're kind of getting into this right now through a variety of different things. You've talked about animation. You clearly do your own art with comic books and so forth. So knowing this, hearing this, being part of it, and also going through it with your schooling, is it steering you one way or the other? Do you hear about it at all in your school? I'm curious to see what they're preaching at this point, or how it's impacting you.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. So hearing all this stuff that we're talking about, being part of like this indie circuit, seeing the outlets, the way computers have changed things. You've talked about animation. You're in the heart of doing covers and sketch art. Has it impacted you in terms of the direction you're going? Do you hear about, I guess, the industry while you're in school? Where does that stand for you?
Or
regarding what I hear, go for it.
I was just going to say, or are you going to go the way of nailing a banana to a piece of canvas and trying to sell it in the high art world at Sotheby's?
Yeah.
Shoot, if I could have done that, then I would have first. I would have been the first one.
That's fair.
But a lot of the peers, a lot of my peers that I have my classes with, they always talk about big industry because that's where they think the future is. Like, oh, Disney's doing so well. I love to animate for Disney or Pixar or Blue Sky, and or Adult Swim. And I just kind of hate this sort of marginalized entertainment, like the scholastic grading for books. Like, that's a child's book, that's an adult book, that's a young adult book. I kind of hate that margin, and a lot of people have been raised that way because industrial school system. So they're like, oh, let's just shoot for the stars, aim for the biggest company, instead of seeing current entertainment, what's out there as of right now, and where the backstories are for that. Like, The Boys is the biggest thing. Season 2, great. But people are now starting to figure out that a lot of their entertainment is coming from like indie companies, lesser known ones. And that's where I see the future of entertainment. I see it actually starting to get into the heart of like the super indie, like crowdfunded books. And that's where I see myself heading in the future. And if I can definitely lead to that direction with other people who think the same, and also want to see the very heart of what indie is, go to the big screen if that's possible, or make it into some entertainment. But the only tricky thing to that is that because there are certain ratings for things out there, where would we broadcast this entertainment? Would it be on YouTube? Would it be a brand new platform that somebody's interested in building, where there's no particular rating for what's on there, what is on there is on there. What the creator has envisioned and written is communicated straight through an animation, and there's no, that's a child's thing. That's an adult book. So that's where I definitely see myself versus getting into a big industry. And I know that's a really dangerous thing to think, because getting a degree in the arts, and especially in things like animation or, I don't know, fine art, something weird, is very risky as it is already. It's even riskier to do that. But the payoff is so much so much more nicer. And I don't know. I have a strong feeling I see a lot more coming from the very indie scene in the very near future. And I want to be part of that, and I want to help lead it.
Well, for those that don't know what Kickstarter is, let's take a quick step back and then expand on it. It's crowdfunding. Basically, someone will come with a product and say, I want to make this product, whether it's a comic book or whatever. And people will essentially buy the product early in advance, sort of pre-sale. And then once the funding goal has been reached, they produce the product and it goes out down the line. Like Eve's talking about animation and stuff. It's not just comics on Kickstarter. There's people that do animation there, the cartoons. There's people that fund movies. They fund music, like literally albums and CDs and whatever. Board games, card games. Kickstarter is across the board a pop culture production house
Yeah.
for
They even have
anybody
ink
that
pens
wants
on
to
there.
do it.
Yeah. And Alden, you have maybe more experience than any of us when it comes to being across those realms, because you've done TV, film, whatever you want to call that, and comics. Maybe you could speak to some of that too.
Yeah, I was thinking I would say something. Well, I started my media company, Three Heads, in 2004. So just since then, things have changed like a ridiculous amount with how you create something and how you get it out to people that can target people to enjoy it. With me, we started doing commercials for Comcast, and I wasn't even really a writer. I was a producer. But being indie, you have to learn how to do everything yourself in order for it to get done. So as time went on, I became more of a writer. And then when I was working on my doctorate, I had to write a lot. So that actually sharpened my skills as far as a writer. But as far as film, everything I do, like Vampires in New Jersey and Blackjack and my shared universe, they all started out as scripts. And then the original idea was to block it out for scenes so that one day I could pitch it and film it. But to me, it's all connected. It's all one piece. I mean, with my first film, full-length film, Who is Jose Luck, that I did, that was in the Philadelphia Independent Film Festival, and it ended up streaming on Amazon. I wrote the script, I helped direct it, I edited it, I play instruments, so I did a soundtrack. I connected the soundtrack to the movie, released that on Spotify and iTunes. I mean, to me, when you're creating any of these stories, I always tell people, think of it as all types of media, because it end up being all types of media. I mean, I always use the example. Nobody thought, what's the name of the movie? The Blonde movie with Reese Witherspoon was going to be Legally Blonde. Nobody thought that was going to be a musical. It's a musical on Broadway. So the way things are now, with being able to create in so many ways and get your product out to so many people, you really have to open. It's wide open. I mean, when Mike was talking, I was thinking, when he started, it was harder to get things to who you wanted to get them to. And he's right. It's like a golden age of being able to reach your actual target audience, and also for all of us to cross over to other audiences by introducing them to each other. So it's kind of like this crazy pollination of all different types of things right now. And people are buying it. I mean, they're buying, thank you. They're buying what we're doing. Everybody's getting some level of success. Obviously, Polito's getting giant success, but, everybody's getting fans, everybody's getting interest, and it's very exciting. With me, I wrote vampires as a script. It turned into a comic. I got it into about 25 stores now, and it's sold out a variety of times. And now I started doing the cons, and I did the New Jersey Horror Con, and I met a bunch of filmmakers who were like, Al, when you're ready to shoot something, let us know. We want to work with you. So now I'm developing the script back into a pilot to shoot next year. So for me, it's all connected. And that's how you kind of have to look at it. And like previously was said, you got to know how to protect your IP as far as all these different ways you might end up going. But right now, it's an exciting time for indies to be able to do what they can do best, which is be original. You're not even doing it on purpose. It's just the way you're doing it. And there's no corporation going, you have to change this character or do things this way. And people are loving it. So it's actually a lot of fun right now.
Yeah, I don't remember where this happened, but it was with Jesse James and Brian Polito was there. I don't know where the hell we were, but we were together and we were talking about stuff. And oh no, you know what it was? I was watching Polito and Jesse on another interview. And Polito was basically likened this moment in time back to the 90s, where all of these guys were spinning off in the 90s, and it was like this punk scene, like, hey, we're spinning off, we're doing Image, we're doing, Polito was doing Chaos at the time, whatever. And he likened then to now the same thing. Creators are figuring out that they have a new way of putting their work in front of people's faces and connecting directly with the fans. And this is the new 90s. It's the new punk age of creators. And I was like, yeah, that sounds 100% correct.
Yeah, it's exciting. But yeah, that's how I look at things. I mean, anything that anybody's doing could be live action, it could be animation, it could be, manga, it could be, it could be all kinds of things. And that's how you kind of have to think about it.
Well, I mean, comics are such a perfect venue for that. I mean, they're a storyboard. It's what they are.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do you see in a film where they take and use an actual panel as their screen, their shot, their setup? And
you guys want me to play this?
Yeah, we almost had Legend of Oz: The Wicked West picked up as a TV show. Oh my God, it was so close, you guys. It was so close.
Yeah, play it, Pops.
It's devastating that we couldn't get it done.
There you go.
It's gonna happen.
All right.
Nothing like a self-filter cover, is there? I'm getting one.
Stevie Zane.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wendy put this together. She did an awesome job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wendy's amazing.
But yeah, as a writer, I've been lucky to work with a lot of great artists. But the whole idea was to spec it out, storyboard it. But since it got in the stores and it started selling, then I was like, well, this is a thing.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, Al, how did you? I know I've heard you say the stories before, but there might be several people who aren't watching. Do you want to give us kind of the rundown of how vampires got into the stores and how you brought it to the online Kickstarter, crowdfunding campaigns?
Yeah. Well, when I was writing my dissertation, my research study that was published, I would write 200 pages, give it to my committee, and they would tell me I suck. I'd throw that out, and then I'd go back to writing again, and it was very frustrating for a couple of years. So I wanted to write something script-wise that was like a genre mashup. So I came up with, vampires versus the mob, like True Blood versus Sopranos. And I had never seen True Blood when it was on, but somebody gave me the DVDs afterward, and I thought to myself, these guys are great, but they're very Southern. What would it be like if they showed up in Jersey? What would Tony Soprano do? So that was the impetus for that. I wrote it, got interest. I posted the True Blood versus Sopranos idea online. The guy who drew Silver Surfer for Marvel, Mahathir Bhuang, in the early 2000s, he liked it and took an interest and helped me, build out the idea. The current artist is an animator, actually out on the West Coast, Connor Cole, and they helped me put the book together. And when I got the book, I was like, well, I'm a like film guy. What do I do with this book? But of course, I have my local comic book store here in New Jersey, Ron's Comic World in Mount Holly. And I went in. I said, Ron, what do you think? And he looked at it and said, oh, the paper's good. I'll put it in. And then the next day, a buddy of mine texted me, and he was like, dude, I went to get your comic, and it sold out. And that was pretty much it. And I was like, well, okay, so now I have to figure out stores. So I started going to more stores and having more success. It's sold out at Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash, I think about 4 or 5 times in the last 2 years, all issues.
Wow.
So I've been lucky in that respect, but a lot of what I've done has been organic. I started doing cons, which, for me, it was like hit and miss because, you're in the indie aisle and all the crowds are there to see Ted Danson at Wizard World or whatever. So, but I learned a lot of cons because I met a lot of people with experience and guys that have been around a while. And I would sell comics at cons, like the first issue or the second issue, and I was trying to get an issue out pretty often. And people would contact me online and say, dude, I want to get the next issue. And I would say, well, I'll send it to you. And they'd say, could you just put it in my local store? So I would say, well, where's your local store? And one guy said, Jay and Silent Bob's. So that's how I ended up in more stores. People were actually going home from the cons wanting more comics, and they didn't want to wait for another con. So, I went up to Jay and Silent Bob's because I was like, isn't that Kevin Smith's store? That's like a, like a real thing. And my wife's like, go up, they're people, just go talk to them. So I went up and I met Mike, and he was like, Kevin loves independent people. We're going to put your comics right up front. And, I checked with him a month later and it sold out. So it's been like that. Now I'm in 25 stores, and then the pandemic hit. So that was a struggle for all these places. But I got convinced to do the Kickstarter by Demon Phil of Comics and More in New Jersey. He sat me down in February, I think, and he was like, I love your comic.
Mm-hmm.
I want more people to get into it, but let's go about it this way. And he introduced me to CB and Wendy and Kara, who I met at C2E2. And, from that, I built out the first Kickstarter, and it was successful. So I tried an Indiegogo before, but I didn't do pre-launch work. I didn't have a clue of what I was doing. It crashed and burned. So, I've reached new fans with the Kickstarters, but I'm also got, my fingers still in stores, and I do miss the cons. So 2021 looks like it'll be, a great year if we can get back to normal business. But it's very interesting. I was saying just the other day on another show, I only did a graphic novel because I would get feedback from the stores saying, hey, everybody likes the comic, but some people want to get the later issues. But if you had a graphic novel or the first couple issues, that would get them through quicker to the next issue. So a lot of what I do is like people tell me what they want, and then I study it or figure out how to do it, which has helped me grow, as far as popularity of the book. So.
Well, and that's phenomenal because that's what, being indie's all about, is taking the feedback from your fans and actually doing what they want. And because, if you're doing what they want, then they're buying your product. I mean, that's like Michael brought up with, Marvel and DC. They do deal more with what the politics aspect of, they do whatever gets them the most press instead of what do their fans actually want. And so it's really great to see that you were successful with doing that. And here we are now with another successfully funded Kickstarter with Vampires New Jersey #7. So congratulations on that.
So far, so good. I'm learning as I go. I'm learning from you guys. So,
and to take that point even further, as far as going to publishers and so on, when you are your own publisher, when you are your boss, you can change your direction anytime you want without having to go up and say, hey, boss, what do you think about doing it this way?
Right.
You just say to yourself, you know what, the fans are saying this. So I guess that's what they want. So I guess next time we're going to go that way. Period. You're done. You're on your new path, and you're just making it happen. There's no monolith to have to wander through.
No. Yeah, I've been like, yeah, that's the fun part of being indie. You know, you got to own it after you do it, but at least you can do it.
Right. Yep.
So, but yeah, I've been lucky. I know I've been lucky, and I'm just glad to be here with you guys. It's fun.
And we're great. We're glad to have you.
Well, and Alton, we should get you. We should be sure we get you on some kind of panel for Comic Unity.
Oh, sure.
We're like I said, we're kind of Tetrising all that together right now.
Yeah,
but
just drop
if you're game to drop in on one or two, we can certainly figure out where to put you.
Yeah, I would love to. Anytime. The more the merrier.
Read my mind when it came to that one.
Cool.
There we are.
We're back.
Usually this is where my wife tells me to stop talking, so.
It's a talk show, so we kind of need the talk.
I know.
Yep.
I can talk forever, I'll say that. But,
so I'll break the silence, I guess, and talk a little bit with crossover spin-off stuff. Mike and I are currently at that point with Scorpiana that it is going to print. Digital comics are being sent out right now, so we're really excited about that. So that whole part of the Kickstarter process is going to be going full steam. And, you know, that's going to steamroll me from that, actually coming right off of Into the Suck to Scorpiana to Comics Unity. And so it's a perfect little bridge because Mike makes her debut in Scorpiana 2, and now she makes her solo debut in spin-off comics. And I'm really excited to get everyone on board with her story,
right?
Because I'm so happy the way the character has been received so much. Her space buns have taken the world by storm, which is really cool. And I have to say, Mike was a big advocate of Mike even years ago when we were trying to throw around ideas for ourselves to do. Mike was always on the back burner, along with the character that I'm sure Mike will talk about, who essentially is, a spinoff to the extent that Might is from Scorpiana. A character that him and I was probably the first character we talked about in a different, format of sorts. But I'm looking forward to seeing everyone wearing pink space buns very soon.
I'll wear one for you, CB.
Yeah.
Totally.
I was
He's
originally
on
pointing
it.
the wrong
He's
way.
on
But,
it.
it would
We
be
talked her
interesting to see
into it.
Pops wearing space
Yeah.
buns.
Well, Pops has got to put one on.
They push me into a corner and talk me into it. Not talk me.
Nobody
With the finger. Do it.
Yeah.
CB, you're going to have to look into getting some manufacturer. You know how they make the things that you can clip onto the top of your heads.
Yeah.
So space spun clip-ons.
Yeah.
People wear at conventions and things. I mean, it's coming. You might as well.
Those knit hats with the pom poms on them.
There you go.
Yes, there you go.
Yep. Take the world by storm.
That's exactly
Pops
right.
Van Might.
Yeah. Pop, you would wear pink space buns, wouldn't you?
These, I don't know, man. Proper cause. I don't like breast cancer awareness. I would wear pink pom poms, but it would have to be for the proper cause. I'm just not any old pushover.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, hey, you can always join Eve's catfishing page, and you can put up an Amazon wish list and get stuff on there.
Man, I don't even like Facebook is a mess for me, seriously. And I just, because of promoting Mojo last month and everything, I dove into the Twitter cesspool.
That's a good description for it.
Amazing.
Wow, I thought Facebook was bad.
Yeah.
No. How about old Tumblr?
The alternative to getting something grade made would be to get the snowballs like you get from the grocery store that are the coconut, the pink coconut, and plastering a couple of those to the sides of your head. That would be about as close as you could get if you were really doing a DIY sort of space fun costume.
Yeah, it would really have to be for the right cause, like I said. Not that there are not proper causes, but now, you know, the one I mentioned, that's the only one that really comes to mind. I would do it for breast cancer awareness. I would put some pink pom-poms on my head for that.
Spirit Halloween is open.
Hey.
You just see it tomorrow. Pops is going to go to Walmart and get Pete some of those pink scrunchies that you use in the shower. And he's going to have them on his head for tomorrow's show.
I wanted to give Eve a couple shouts out. I wanted to give Eve a couple of shout outs. One for throwing a little money at Corey. I love you. Thank you. And two, I wanted to say that she's going to be doing a cover for Mojo 2 down the road too. So we love you. You know, we love you over there in the Empire.
I actually had just sent Raj a cool picture.
Yeah,
but we'll see. We'll see eventually. I'm pretty sure he's down to show, but not right now.
Steph out there trying to be funny.
That's what he does.
Well, hey, I've already seen I am on a cover.
When is he not?
You know, I got a sneak peek that I actually am on an upcoming cover, so we'll see if anybody notices.
I'm pretty sure I'm on the other side of that cover, that same cover, so I'm pretty sure people are going to notice.
Maybe.
I'm throwing Tom on lots of covers.
I am on. Yeah, I am on a bunch
almost
of covers.
Every wrestling cover.
Yeah, I'm on all the wrestling covers. I am on a Penny for Your Soul cover. That was my first appearance. I am on the inside of Ursa Minor. I'm in a group of vampires done by Ian Snyder. Yeah, I've made appearances.
I will just say, if this is true, that will be Pop's first cover.
Yeah.
The first time I've ever been on a cover. I'm in a few books, but that would be the first time I've been on a cover.
Well, believe it or not, Tom, this started off as you as a zombie. Really did.
Oh my god.
So by the
I gotta
time
actually
you
see it.
You can't tell that it's you, but it is.
I see it though.
Yeah, definitely see it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Like cover up the art.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever did that, Tom.
Yeah, you did.
What's
did,
so
yes.
bad about clothing?
Yeah, so if I'm on one cover, I'm actually on. I'm in this cover actually, right behind me, Blackjack. I am right there. If you can see it, probably not nice. Knock down my entire.
Hey, at least you got that stuff. You and CB, you've got those awesome stand-ups and things like that. And me, all you can see is all the trash that's in the back of my office here. I mean, I
that's what I'm covering up.
look a little more professional, okay? Although that is an authentic theater plastic cup from, I think, the first Dark Knight, or the first Nolan Batman movie over there. That cup sitting over there. So
nice. Again.
Yeah, you're not seeing the cool stuff I've got behind my monitor, like this awesome Alien versus Predator stand up that used to light up until the watch battery went out.
Oh.
But still, this is the real deal, baby. McFarlane Toys.
Yeah.
Nobody does it better. Woo! So I have to bring a little prop comedy to these shows. It's kind of my shtick,
Hey, is that a real-time replica of your first kiss?
Actually, yeah, and I couldn't. I can't figure out. I can't figure out which one of us was more first out. Okay. But you brought up Scarlet. Awesome. Yeah, this is the character that Corey was referring to. That is going to kind of hopefully crossing my fingers make her debut after Might in the winter time, probably in the December time frame. And she's gone through a number of permutations, and her name has changed from one thing to another. But finally, the perfect name occurred, and the perfect costume came to me. And so next thing you know, Scarlet Steel is going to be coming at you. Like I say, probably in the November, December time frame. And she's basically a Southern Supergirl for all practical purposes.
Yeah.
And, going to be based more or less out of Atlanta, Georgia. And CB will be shocked to discover this, but it occurred to me that there will be professional wrestling involved with this book, too. Yes, it will. You see, long story short, I had a kind of adjacent character. If you're looking at it from a multiverse standpoint, there was going to be a character that I was going to do prose for that was going to be a PI, and she was actually the daughter of a wrestler named John the Mastodon Steel. Nice. And so she was going to basically be kind of like a wrestler by day and a PI by night. And then I started realizing, I've got to bring the pro wrestling, since it's been so well received in Scorpiana. I've got to bring that element into this book. But since she's got superpowers, she can't be the wrestler. But then I was bringing in the sibling, and I was like, wait a minute now, how's the sibling getting through college? Well, it's gonna be pro wrestling, of course. And Dad, John the Mastodon Steel, needs to live vicariously through his kids, like all good parents do. So next thing you know, bang, I had a direction. So needless to say, we're bringing it in there, and people are going to know that it is a Mike Shoemaker production, because I included some pro wrestling, in particular lady pro wrestlers, because doggone it, there are a few finer things in this world, as far as I'm concerned. And given that CB has, he was of a like mind with Scorpiana particularly. He'd been doing the wrestling covers for Tom and Big Dog, and so we were just able to graduate from covers to actually having a little in-ring action in Scorpiana from time to time. So I've got to bring it here. I mean, when you've got a trademark, when you've got something that you like to lean on, you lean on it. And so that's going to be there. So anyway, yes, Scarlet Steel. Look for it a few months from now, a couple of months from now. Hopefully, if I can line up the interior art and all that good stuff. But it's inevitable. I guess, like Thanos would say, it is inevitable. Just saying. So anyway, that's my rant. Scarlet Steel. There's the preview.
Yeah.
Very nice. I like that.
Now it's done, Mike. Just like that.
That's exactly right, baby.
I
Mike,
love it when Mike says, "I'm going to keep this short and sweet."
Mike, when you do a character out of Atlanta, do you use like real landmarks?
Yeah, I kind of plan to. I mean,
I like that.
Since I live down here, and it's kind of one of those things where, and I'm glad you're asking that particular question, because it's one of those situations where growing up, reading Marvel comics and DC comics, all those cats, they lived in New York City, know? And so basically, if it was important, it was happening in New York City.
Yeah.
And, you always saw Empire State Building. You always saw, Flatiron Building. You always saw all that stuff, those landmarks. But it's like, well, the rest of the country, there's got to be supervillains out there, too. And they're just running wild. But, hey, New York is safe.
Yeah.
So I was like, I am definitely for sure going to set this character here in the South. I mean, I've been, whether it's on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi from 6th grade up through about age 30, to now, which is where I live. I've lived here in Atlanta for the past 20 years or so, give or take. And it just seems like this is a metropolis. We've got the busiest airport in the world. We've got a population of 5 or 6 million people. And of course, this is a character that's going to fly around. I mean, it's not like if it's not happening in Atlanta, she's going to say, "Oh, that's somebody else's problem." That ain't happening. But, that's going to be the base of operations. So, she'll probably have a condo down in Buckhead, which is a tony little sort of section of Midtown, not quite downtown, but Midtown Atlanta. And if I can work in some of the proper at least the skyline and stuff like that, then I'll definitely be including that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's definitely a feature I plan to bring in. Maybe not like super overtly. It might be a case where somebody's like referring to, had to drive all the way to Dahlonega just to get to the CBD shop or something like that.
This organically, like, natural part of the storyline.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to be like forcing it down people's throats.
Yeah.
You don't know where it's based, and that's going to be a big thing. I got a question for you, Alton. I have a character named Blackjack as well, but I've had him since actually late 80s in college, and he's just a guy. He's basically a guy who wears like it's not quite like an Iron Man suit, but it's basically like a suit that absorbs kinetic stuff, and he's got this helmet that's got this heads-up display that gives him readouts and and all that good stuff. And I had that guy in my head for years and years. And tell me about your Blackjack character, because
he's a scientist who finds out that he has powers, but they change without his control.
Nice. Okay.
So 1 week he might be able to fly, and then he can't.
Boy.
And then the next week he might be super strong, and then he's not.
Yeah, exactly.
He goes on a cross-country trip to find other people like himself.
Okay.
In order to find out why he is like the way he is. So I always say it's like X-Files meets Unbreakable.
See, that's way more imaginative than my Blackjack. I feel bad that mine's basically kind of one note. I'll just have to try to make up for it in terms of the plot or something, because in terms of concept, that's really cool. I like that a lot. So, but I just had to ask, because one Blackjack creator to another.
Yeah.
I felt solidarity there. I had to know more.
Well, that's pretty cool. Maybe we can like do something.
The big thing about Blackjack, for what it's worth, my Blackjack, is that, and he would fit in perfectly with this metaverse that CB and I have created, in that he was like an intelligence operative, and he was around before this thing that was called the Burst occurred. Okay. And basically, this weird substance called quantium that they found in this crashed UFO, they decided, like all good scientists, to see what would happen if they stuck it in a super collider. Right. And the next thing you know, we get this gigantic explosion. It blows up what amounts to Area 51. And then there's this burst of energy that saturates the planet and creates meta-humans, okay?
Nice.
And so he's bothered by that, and because it used to be easy. Being an intelligence guy, black ops guy, used to be normal. People didn't have powers. It was just, you go out, you did your job, you strangled somebody or whatever, you went home, got beer. But nowadays, he's got to wear this suit, and he's got to, he's got to basically dress up, and he's got to deal with all these damn metahumans, because they're making his life so much more difficult than it has to be.
Yep.
So, he definitely crosses over, and he's a little bit cranky. So that's one of the things I like about him. He's always like,
curmudgeon.
Exactly. So he might run into the other Blackjack and say, at least you get powers for a certain amount of the time. All I do is get my butt kicked, and then I have to take a shot for rapid regeneration. At least that's one thing that they gave me, so that I wouldn't die from fighting, Lightning Man or whoever.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That's
like fun, man. We'll talk. That's cool.
I love that idea.
That's cool.
So, Jason, what kind of new projects do you have coming down the pipeline? I seen you have been working on a cover for Arch Roommates. Is there anything else that you have in the pipeline coming up in, per se, Kickstarters or story ideas?
Well, it's nonstop. I got to do Necroman issue 4 next, and then Jim Bob John is really sort of taking the totality of my time. Necroman is easy money because it's a script and it's done for a publisher. Jim Bob John is through myself, so that I'm really focusing on Jim Bob John just because it's a great time. If you've never done a gross parody, I highly recommend it, because you click on everything. There's nothing holy to me, if for any of you who don't know what Jim Bob John is, it's a Trumponian tale about redneck from Pennsylvania, that would be your stereotypical redneck from Pennsylvania. There's he's drinking beer all through it. It's really a vulgar thing. So if I have to keep this PG, I won't go into too much. It's not X-rated, but it's definitely adult-oriented in a way, with the themes like alcohol and drug use and stuff like that.
Oh man, we're losing.
What's
I
that?
like that. I went to school in Pittsburgh, so I like that Jim Bob John.
Oh, it's ridiculous. You know, it's one of those books that I'd done. Well, I'd started 2 years ago, just when I saw the whole partisan, politicized world that we live in. It's all bullshit crap. Oh,
Yeah.
see, didn't swear there.
Have a
almost.
And I just wanted to laugh about it. So I hit everybody. You know, I consider myself liberal, and the first people he encounters are the libtards. So I wanted to go after myself first, so that nobody could say that I was biased or I was too far leaning left or right.
Right.
But cool. As far as books go, I'm locked into. I have one more issue to do of Necroman, and then I have two more issues. Well, about two more issues of Jim Bob John, and I'm going to try to filter something in there for Dan Knopka. I projected through Source Point Press, but that's going to be a small book too. But you know, as an artist, you always got things going.
Right. Cool.
Finding out. But Jim Bob John, if you guys haven't seen it, check it out on Facebook. It's sure to offend you, or you'll love it.
I hope it does both.
I love
it. You know, hey, you're making good art. If you can do the same, you do both at the same time.
Yep.
You know, like I don't know about you guys, but if I can make myself laugh, sometimes it seems like you're your own worst enemy or critic. You know, like
right.
You have to meet all these levels to be where you want to be. Otherwise, you're not going to do it. So if Jim Bob John can make me laugh and cringe, I'm going to do it.
I think that's the best attitude, honestly. Shoot.
Like if I may I ask Eve a question? And I
go for it.
I just need your opinion as a woman, okay?
Okay.
Okay. How offended would you be if Jim Bob John had to encounter Nazis, and instead of throwing like weapons at him, they threw like K-cup period grenades at him? Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
That's an effective weapon.
Listen, my fiance was like, "Ooh, baby, I don't think you should do that," and I'm like, "I'm gonna do it."
Yeah.
Of course, I don't speak for all women, but I mean,
yeah.
If I saw that coming for me, I would run.
Good.
We all would.
No doubt.
Well, thank you. But if you read it, would you like ask, are this guy's a jerk, or would you just get it for the gross parody that it is? If you think about it, I'm trying to hit every stereotype as hard as possible, because it's like we live in that fringe where people are judged in stereotypes. So if you just throw it out in the open and make fun of it, it takes a little bit of that sting away.
Yeah.
I always see negative reactions as good reactions too. So if people are reacting a certain way in which you wrote your story, well, then that's considered a good reaction in your book if you deliberately wrote your story to kind of sort of push some buttons. Because I know that I see myself doing that in the future with some things I have on paper right now.
Can I tell you what I did just to be a jerk about it all? So Jim Bob John, the printer, what I did was, because I know you're either going to love or hate the book, you can get a 1-800 number and basically set it up all online, and it's all digital. So I actually got a 1-800 number so people can call the number at the end of the book and complain to me. And I even the main name. I got a Jim Bob John fan club where you can sign up and complain to me. But the beauty is, and I'm not going to tell you, the book comes out. I just want you guys to call the phone number. Thank you.
That's funny.
I'll call it.
I gotta throw my own shameless plugs in here now and then. Join the madness. What can I say? I want people to join the group, make it bigger, better, perfect. You know, that's how we do it. That's not all you guys. I'm serious. If not for that group, I wouldn't know any of you.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah.
That's how we're doing this. Yeah. We're building it organically, and that's what I'm saying. So I got to throw a little plug out for it every now and then because this is the best kept secret on Facebook. Okay,
so since we're talking about projects, I'd like to share this with you guys and anybody that's watching. So this is going to be like a teaser.
Since we're talking about projects, I'd like to share this with you guys and anybody that's watching. So this is going to be slash
I got similar. I'm getting
new info for people.
I think I forgot to turn my mic off.
What happened there? You didn't do nothing.
We're playing a game of stacks.
I think I forgot to turn my mic off.
Freeze.
Oh, get out of here! You do not want me
shame on me. Hold on, let me redo this. Well, I had the mic and the camera set to off on here, and when I joined back in because I closed out of it to share some of those links, I didn't take them out. So stuff happens.
Yeah, Steph agrees. She said, "Whoa! Back that bus up. We do not want Pops for president." Look, see who broke the internet. I'm just telling you. Hi, James. Who's James? Hi, James.
Well, I'm going to say this. It'll, of course, never happen. But if I ever do become president, my presidential portrait. Have you ever heard of an artist named Sharpwriter? He does these crazy presidential portraits that get passed around the internet of like Thomas Jefferson fist fighting a bear, and Bill Clinton. Shooting along in a convertible, firing an Uzi, with his zipper undone, and he's holding on, and he just goes ape crap, and it's awesome. And I guarantee you that if it ever happens, my presidential portrait is going to be done by that cat, and it's going to be basically me with an M41A pulse rifle firing 10mm explosive tip caseless standard light armor piercing ammunition.
I like it.
Michael,
my portrait would look like something that goes on the side of a van.
Nice.
See, that's the thinking. These presidential portraits, way too staid, too conservative.
Yeah, break them out.
They really need the
I'll wear a codpiece in mine.
How many of you have read Dune?
That's what's best.
Read Dune, not watched the movie. How many of you have read Dune?
Yeah, I read.
I heard it's great. I haven't read it yet.
If you have not read Dune, if you want to know what Pops as president would be like, go read Dune.
Guido?
Maud Dib, boy. Maud Dib. We got all the way across the universe, baby.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm busy reading The Wheel of Time before it comes out as a show.
It's actually very good. And Brandon Sanderson, when he took over, did a very good job after Robert died. He did a very good job finishing that story. So you will enjoy the ending of it, even though Robert Jordan didn't finish it.
Mm.
Oh, I read stuff, guys. I read every freaking thing, okay?
Nice.
What the heck is a book? My millennial brain cannot process that.
Oh, man. I'm reading Mercedes Lackey right now, Bedlam Bard, and I have Mike Barron's Nexus novel sitting here ready to read. The kids got me 2 of those DC Icon novels. I got those sitting over there. I got more reading I ever get a chance to do because I'm too busy out here.
Read? You people read?
We do. And comics. We find time to read comics.
Holding a book is just absolutely absurd these days.
Where'd she go? There she is. Y'all recognize her, right?
Yeah.
Y'all recognize her.
Hold on, my lashes are blocking the way.
That's one of yours, right? One of y'all's? One of y'all's people?
Yeah, Kara.
Karen Nicole.
Karen Nicole. Confession to the Cosplay Dealer.
I did an unboxing of that yesterday. I was real happy.
Yeah.
I love them people. Turn out pretty good people. Arizona people. You know.
Yeah, and I actually am excited. So I have Kara Nicole's Vampirella cosplay banner. So one of these days you're going to see it hanging right back here behind me.
And we have.
There you go.
Nice.
That's beautiful.
Now, whose baby is this?
This is my baby.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
So everybody has been asking. So anybody that doesn't know what the name of the first book is, there it is, right there. Xenonanite Titan: The Fall Before the Rise. That is the working title that I think I'm going to stick with.
So this is the preview. Like, oh, it better not be live yet. When are you?
No, it is the preview. That's why I couldn't share the link with you because only I have access to it right
Okay,
now.
so when you plan on launching it, Russell? During UnityCon?
So I don't know yet. So it's going to be back from the editor probably in the next week or two. I had a kind of a kerfluffle with the final piece of art. So
Anybody we know? Editor? Anybody we know?
Oh, it's Katrina Rowett. So she was going to be on tonight, but she couldn't make it either.
Okay. We're gonna give her a plug too, then, because we can do that. We can give Katrina a plug too. You know why?
Yeah, no. And so right now I just got pretty much. What happened?
You didn't see it?
No, it was just a black screen on my side.
Oh, it's her book.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Tales from the Toy Store.
Yes, we got
available on
the grandkids
Amazon
one right now. It's bedtime stories for the grandkids. See, I love all these people. I back as many of them as I can with my meager funds. I can't back everybody, man. I wish I could. I really do. You know.
So right now it's kind of in the preliminary stages. This is my first time ever setting up a Kickstarter, so I'm trying to figure out how to do all these super cool images that everybody else does. But pretty much it's got the synopsis about how it's been a 10-year labor of love. I've started setting the tiers up. So right here you got the $40 tier for just a hardcover copy, plus any unlocked stretch goals. I'm not really going to do anything super crazy since it's my first Kickstarter. I don't want to have prints and multiple covers and all that stuff. There's going to be a base cover. It's only going to be hardcover. So this Kickstarter campaign, what's going to set it apart from the books that come out after the fact, if this funds, is this is going to be a hardcover special edition book that after the Kickstarter will never be printed again. So basically, after these are all said and done, if the campaign funds, everything after this will be soft cover. So anybody that purchases a book from the Kickstarter will have a limited edition book that will never be printed again. Like I said, it's going to be a 6x9 hardcover format. Right now, it's going to be around 200-ish pages with 10 pieces of illustrated art with each chapter of the book. And then I'll have right now I'm looking at for the hardcover copy of the book and the hardcover art book and all stretch goals are around that price. It's going to be like $90. One of the things that I did include on here is the retailer book package. I don't know that anybody will utilize it, but I thought it would be kind of a cool idea. If any of the retailers that are friends with me or whatever were like, hey, I want some of these special edition books to sell in my store. I wanted to give people options, so I included, you can get 5 books at $10 off a book. I set up a 10-book retailer package for they're $13 off a book, so you're going to save $130 on those. I may alter the prices, drop them down. It all just depends on, because throughout the year things have really fluctuated. I don't know how anybody does it with pricing because, I've done a what's the word I'm looking for? Estimate on the print run of my book, and 2 months ago it was $1,500 more than what it is now for the same exact feature. So it's kind of like I don't know where it's going to be when I go to launch. So some of this stuff may go down or go up. I kind of picked a median of where the prices have been fluctuating back and forth to. I also did the retailer for the book and art book combo. I'm not saying this is going to be set in stone. I'm kind of showing this off, for feedback, like, hey, that's a stupid idea, or hey, maybe you could try changing this. The retailer book and art combo, you're basically saving $20 off of $10 off on the book, $10 off on the art book, and then once again, I did the 10 book retailer pack where you're saving $26 off. 13 on the hardcover book and 13 on the art book. I do have plans. I haven't got it added in here yet. I do want to talk to Mark, who runs CB4K. One of the big things that I'm an advocate for is comic books for kids, cb4k.org. They, my son's had multiple open heart surgeries. He had open heart surgery at a week. He had open heart surgery at a year and a half. He's had 3 cardiac caths. He's going to have open heart surgeries for pretty much the rest of his life. When we're in the hospital at Cardinal Glennon and, he has open heart surgery, they bring in books, they bring in toys, they bring in just, coloring books, crayons, stuff for the kids to do stuff while they're in the hospital. And you guys have no idea if you've never had a kid who has, some kind of, cancer or, heart issues and stuff like that. If you don't have a child that suffers from it, you don't really get to see our end of it to where, CB4K. So kind of backpedal a little bit. What Mark does is he sends comic books to hospitals. So he may get, an order for 500 comic books and he ships it to the hospital. Dark Horse Image, they have a relationship with them. They send them books, but he still has to pay for shipping. So CB4K, what the point of that is people give money. He takes that money and he uses it to ship books. I've seen shipping receipts from him for $1,000+ to ship these books to the hospitals. With my son, receiving stuff like that when he's in the hospital, where they bring him in a teddy bear or a toy or a book, it really makes their stay so much easier, and it makes my day easier. When I'm a dad with my son sitting there and he's suffering, you don't know how to comfort him, and you're going out of your mind after being at the hospital for 12 hours while your son's in open heart surgery. So when they bring him that toy and he's preoccupied for 20, 30 minutes, that's 20 or 30 minutes I can spend time with my wife, and I can sit there and we can decompress for the day and be there for each other. So I want to give back, and I'm going to include a CB4K tier in there to where, the money made off the book will go towards CB4K. I'm also going to donate part of whatever I make on the campaign towards comic book for kids. I'm a big advocate for giving back. I love helping people, and this is my way of helping other people who are in my situation.
It's fantastic.
It's a noble thing. It is definitely a noble thing. And I hope for the best for you and your family.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Prayers for you guys.
Yeah.
So I set my goal. I know a lot of people, we've been talking about Kickstarter, so let's talk about the nuts and bolts of Kickstarter. So I set my goal for 6,000 for 2 reasons. I want to print the art book and I want to print the hardcover book. That's what my minimum print run is going to cost me. But I factored in taxes. I factored in the 6 to 10% that Kickstarter and Stripe takes from it. That's a big thing people don't understand. I've talked to several people that ask me about Kickstarters, and I'm like, dude, I'm not the person to talk to about it. I may promote all these people that do Kickstarters, but I've never done one. And so, now that I'm on this end of it, luckily with talking to you guys, I've caught a lot of, hey, don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. So, if you are looking into setting up a Kickstarter, like one of these awesome people here, make sure you ask questions. You don't want to be that guy that has a $10,000 campaign, and then next year the IRS is knocking at the door going, hey, Jim Bob John, we're so happy that your book funded. We read it. We think it's hilarious, but where's our money?
Taxation is theft.
What's
Yeah.
that?
What?
What was that, Jason? You cut out.
Taxation is theft. And there's an easy avenue for you to take the bulk of your money and sidebar without Uncle Sam sticking his greedy little fingers in your pockets. That's how I feel about that.
I got 2 words for the typical Kickstarter / indie creator. Schedule C. Make sure after you get your money, as soon as you can, you file one. So that way they get their money in advance. Because if they don't get their money in advance, within a certain period of time, they like to tack on penalties, fees, things like that, because they want to have the bank to be drawing interest as soon as possible. So just remember, Schedule C. I'm going to be having to figure out my expenses and do that really soon myself. So I mean, yeah, you can just hold on to it, and if you have like a day job, just pile it in with your other income and take the hit there. And it's not like it's a crime or anything, but you want to avoid paying more than you have to, then give them some money in advance. They definitely appreciate that. I've had a comic book artist friend or two who has actually had liens slapped on their bank accounts because the IRS kind of figured out after a certain period of time that they were not getting any money from these guys. So, that was it was
That goes for anybody doing any kind of business. If you're bringing in the money, give the man his piece.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
I've been listening to you guys talk about Kickstarters and everything for a while now, and I'm just wondering if you guys know what's coming.
In terms of?
I am now the executive vice president of marketing for IndieCrowdfund.com, which is not Kickstarter and it's not Indiegogo. It's better, it's cheaper, there's no gatekeepers, and it's designed for you guys, not for lawn chairs.
Right.
Okay. Right. The fulfillment partners that we've aligned, what we've got going on is the next phase. We already have 29 retailers registered with Indie Crowdfund wanting to look at your books and put them on their shelves. And this is the next phase, guys. It's not little tiny things here and little tiny things there. This is going to be our thing. Cool. Not, it's for us, for the indie crowdfunders, for the comic books, for the comic book crowd, and that's all. Okay. Now, what they're offering, I'm just going to tell you so you guys can go look at it later, because I don't want this to turn into a pitch from us, but listen to you talk about what you got going on. And there's one person on our site that sold 1,300 copies of one book to one retailer. I don't have to say anything else, do I?
Yeah.
IndieCrowdfund.com. It is the next phase. You guys need to go check it out.
I'm bringing it up right now.
It's cheaper. It's 3%. First off.
What's it called?
IndieCrowdfund.com. Like I said, I want you guys to talk about your stuff. Go look at it later after the show's over. Because seriously,
you got us all excited.
Well, I've been talking about it for 2 weeks, guys.
Well, you got a group of people here that you need to tell about it, Pops.
We did the pre-launch last Monday, and we have, we worked out all the functionality. There's a couple of small bugs, like the book in question that sold 1,300 copies. It only says, I think it sold 10. The correct number, that's not the correct number, but the money and all that other part of that one is correct. We just don't have that particular thing worked out. Now, I know a couple of you people are going to want to use this site when you see what's happening. And we've already got a few campaigns lined that have already put their books up there. And it's just, we built this. We want your input. We want you to go look at it. We want you to tell us what you think it needs, what would make it better. It's for you guys.
Can you post the link, Pops?
I can actually do even better than that, actually.
Group chat.
Yeah. Let me see. Where is it here? It's right there.
Boom.
And as you can see, we have a feature request and bug report. If there's stuff you want to add to it, you can tell us, hey, you guys need to do this. You guys need to do that. We'll do it. But what it is, basically, it's a twofold crowdfunding site. You can set up a regular crowdfunding thing like you always do with all the perkies and tchotchkes and all the extras.
Time out, Pops. Hold your pitch. Could you put the link in our private chat just so I can copy and paste it, because I've tried looking for it and I can't seem to find it.
Yeah, we have somebody working on getting us farther up the Google thing, but I've typed it into my thing so many times it comes up now. So it's easy for me to find because, like I said, I started out, I was not part of this.
Hold on, in this private chat, could you post it off to the right where it says the private?
I stuck a link in there.
Yeah, you just did.
No, that's all I needed. Thanks, man. Go ahead.
Okay. So it's like, I wasn't part of this. I like kind of threw out one day. A bunch of people's books got yanked down off of Indiegogo one morning, and everybody instantly thought it was some kind of political thing, right? And everybody freaked out and went crazy like the internet does. And I was sitting in my group and I said, we need comic related crowdfunding, and I posted it, and somebody took that idea and ran with it. And they made it right. They did it the right. It's like twofold. You can go set up a bare bones campaign just for retailers with books and say 1 to 50 and 1 to 100 variants, just like they do everywhere else, right? That's the way comic stores buy their books. They like to get the little extra to put up on the wall for a little more money or whatever. But when you're printing books a few hundred at a time as opposed to one at a time, okay, having 300 backers or whatever, that's great. You sold 3, 4, 5, 600 books, depending on how many they buy. But what about if you had 15 retailers hitting you for 50 books? You only have to send stuff out to 15 people. No tchotchkes, no nothing. So you can set up a bare bones campaign just for retailers and a crowdfunder for people like me who live out in the boonies and can't get to a dang LCS anyway. You know what I mean? It's like you can set it up both ways. You can set it up for the people that enjoy all the extras and I love what you guys are doing, all the crossovers and all that. That's part of bringing a bigger, better community. I love that you're doing that. There's also like a way for publishers as a publishing company to get involved with this. And Mike can tell you more about that. You just ask. We also have a Facebook group called Any Crowdfund Creator Support, where you can go there, ask questions, get all your questions answered, or make suggestions just like this. It's like we said, we didn't build this for us. I'm not a comic guy. I'm not a creator. You guys know that. We didn't build this for us. We built it for you guys. And as soon as I saw that somebody ran with the idea, I was like, oh, this is great. Somebody's actually going to do it. But then they took it a step further because they have connections with retailers and said, let's bring some retailers to this.
Right.
So let me see if I can find where the, let's see.
Guys,
that's not the
guys, I got to go, but thank you for having me.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is like just
Thanks for being on, Jason.
Thank you. Jason.
Take care, Jason.
Let me pause.
John.
Say goodbye. Hold on. Jason? Oh, he jumped out already. Hey, man, it was nice having you. I have your links. Make sure let's see, make sure they get shared up in here. The art, I got the page for the art of Jason's out, and of course, his regular Facebook page for his book.
Right.
If they're both in the chat somewhere. But this is where it comes from. Okay, they went and talked to some different people and got their opinions on the idea, and these people's testaments to the idea, just to what they thought of the idea and where it could go. And it's different retailers. It's people from different retailers or different retail stores, and people, a couple of creators, and just their opinion on it. And so you can watch that whenever you want to and see, that guy's from Poor Boy Comics in Las Vegas. There's like 6 or 7 that dropped videos before the site was ever up because they liked the idea and they were definitely going to get behind it. They're all registered. We've only had like 3 retailers say no. And we have a lot that are waiting to see what happens. They're waiting to see what kind of books go up there. But the whole point is putting books up there so they can go look and get a decent price. You can offer them a discount, for every quantity, for 10, for 50, for 100, for whatever. You can give them a different discount for every amount that they might purchase and set that up in the retailer thing. And it's private. Nobody can see what you're offering the retailers, so that, nobody else is trying to slide past whatever you're doing, get involved in what you're doing. We're trying to protect you and the retailers at the same time. The other thing is we never touch your money. We use Stripe. We never touch your money. Stripe takes 3%. We take 3%, and your money goes to you on whatever payment schedule you set up with Stripe. We don't touch your money. We're not trying to do nothing about nothing. We're not trying to make a killing off you. And this is our guarantee to you. When we've got our money back and paid for our investment, we're dropping the fee to 1%. This is for you guys.
Nice.
This is for you guys.
It sounds great. It really does.
Go take a look at it. Give us input. Tell us what you think. Tell us what you think would make it better, because that's what we want to do. We're not doing this for us. This isn't a comics cast thing. This isn't a comic-related madness thing. This isn't a CRoM Con thing. This is for creators of indie comics and only creators of indie comics. We can't, we can't do it any better than that. And like I said, we want your suggestions. We want your input. We want your questions. We want to make it the best possible site it can be.
I have a question. What about an origin story novel, illustrated novel, for a soon-to-be comic book?
Well, yeah, set it up. No, I'm serious. Like I said, you can go set up just a bare bones campaign and just get the retailers to look at what you got. You know what I mean? You go do your Kickstarter. We don't care. We don't care what platforms you're doing other things on. But seriously, if you want to get your book on the store shelf, that's what we're trying to do. So, I mean, we're, keep doing it. Like I said, I have to travel an hour to get to a decent LCS, right? Now, when this thing gets rolling, I have to go talk them into using this site so that I can go to the LCS and get all you guys books and not have to pay $10 each one to get shipped to me. You see what I'm saying? That's killing me, man. That's money I can spend on books, guys. Get all the books in one place, get them to the retailers, and make it easy on us fans, guys. Shipping is killing us.
Well, not only that, it's killing you money-wise, but then your books come in at origami style.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that's the other thing. We have great fulfillment partners, and Gemini is even going to set up a full shipping fulfillment. They want to set up where they package your book, everything, and ship it for you. Now, that's obviously not with a million stretch goals and all that stuff, because you'd have to arrange getting all that to them, and that would be some kind of a major headache. But if you're setting up a bare bones campaign, Gemini is going to set you up for $2 a package. That's bags, boards, mailer, the whole thing, and ship. And well, not and ship, but you know what I'm saying. They're doing the whole thing for you, so you don't have to do it. They're trying to set that up. We got Fairy Metal on. We got Ready Comics. We got Comics Wellspring, Mixam. CBCS is our grading partner. We're doing this the way people are asking us to do it. Every one of these things that's come on board is because somebody has thrown that suggestion at us and said, hey, what about this? And we turn around and went, hey, let's go talk to them. They're coming on board, and we're not taking any referral money either. The referral money is going back into the discount for you guys to use their fulfillment services through our website.
Well, hey, Pops, we got a good question here. So, Lewis,
Sorry, I don't know. I was just to say, Pops, thanks for bringing that up. It's really cool. I'll definitely check it out. And Russ, thanks for the invite. I have to bug out for right now, but I appreciate you guys giving me a chance to, talk about Comics Unity and about Might and Scorpiona and Scarlet Steel and into the Suck a little bit. So very much appreciated, gang. And I wish everybody the best. And I'm sure I'll be talking with everybody soon. So
Thanks for being here, CB.
Thank you for all your work, man. I appreciate what you do.
Yep. Anytime, man. You guys are the best.
You're always welcome to share stuff in the madness, bro. That's what it's for.
Sounds good. We're living it every day. So, all right, be good, people. Thank you.
Take it easy.
Peace out.
All right, guys, I got to jump out
And
as
I'll
well. I have
also
actually
be
another podcast I'm
flipping
getting
out.
up in about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you guys all again for this. This has been awesome as always.
Tom, I know you're the big wheel, man. You got to go check it out, dude. You got to.
Oh, I've already seen it. I've seen it.
Oh, good. Okay,
I've been
good.
watching it. So now that it's actually live and moving, I'll keep an eye on it again. And if I've got any issues or questions, I'll shoot it your way.
Yeah, and the sooner we get stuff up there, the sooner it'll get a hold, and we'll get more retailers involved. You know.
Yep.
I mean,
I think it's got some legs. I'm gonna go watch it work now and see how it works.
Cool.
And then we'll go from there.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thanks. See you, everybody.
Thanks for being on, Tom.
Yeah. See you guys.
September 12th, everybody.
September 12th, Comic Unity next Saturday.
Eve, you stay right there for a minute. We're gonna say goodbye to you two. We're not just letting you sneak out. We're gonna say goodbye to you two.
I'm gonna roll, guys. This has been a lot of fun. That's a great thing, Pops. It really is.
Hey,
It's exactly what people want.
It's not mine, but they asked me
Well, I'm just saying.
to push it, and I'm gonna do my best to serve everybody with it.
Yeah,
I want you
brilliant
guys,
stuff.
I want it to be good for everybody. So
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, this has been great. Anytime you guys need me for anything, just I'm out there. Just contact me.
Cool.
All right.
And Alton, you and I have a live
Yeah.
coming up soon on Russ Explode Studios, so you guys definitely come check it out. We're going to drill Alton about his new Kickstarter project, and we're
Cool.
going to beef it up.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Thanks, Russ. Thanks, Pops. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks a lot, Al. Have a good one, buddy.
See ya.
Have a good night, guys.
Eve, Mojo 2. Look, I don't know what you got planned, but I'd really love for you to do my grandson's character on cover. That's not my call. That's Rod's call. I'm just saying, my 6-year-old grandson created a character that they took and used as a character in Mojo, and he's going to be in Mojo Book 2. And if Roz is cool with it, it'd be really cool if you did a cover for my grandson's character.
And if not that, hey, I do it on a blank cover.
Cool. That's cool. You do that too. Yes. You know what I'm saying. It's like I love including the kids. You guys know that. The grandkids are always up in here when I'm doing this stuff. So, that's pass it on to the next generation, y'all. Keep them engaged, keep them interested. I got a 7-year-old comic book character creator in the house. Yeah, I got 4 of them, but one of them's going to be published next year. So, Eve, great seeing you, as always.
Always a pleasure.
I will make sure that Raj and I talk about you for an hour or so now. Okay?
Thanks for being on.
Don't hype me up.
That's usually what happens after
Thanks,
we
Raj.
talk about her for a little while, because she's part of what we got going on too. So love that.
Yeah, I'm chugging my way through. Trying to work hard when and where I can, which is why I gotta flip so I can work hard tomorrow at 4 a.m. Fun time.
That's probably about what time I'll try to go to sleep. Jeez.
I can't. No, being the millennial, I do have a bedtime set for myself. But it's been pushed to 12, and then I get up at 4. Fun times.
So do you get up like 3 hours early to make sure you don't have to push your Passat to work?
Well, I'll have you know that I actually do have to get an alignment on it because it drives like a jalopy. But no, I'm going into the throes of getting 2 part-time jobs, full-time school, and then of course keeping up with the freelance career. That way I can get my own space soon, and I can really increase my productivity because I won't have any distractions. So that's the big plan of like this sudden big push to work really hard and not sleep at all. But they make strong coffee and good energy drinks, so I'll be fine. And I'm 20. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I will be flipping out. It's nice seeing all of you, and you all have a good night.
Have a good night, Eve. Thanks again.
Good seeing you.
Good night.
All right. It's probably about time for me to be the last man out, other than you, Russ, and Pops. And so thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me run my mouth for a little while, because human contact has been a little bit hard to come by these days, as we can all imagine. So this kind of thing is a real, it's
breath of fresh air.
It's a welcome kind of thing. I mean, I really Facebook chat with the family these days, so.
I'm sorry it took Mike. Now look, the guy who designed the site just jumped in here. Dang out here. We just talked about you, bro. We just talked about indie crowdfund. We talked
good looking site.
Yeah, we talked with a nice little crowd, man. It was pretty good. So, I'm doing my job, boss. Mike, I'm this is the 6th time we've done this. That's what I'm saying. It's like we've grown really slowly. I'm just now meeting you and encountering you.
Right.
It's like every month it gets a little bigger and a little bigger. And I'm glad you came out and checked us out.
Oh, absolutely.
The madness, man. It's the best networking site on Facebook.
Yes.
We bring everybody, not just UnityCon. We got IndiePoll, we got Comics Cast, we got Terraform. Everybody congregates here, and just like that, Eve is doing stuff for you guys, doing stuff for us. Everybody's bouncing off each other's fan bases, and that's what we got to do. We're building something here, and everybody just needs to hang on for the ride.
Absolutely, completely agree. Happy to be here. I look forward to the next one. So just take care, guys, and peace and rock on. Etc. Exactly. Doggone it. So just take care again. Thanks so much for having me, and I look forward to the next one.
You bet.
All right,
Thanks,
guys.
Mike.
Have a good evening. We'll talk again soon.
Have a good one, buddy.
All right. Take care, Russ. Take care, Pops.
You bet. Thanks.
All right.
Russell, you wanted to show a video. It's a long time ago, and I've not been able to find. I haven't been able to find it to show it.
What video?
Didn't you say you had a video you wanted to show, like in the private chat, like 2 hours ago?
I don't know.
I thought you did. I thought somebody said they had a link for they wanted to show a video.
I don't know. But we can talk about my book for a little bit if you want to, trying to close things out. So, I'm looking to answer some of the questions that were asked. So I'm looking for a November Kickstarter. So I set November as my goal. I knew it was going to be setting things out a month later than I planned on things being done, but I didn't want to have any hiccups. My goal with this Kickstarter is to bring a fully completed project to the table to prove to people that I 100% believe in this project, because I do. I'm excited. I'm stoked to tell Xenonanite Titan's tale. So I've put in the money for the art. I've put in the money for the editing. Everything is getting lined up. Right now I'm working on stretch goals, what I want to do, where I want them to be at, and everything like that. And, and I'm asking people questions along the way. I'm like, hey, what are some kind of things that I need to think about? And there's not a lot of things that people do think about when it comes to crowdfunding. Like I was saying, you get people out there that are like, well, how come your comic books cost $30, but if I go to buy a comic book at the store, they're $3.99? And it's like, well, because you got to pay an artist, you got to pay somebody to do the sequential art.
It's because they have it set up where they can print thousands of copies, and it doesn't cost them that much. That's just basic. Everybody understands that. That's why we're trying to make it so you guys can print more for less.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, when you talk about low print runs and you're using another printer, what would cost $5 for a publisher that's printing 10,000 copies?
See that? See that? See what we're talking about right there? By Kickstarter, you mean indie crowdfund, right? Because we're gonna
Yes, Mike, but there's an issue. Mine is a novel with chapter illustrations, so I don't think there's many comic book shops that will really want to put a novel on their shelf. I mean, now granted, there will be some people that know me that want to say, hey, I want to help get this book funded and put it on there. I mean, I don't know. It may be something that I try out, but I'm definitely gonna.
Do you have plans for making it a graphic novel in the future, or are you
going? So that's where I'm. Let me get there. So right now I got a goal set for $6,000. Seems like a lot of money to do the minimum print run on it, but I factored in shipping. I factored in or not shipping. I'm sorry, the shipping for the books to me, that's part of it because it's like $800 just for the shipping. But the 6 to 10% for Stripe, and then the taxes and all that stuff. So that's where I've kind of set some of my base prices on the preview that I showed everybody. So my goal with this book is initially Xeno Nanite Titan was going to be a 3-part trilogy novel series. Think of like Lord of the Rings, kind of. It was a 3-part series. Yes, I know there's a Hobbit, so technically it's not a trilogy, but it is a trilogy.
You're good. The trilogy's good. Okay.
And so, so book 1 of Xeno Nanite Titan is going to be, here's Raziel Stevens. Here's why the suit was created. Here was, what the suit's capable of doing. Here's how it was created. Here's why it was created. Here was what happened that leads up to why Raziel Stevens becomes Xeno Nanite Titan. So there's a lot of stuff to cover with that. So I initially had wanted to do a comic book. I don't really have a lot of resources to be able to make the origin story of a comic book because it'd be a massive amount of money. I'd have to find an artist with a massive amount of time to do all the art for the graphic novel and everything. And it didn't work out in my head. So yes, down the line, I plan on doing a comic book. So this is going to be something where I write the origin story. So book 1, when I showed that's the working title, the fall before the rise. So why does Raziel Stevens become Xeno Nanite Titan? So book 1 leaves off with a cliffhanger. Book 2 is going to pick up and continue on the story as he progresses into Xeno Nanite Titan into book 2, and then book 3 will end it out. So no, I don't plan on going back and rehashing and doing a story over in the comic book side with, the whole origin story of Raziel Stevens. This is basically read the story about this character and read into and get an attachment to the character. So when the comic book comes around, everything you need to know about this character and why the things that are happening happen. So yes, I do plan on doing, floppy style comic book. I may possibly do like it into a graphic novel or a trade paperback or, something a little bit with more substance to it. It's just basically right now I'm like, here's my creative writing. Here's my character. Here's his universe. Who out there is as passionate about my character as I am? Who else has the energy and the excitement about my character that's willing to say, hey, I have the time. I don't have a whole lot of projects myself. I do cover art, but I have time to do sequential art. Let's get together and let's start this series. Or, maybe in my journey, I find somebody else who has the same energy, the same excitement, the same, somewhere where I can find somebody where we can be symbiotic. That's what I said the other night when I was on with Brian K. Morris. I need a symbiosis. I need to have somebody that is just as, excited about this project as I am. I want this to go out there and I want it to blow people's minds. Everything I do has a reason. Russ Explode Studios is because, back when I was a kid, I loved blowing stuff up with fireworks. And then, video games, I love stuff where you can blow stuff up. I got a job blowing stuff up, doing blasting, working with high explosives. And so Rust Explode's kind of been my tag name since, 1998. So I just rolled with it. In February when I said, hey, I got this stuff going on, I could possibly have cancer. What's my biggest regret? And it's not doing this project. So February, I started Rust Explode Studios. I established it as a DBA, and I said, I'm doing this. I'm writing the story. I'm going out. I'm buying the art. I'm going out. I'm getting the book edited, getting it lined out, and I'm putting it on Kickstarter, and I'm getting out there. This is the biggest regret I have in my life. I believe in my story. I think it's great. Life got in the way. My son's open heart surgeries. My wife has had several surgeries over the past few years. She had to have a full hysterectomy because she had precancerous cells, and one thing led to another. Just all kinds of stuff has happened over the last 6 years that I just could not dedicate my time and say, I'm going to do this project. So now I'm making the time. What's going on, Ed Williams? Another go to bed. Get out of here, Pete. So this is a labor of love. This is something that I've wanted to do. And so this, like I said, this is my way of showing off my creative writing and dangling the worm out there and saying, who wants to bite? Who is adamant and energetic and wants to have a symbiosis with somebody that's super amped to do their project? Because I am. And with having that symbiosis, I'll be able to put out an awesome project that's going to blow your minds. And, it's going to be Rust Explode Studios. We're going to blow your mind. And that's what I want. I want to come out there and be like, check this out. You guys are going to love this. And so with doing the novel and the trilogy, anybody later on that buys the first comic and goes, I really like this comic, but why the suit? Why was it created? What, I don't know anything about this character. And you can say, well, here's the origin trilogy. Go back if you really want to know, go back and read it. It'll always be out there. And so that's kind of the initial process of what I decided in February. I'm going to go ahead and roll forward. I'm going to do the novel because there's so much stuff to cover. There's so many things that happen to the character, and there's so many reasons why. And my biggest thing about any type of movie, book, comic book, anything is I hate knowing what's going to happen. And I made it my goal to make sure that when you read this book, you're just going to be guessing every step of the way and going, okay, this is what's going to happen. And then you're going to get to chapter 5 and you're going to be like, okay, that's not what's happening. This totally got interesting. And then you're like, okay, but this is what's going to happen. And then you're going to get to chapter 7. You'll be like, nope, that's not what's going to happen either. I don't even know what's going to happen anymore. This is more twists and turns than 2020. So I'm super excited about the project. I'm working on the Kickstarter right now. I'm having a kerfluffle with the last piece of art. I don't know what's going on. It's in limbo. So I got to get something figured out and get that taken care of. I am working on an art piece myself for the book just because I want to put it out there. Yes, thank you. So, Pete, I don't want to talk about it a whole lot, but, we're working on a secret project together. You're in bed with the AC on. Thank you so much for, giving me the opportunity to work with you on this. I'm super excited. So, Pete's got something that is coming down the pipeline that will be a release when the Kickstarter goes live. It's going to be a stretch goal, and it's going to be one of those ones with a question mark because it's going to be a mystery. But I'm super excited about this project. I'm super excited to roll on with it, and I really hope that people can get excited with me about it. The day that I sit here and I'm online, I'm going to do a launch party. When it gets closer to time and I have everything set up, I have my piece of art done, the 10th piece is done, the book's back from the editor, and all I have to do is edit it. I can do that while the campaign's running. But I'm still bringing you a completely written book, a completed art. Everything's ready to rock. I just need the money to print it. And so, like I said, this is going to be a special edition book. This will never be offered again. Yes, I'm doing an overrun. I will probably overrun, 30 or 40 books just because damages. And what I'll probably do with those 30 or 40 books overrun, if I have any left over, those will be something that I auction off for CB4K. Those, now granted, I don't want anybody to get upset and say, well, it's not totally a limit exclusive run because you overran them. And it's like, yeah, but I'm going to take the rest of these books, I'm going to give them to charity, because you have to be able to replace damages because, like you said, we all know how the USPS is. It's brutal when it comes down to getting your packages in the mail. So I'm definitely going to take those. 5 of them I've already dedicated to my LCS, Hooked on Comics. They're not my LCS. They're 6 states away, but we have a really good relationship together. I met them online 3 years ago. They were super cool people. We ended up meeting them at C2E2 last year, and they met up with us, and they love Roderick, and Roderick loves talking to them, and so they FaceTime and stuff all the time, and and so we have a really good relationship, and that's how I met Mark from CB4K, was through John and Mary with Hooked on Comics. When I met them at C2E2, they have a relationship with Mark, and every Saturday night on their auction, they did a CB4K auction where they would put up a slab of theirs or a book of theirs, and you donate 10 spots to the raffle, or $10 to the raffle for a spot. You can buy as many spots as you want, and they send all that money to Mark. And so when I got to go to C2E2, that's when I met Mark personally. And Mark's a great guy. He 100% of the proceeds for CB4K go towards product, shipping, tape, boxes, whatever he needs to get that stuff out. 100% of it goes. There's not a lot of charities out there that do 100% vested. Whatever you send them goes to what it's for. And I can, tell you with speaking with him personally that that's how his organization operates. And if you want to check it out, it's C as in cat, B as in boy, 4 is in the number 4, not the the word, the number, and then K as in kids.org. Check it out. You can see on there all the pictures of the kids from the hospitals that send in, kids that have cancer that are going in for chemo treatments, kids with other yes, that's it. Thank you. Kids with other severe illnesses, holding up comics from Dark Horse, comics from Image, My Little Pony, coloring books. That's another thing they do. They do coloring books. They just did the Frazetta Girls cover comic books for kids coloring book. They had a Transformers, Archie 700, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. One of the most recent covers had a CB4K cover. So this isn't just somebody that it's a hole in the wall organization you give to. They're a big name. A lot of people know them, and a lot of people believe in what they do. And so I want my goal in not only doing the Kickstarter is to get my project out there, is I want to help people learn about this charity and help out these kids. This year has been terrible for everybody. But can you imagine, some of these kids that are in the hospital, their parents can't be there. That's one of our huge things that scared us this year was if Roderick got, the Miley or the My Sharona Miley Cyrus Peter pandemic, as Brian K. Morris calls it. If Roderick were to get that by the rules around here, we would not be able to be at the hospital with him. He would be up there by himself in a room. We would have to monitor him through the phone. And so I can only imagine, what children across the nation are going through. And so, that's part of some of the drive that was like, I'm definitely going to try to incorporate this. What I was trying to touch on earlier was I definitely, I haven't added it to the Kickstarter yet, as I want to get approval from Mark to add anything about CB4K in with my project. I'm not just going to throw it on there and send him the money for it without at least asking him, hey, are you okay with me attaching your name to this? I'm sure he won't have a problem with it, but I make sure everything is legit before I do it. But, I'm passionate about this project. I'm super excited. I hope I can find somebody that's just as excited as me. And when book 3 is done of the trilogy, I have great news to bring to you guys. I think once we get probably a week or 2 out from the Kickstarter, I will release the prologue, chapter 1 and chapter 2. Chapter 2 leaves off with a huge cliffhanger. I'm going to dangle it out there and say, here, I believe in my book. Here's the first few chapters. If you don't like it, I understand. It's not your cup of tea. It is a sci-fi book. It is a space book. It has, romance in it. It has, it's a bunch of different intertwined genres of books. It's not just a sci-fi fantasy book. There's all genres are intertwined into it. And so, through putting out those first few chapters, people can read it and say, okay, this is my cup of tea, or it isn't my cup of tea. But I guarantee you, you guys are going to be just blown away at the end. It was my goal to make sure you had no idea what was going on, and I hope I'm able to achieve that. Of course, there's going to be somebody out there that'll be like, oh, I know what's going to happen. And most of those people are going to be the ones like Ed, Wendy, and all them who already have a copy of the book. So, so I did dangle out. There's about 15 digital copies of the book. Pre-edit, so it's not edited yet. It's still at the editor, Katrina Rowitz. Shout out to her.
Shout out to her all the time. We love Katrina. She's one of us.
That's right. And Wendy Steenshaner is another one of the awesome artists. I do want to take the time to give a shout out to her. She wasn't able to make it tonight. Like I said, she got busy with doing stuff. She was traveling. The way things worked out, she ended up traveling this weekend, and so she was worried about being out of town with the service and the reception, her bugging in and out. So she's like, I'll try to make it in if I can. And I'm like, no, just don't worry about it. It's cool. Take care of your stuff. I'll make sure I give you a shout out. So definitely check her out. She will be doing, for Naughty Fairy Stripper Assassins, her own spinoff comic, The Sireness, for Comic Unity Comic Con Online with Tom Hutchison. So not only do you have
Sireness. That sounds familiar. I don't know why. It's probably something Steph's doing. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, something Steph's doing with a couple of handsome gentlemen that I know.
Yeah, some Steph's doing. I don't know. But
yeah. So, you have Catnip, which is Tom Hutchison's spinoff, and you have Might, which is CB Zane's spinoff, and then you have Wendy Steenshaner's Sireness, which is going to be her spinoff comic. So, definitely exciting stuff.
And you have 3 cosplayers coming over there representing the madness to do all 3. Marcy Phillips and her sister and her friend are coming to the cosplay contest, and they're playing. Each one of them's doing a different one of the characters. Madness will be represented for sure.
So, but I definitely have a phenomenal art team behind me. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. I'll come by and check you guys out here after a while.
Yeah, but I like Mindy Draw. She's good. She's good. I mean,
I was kind of upset I couldn't get the Vampirella cover because I was going to get the. They had that Kickstarter for the CGC version of the book, and I was going to get on it, but that was when all that stuff happened. That I was out again. I missed like 2 weeks of work, and I was in the hospital, and so I ended up funds running low, so I wasn't able to pick that up. But hopefully, eventually, when things get better again, I'll get one of those because that Vampirella cover turned out phenomenal.
Yeah.
And if anybody doesn't know, I collect Vampirella, so that's one of my big series that I follow.
I got a signed Buzz Vampirella up there on the wall.
Yeah, we showed that off when we did the pre-show for CRoM Con, when I had you and Raj and Pete.
Oh yeah, that was what, CRoM Con 4? Was it 4 or 5?
It was 4.
Yeah, it had to be 4. It had to be 2 ago. Yeah.
Yep. So so I got a phenomenal art team behind me. I got Jason So, who was on tonight, CB Zane that was on tonight, even at Revis Fournier was on tonight, Ed, who's in the audience, and then I've got Wendy Steenshaner, who was going to be on tonight, and Chris McJunkin, another phenomenal artist, David Faught, and Finney the Great, Steph Wilson. Had to think of the other one. There's so many of them. Like, you got.
Now, is Luis working on that one too?
What's that?
Luis Torres.
He doesn't do art. He does stick figure art.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So all of his art that you see, most of it comes from outsourced. Because I thought the same thing too. I asked him, I was like, "Hey, would you do a cover for my book?" He's like, "Yeah, if you like stick figures." I was like, "Okay, I can do those myself." So that's why I say that. That was the legit answer I got from Lewis.
I just thought he was one of the guys because he had Eve do a cover and whatnot. And like I said, I'm the new guy. I don't know man, I never was a comic book collector that looked at who wrote it and who drew it and who. I mean, I knew my guys. I knew Walt, right? With my Thor, okay. I knew my guys, but that was it. I just never paid that much attention. The last few months, I've gotten a huge education because every time I run into somebody new, I go check and see how
What they
much.
do.
No, how much I own of what they do.
Yeah.
And some of it, like Mike Barron's, like, oh my God, I got like 100, probably 100 books that he had something to do with somewhere. You
Well,
know?
see, that was the same thing with David Harrigan. You know, I didn't know who David Harrigan was before I started watching Artist Alley Shopping Network. And then I got on there, I was like, David Harrigan. I'm like, why does that name sound so familiar? And then I go dig through my slabs and I'm like, oh, yeah, here's a Lady Death David Harrigan, you know, limited to 100 cover that I couldn't live without. I'm like, oh, that's who it is. And so it's really, that's what's so great about, you know, what everything that's happened with pushing everybody to the online platform. Now you have a chance to meet who you're buying, you know, your books from. You have a chance to meet who does the art for the covers that you love so much. You have a chance to meet and not only just meet, but know these people. Like me, you know, I'm running a Kickstarter. Instead of just going and being like Xeno Nanititan, what's that? You can be like, oh, I know that guy. You know, he does, you know, creator artist interview podcasts on Rust Explode Studios. You know, and I just want to put a shout out there for my studio out there. If anybody, you know, it is my author page. I started doing creator interviews with just the artists for my book. I was like, hey, you know, I want to, you know, you guys are helping me with my book by doing a piece for it. You know, I appreciate you saying yes. You know, so I'm buying art from you. I want to help put you out there too and say, you know, share you with my friends. And, you know, because, you know, with having your art on my book, you're sharing your friends with me. And so, you know, let's go on. Let's do like an hour and a half show. Well, I get 2 shows in and I'm like, I start getting messages. Well, when am I going to be on your show? And I'm like, well, it's not a show. I'm like, so like literally it's not a show. I'm like, I put together some, you know, a couple of intros and I was just like, I'm doing interviews with the artists for my book. They're like, well, if you decide to do one, I'd really like to be on. I'm like, all right, well, you know, let's just set something up. And then that turned into now not only am I doing lives on Tuesdays, then I had to open up Sundays because I had so much overflow. And so I didn't schedule any this week. I went to the doctor Monday for CT and on all kinds of stuff's going on right now. So if you don't see me online for a while, don't get worried. It's just I'm having a rough patch. Everybody's been asking all week what's happened to me. I got nerve problems going on. I can't, like right now, I can't feel either one of my arms. It's moved up into my neck and in my face over here, so this whole side of my face is numb. You get like this tingling and like needles shooting through, and like that feeling you get when you hit your funny bone or you get shocked when you plug something in where your muscles in your arms tighten up. I've got that going on. So this week has just been brutal. So I'm sorry. I apologize to anybody that if I haven't been on to amuse you and crack jokes in the chat. It's just, you know, it's been a rough week on me. So hopefully things will get leveled out by the time the Kickstarter rolls around and I can get on and, you know, we can, you know, blow this thing up out there because I'm super excited. I love the story. I can't, what I'm more interested in than selling the book and funding the book is I can't wait to hear what everybody has to say about it because I really think the story is awesome. And, you know, I'm really excited about,
I want to leave that up there. I want to leave that up there for the rest of the show just because one of our guys lost his home and his business, you know, Corey Dwayne. I just want to leave that up there in case anybody wants to go check it out, throw a little money dude's way because him and his mom, man, they need us, you know. But
I can do a stick man, but
I just wanted that to be up there for a few minutes before the show ended, you know. But you can keep on talking, you know. It's just I'm trying to help everybody out when I can, when I know they need it, you know, in any way I can, really. And that's one of them things, man. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but he's the guy that does Little Ugly.
Yep. Oh, I know who it is.
Yeah, you know, and his house and his home and his business burned down a few nights ago. You know, so trying to get him as much help as we can get him. Man, we're a community, and you know that's what we all do for each other, right? We pick each other up whenever we can, you know, especially now. You know, that's what everything I do is about, is picking everybody up the best we can, you know. So
Ed, sorry I missed your comment. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a
oh,
little behind.
what
And he said something about
you're
who.
the
He said something about
Picasso.
who does not know that.
Oh, that was way back when you were talking about stick figure, when you're talking about Luis can only do stick figures.
Oh,
He said, "Who did
I
not
was
know that?"
totally lost. I'm like,
And then Lewis
whoa.
said, "I can do a stick man," but Russell said no. And then
I didn't say no. I just
Russell does it really good. You just got to follow it down in line.
Yeah. Well, see, and the funny story for that. So you know, Ed Williams and I have been friends for a really like probably going on 3 years now. I met him through Hooked on Comics as well on John and Mary's auction, and so Ed, I actually the very first slabbed cover piece that I got from Ed was through the CB4K charity auction. I bought a few spots into that, and I won a Deadpool slab of his. And so we had been already talking. So this is probably like a year or a little over a year in that after meeting Ed. And so I'm like, hey, you know, I got this Vampirella blank. If I send it to you, you know, would you do a cover for me? Because he has a CGC artist submission capability. And so I'm like, hey, will you do this for me and submit it to CGC? And so he's like, yeah. So, you know, we kind of talked over what I wanted to have done. And I said, well, I want some trees in the background in the mountains with the sun slowly coming up, with Dracula laying on a rock in monster form, with Vampirella standing over him in monster form, and her ripping out his heart and holding it as the sun's beaming through the mountains and burning Dracula. I'm like, I think it would be an awesome scene because that's one of the biggest things that Vampirella started and continually loops around into throughout the story is her encounters with Dracula. So a lot of people don't know a lot about Vampirella. Is, you know, she's not a vampire; she's an alien that has vampire characteristics. So her and Dracula are not on the best of terms because she's immune to sunlight, she's immune to stakes. She can't turn people that she bites, and there's different storylines, but the original storyline that's what that includes. So I thought this would be an epic piece, you know, and so I guess it was probably 2 or 3 weeks later I get this message from Ed. I'm at work driving, you know, and I get to the next stop and I read it, and he's like, hey, do you have any ideas on how you want it laid out on the cover? So since I didn't have any paper or anything with me that, you know, besides drawing on one of the customer's work orders, I was like, oh, yeah, you can turn your phone sideways and you can doodle with your finger. And so I don't have a stylus either. So, you know, here I am with this little phone screen, and I'm using the tip of my finger. I'm drawing stick figures and the way that they're lined out, and I send it to him, and he's like, I was like, I know it's not really good, and I know it's nowhere near as good as yours is going to be, but here's the basic layout. If I had more time and more capability, I could do something. And so I ended up signing it too. I signed it with my name and sent it to him. He's like, I'm printing this out and I'm hanging it on the wall. I was like, don't you dare. So
that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what happens. And it's all in good fun. So, and my stick figures have evolved. I've gotten better with the art. And so that's kind of why I wanted to do this piece for my book because, you know, Ed and I sat down and we went over the basis for Xenonanite. So his piece was basically the basis for my character and allowed me to send to the other artist, here's what my character looks like. Do your interpretation of them. Because I didn't want all of them to look the same.
Right.
When you read a book, when you read a comic book, you watch a movie, you know, you pick up what you think in your head the character looks like. So like in 20 years, if they redo Wolverine and you're watching it, you're only going to think of Hugh Jackman. Doodle with that finger. That's right. So you're going to think of Hugh Jackman. No matter who plays it, you're going to be like, oh, Hugh Jackman. I loved his, you know, rendition of it better because it's what you grew up with. So when you read a book like mine, even when we move on to a comic book form later on, you're still always going to have that initial vision of what the character looks like in your mind through my description with my words. And so I wanted to use that to my advantage to not only test my ability to describe what I wanted, I told the artist, here's the base art. Here's what I need you to incorporate in it from the story. And then I want you to do your interpretation based on my words and based on your scene in the book that this art piece is based off of. Go. And that's why all the art pieces are so far apart in how the character looks is this is how each artist seen their character. They had, I gave them months ahead of time notice to sit there and look at the best angle on where they wanted to go with it. And I'm like, they'd send it to me and I'm like, I love that. There was very few edits that were made, like Eve's, I made one edit with, let's add a little bit more magma marks to, the axe. Wendy's, I said more explosions. And so she was super excited about more explosions. She's like, I'm going to blow it up. I'm like, do it. So there was very few edits done. I'm like, this is your piece. Go with it. And it was really funny because the artists are like, well, what do you think about this? I'm like, it's your piece. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. And then, then they would go back to it. And I really like that. A lot of creators will go to somebody and say, I need it exactly like this. And I didn't want to do that. I wanted to give artists a breath of fresh air to be able to say, I want to do something from my viewpoint, with my creative expression and my style, the way that I see it, and have fun with it. What's going on, Larry? How are you doing, buddy? And so
I wanted to answer one of your questions from earlier when you said, that you just wait and go get it at your store down the road 2 months later. They ain't going to Canada yet, bro. You're still going to have to come to us. I'm just saying, you can't look at it that way because Canada retailers aren't part of it yet. So it's not like, that. Now, I'm not saying that won't happen down the road. And I'm not saying that won't happen here in the States where, hey, if I can go get the book at the store, I'll just wait and not do the Kickstarter. Unless you live out in the boonies like I do, and the nearest LCS might not pick that one up might not even be registered with IndieCrowdfund.com. So until this thing is huge and putting you in every store, I don't think that's a worry, bro. I really don't. I don't think that's a worry unless your LCS is going to get that book. And since nobody knows what retailers even registered with the site because that's a secret, you don't know who's going. The only time a creator knows a retailer's interested in the book is when they buy it. Okay, you as a surfer of the page, you don't get a list of the retailers. Sorry, that kind of defeats the purpose. And then retailers do not want to get cold calls from creators all day long about, will you put your book on my shelf? Will you put your book on my shelf? We're not making it so you can just call up the retailers and ask them to put your book on the shelf.
Well, and it's a good thing for the retailers too, because the retailers can pull up the site and look through for the genre of books that their customers buy. So it's not just a thing of finding somebody and saying, hey, are you interested in my project? You're finding somebody and asking them if their customer base is interested in your project.
That, but you don't have to set up a Kickstarter and buy the book now. You can, if you know your retailer is going to get these books and put them on the shelf, by all means, wait 2 months and give them some money. We want to keep the brick and mortars alive too. By all means, wait. If you know they're going to put this book on the shelf in 2 months, yeah, by all means, wait. Get it then. This is the whole point. I want my LCS to put all these books on the shelf. So you guys don't have to ship me one book. I don't have to pay $10 for shipping.
Yeah.
Right? I want you to ship it to 50 books to my LCS. That's what I want, Larry. That's what I want. I don't want to get it now. I'd rather wait and get it from them when they order it and get it cheaper. Just, that's just me as a fan. If I know it's going to, but how do you know for sure it's going to be at your LCS? You don't, unless you're the one that asked them to order it and they said, yes, we're going to order that. So by all means, go into your LCS and show them about Indie Crowdfund. Maybe we'll get them in Canada too.
Well, and I think the issue with the Indie Crowdfund is going to be you're going to have a problem with a lot of creators that have, like look at Gem Noble's Rad Laugh of Violet 2, Rax #1. You know, there was
why we have
90 covers.
Okay, but see, that doesn't mean he has to make all of them available to a retailer. He can do a bare bones and a variant, you know, a 1 to 50
Well, that's
variant,
what I'm saying. I mean, there's still going to be the Kickstarter aspect, is because you have these.
Crowdfund. You can set that big monster goofy thing up with all the tchotchkes and the million covers too. I mean, a lot of stores ain't gonna. You got to be honest. A lot of stores aren't going to look at some of Jim Noble's stuff anyway. Okay, there's some that will. You know, there's some that are underground. They don't care, but that's not really a mainstream book that's going to hit every retailer. You know?
No, I'm just saying the issue is you're still going to have to buy from Kickstarters because Pops, there's going to be those covers that you see on there that, you know, if they did take it to the indie crowdfund, that they're going to be like, well, I don't want to do another 90 covers because, you know, therein lies the same thing.
You don't have to. You can do a bare bones. You can do whatever you want, but I mean, Kickstarter, you can set up that kind of an account. You can set up that kind of a campaign. You don't even have to make it available to retailers. You can do both. You can do just retailers. It's all going to be there available to you. Kickstarter is going to be a thing of the past eventually. If people will use this site and let us get it right and get it designed for you, you won't want Kickstarter anymore, bro. And we'll get it worldwide. We'll get it, you know, it's just got to grow. And we're not thinking it's going to grow in a month or 2 months. It's going to be a year or 2 years, but it's going to be competitive with those other sites. And eventually it's going to replace those other sites because there's no gatekeeping. Nobody's going to tell you what you can have in your book or on your book or, you know, any of that, which you run into now on one of them sites where they'll tell you can't do that. They'll pull your book if you do something they don't agree with. We have no gatekeepers at anycrowdfund.com. As long as what you're selling is legal, you can sell it on our site.
But so I have a phenomenal, like I said, I have a phenomenal team of artists. A lot of them have been super helpful and super supportive, and I really appreciate that. But, you know, like I said, Ed and I sat for hours on end working on a piece for, you know, coming up with the base for Xenon Night Titan. Lots of
Ed, did you see what Ed said?
I seen what Ed said.
I do not have an Ed Williams in my collection. I do not. I might have to get with you.
So, you know, we spent hours and months talking online trying to set up the basis for it. So, you know, I'm really appreciative to Ed for, you know, helping me put my thoughts on paper and coming up with for the basis of the character. And so, you know, leading back into what I was talking about with doing the shows, you know, I was like, oh, I'm just going to get on here and I'm going to support these guys and help get their name out there. Like with Ed, you know, after 2 years of working on them, or maybe it was the Wednesday before last. I don't know. Things have been running together the last few weeks. Last week or the week before last on Wednesday, we did a live draw together. I think it was the 23rd, so I think it was 2 weeks ago. But he went online and drew live for the first time. He inked the Willem Dafoe Joker cover. So that's something I've been pushing Ed, you know, for 2 years. I'm like, hey, man, why don't you get online and draw? I want to watch you draw. Well, now, you know, 2 years later, I started Rust Explode Studios, and I'm like, hey, I do these creator interviews. You need to get on and draw live. You know, he's like, well, I'm worried about trying to keep up with the comments and draw at the same time. I'm like, I tell you what, I have a show that you can go on, and I can put myself in the background and talk, and you can have the full screen. I was like, I will ask you the questions. No excuses, mister. So I love giving them a hard time. You know, if you ever see me online, you ever see me pop in on a live show and I start razzing people, chances are I know them and we've got a running joke, like with Eve and her Passat joke. So I don't want anybody to be like, oh man, that guy hates Passats. It's a joke that Eve and I have running between us. You know, the other day, I don't know how we got on it. We started talking about her car and it turned into an hour-long roast of Eve on her car. Right. And so I get every chance I get, I got to throw another punch in there because she just cracks up about it.
Well, see, I took shots at her right away because I've caught Eve in the backstage eating cereal like 5 times now.
That and she dances too, so that's her thing. She'll be back there.
Right before the show, she's like trying to get a couple bites in before she comes out, and I'll see her in the backstage, and I'll be like, cereal again.
Yeah. So and you know, ended up leading with all these people asking me. You know, I really met a lot of cool artists slash creators that, you know, are awesome. Like Pete, you know, I did that show that we were supposed to do. You were going to be late because you were out playing golf, and Pete got on with me, and you know, we talked about my book, and I was like, hey Pete, you know, would you mind doing a piece? And he's like, hey, you know, and so we talked. That's about all I'm going to say because we're going to keep it a secret for, you know, one of the stretch goals. But you know, I met a lot of awesome people that, you know, are just as helpful as I try to be with promoting each other, working with each other. You know, I'm like, hey, you know, let's get your name on here too. You know, I want to promote you because that was kind of my whole idea with the book. It's a novel. I wanted to do illustrations, but I wanted to use illustrators from another world. You know, there's a lot of authors that use the same, you know, cover artist. Wendy, I don't think has ever done a cover or an illustrated piece for a novel. CB, you know, they've always done comic books.
Right.
And I'm like, I love both worlds. I've always been avid in both worlds. And so this was my way of saying I want to merge the two together. I want to write an awesome book, write an awesome origin story, and I want to pull in comic book artists and get their name out there so other authors that may read the book go, I really love this person's art. I really love this person's style. I want to use them for the cover of my next book. You know, that was kind of the whole idea behind doing this. And in doing the artist creative interviews, I've already amassed pretty much all of the art for book 2 now. So my goal with book 2 and book 3 is I will use some of the, yeah, we do have another show coming on in a couple of weeks with Lewis and, yeah, his Hyundai. Yeah, so we've got a show coming on, and it's actually going to be really good, and I cannot remember his name to save my life, so dang it.
Larry's asking for the link. Should we let this guy in? We're only going to be out here for a little while longer. Should we let this guy in?
Yeah, I'm only going to be on for a couple more minutes. I'm going to finish
All right,
wrapping it up.
I'm going to go ahead and send Larry the link then, because I like to talk to Larry. Probably a good way to end the show. Spend a little time.
So, anyway, so yeah, Ed and I will be on another show with his childhood inspiration. You know, a guy he met when he was 10 years old that inspired him to do art. And so we happened to be on the show with Brian Morris. I don't know, it was last week. And I was like, hey, you should get on and do a show. And I'm like, Ed, you should get on and do a show. You guys should do a show together. So I thought it'd be really cool after, you know, all these years. You know, Ed met him at a con and, you know, inspired him to do comic book art. And, you know, now he's doing comic book art. You know, it'd be cool for them to, you know, rehash old memories. Clayton Merwin, thank you, Ed. Sorry, with everything going on, my mind has been just insanely crazy. I mean, it's not me, and I hate it. I have an elephant memory. But I'm super excited. So my goal was, where I was going with this is, by the end of book 3, I plan on trying to at least cover 20 to 25 artists. I am going to reuse some, like Ed, Wendy, you know, whatever. But the rest of them, I'm going to try to switch up, not only to keep the art fresh and bring on a new take of the character, but to help promote these other artists and push them into another universe that they normally don't do.
Off their fan bases.
Yep.
And bounce their fan bases off your fan base. That's what I'm saying. All those cross promotions are great for building your fan base and building the fan base of the person you're cross promoting with.
Well, and it sounds ignorant to say it. It sounds ignorant to say it because but my intentions are pure with it. So I mean,
that's what we want to do is increase everybody's fan base. It's not like you're using somebody to get your. It's like you're using each other to rise the boat, right?
Well, and it helps them bring them into a new world, and it helps me because you'll get somebody that normally wouldn't read a book but they're an Ed Williams completionist. They want this Ed Williams piece, and the only way they can get this piece is to buy the book. Well, they buy the book.
Okay,
Who's
so
going to buy a?
Look at it like this now. Somebody's never heard of you, but because that person's doing something for you, now they know who you are
Yeah.
and interested in what you're doing.
Well, and it's not only that, but if that person buys the book to get Ed Williams' piece of art to put in their collection because they're completionists, they want to add it to their collection, and it may not be their cup of tea or their normal genre of a book to buy, and then you buy the book and it comes in. What are you going to do? You're at least going to read it. You're going to look into it, and I am hopeful that this will help people see my ability to not only write but to see the phenomenal story behind my character. I really hope that we're able to make this happen, because I guarantee you by book 3 it's going to be awesome.
Ed's Artworks with the next Ed's Artworks
and the Hero Maker
and the Hero Make on Russ Explode Studio.
That's right. So, and one last thing I want to shout out. I'll quit my whole Xenonanite Titan pitch. www.xenonanitetitan.com or Russ Explode Studios on Facebook, Russ Explode Studios on YouTube, Russ Explode Studio, it's at Russ Explode on Twitch. Basically, Google Russ Explode. There'll be 20 pages that come up, and they're all me.
And if you see the madness, you'll see Russell shared this and Russell shared that and Russell shared this. You can find him really easy in the madness.
Yeah, you can find me really easy anywhere. So that's been my thing for, when I got back into the whole comic book industry is, I wanted to promote other artists, other authors, because I love art. And yeah, Relinquish is coming. Ed's got his own project. So, and it's pretty cool. He doesn't have anything to reveal yet, so don't drill him for it.
All right.
It's still a secretive project, kind of, between us and the internet. But, I've always loved sharing artists and art and helping out and stuff. And that kind of bounced back to push me to bring out my project finally after 10 years, through the support of them and them saying, okay, well, why do you do this? What do you do in this industry? And I'm like, oh, well, I've been writing this book. And, well, why haven't you published it yet? Well, this and this and this happened. I'm planning on it. I just can't right now. And, now it's just like push comes to shove. I'm like, I'm doing it. So, but definitely check me out. Send me a message. Send me a friend request. Show me what you guys have out there. I'm looking for, you guys would be amazed at how hard it is to throw free advertisement for people for their own book. I'm an advocate, promote, help promote people, get their stuff out there. Because if not, it's not going to sell. And, the indie community misses out on stuff. Like you're like, hey, where did you find this project at? I never even heard of it. You're like, keep sharing this stuff because I need to buy it. So, you got to it was easy at first for the first few months, but now I got to knock down people's doors to be like, hey, you want to come on my show? Help me out. Send me a message. Say, hey, I have this project, Relinquish, coming out October 18th. Do you have any shows in that time frame, from there and 30 days after while the campaign's going on? And I'll message you back and say, I have these dates available. What night would you like to go live? Now, I do only do shows Sunday and Tuesdays. I'm not looking to change that anytime soon because I work a full-time job, 50 to 60 hours a week. I'm working on my book and setting up a Kickstarter. I set aside 2 nights, and then I got to squeeze family time in there in between because I got 2 kids. I got a 3 and a 5-year-old. So my days are Tuesdays and Sundays only, and 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. And that's basically because I drive for a living. I don't know what time I'm going to get home, but I'm almost always home by 6:30 Central Time. So that gives me time to come home, eat dinner, get the kids to bed, and get cleaned up and be on the show. So if anybody's interested, you guys want to get on, like I had Pops on, like I've had Ed on, like I've had Wendy.
Yeah, look, this is what I do, Russell. Okay, I have my Monday show now, right? A weekly.
Yeah.
You guys, okay? And I just go out in the group and say, yo, who wants to come out this Monday? I try not to schedule it too far ahead because people forget. There's a couple people forgot they were supposed to be out here today.
Well, see, I don't let people forget. If you schedule a show with me, I put it in the events on my page.
I know, but I mean, it's like things come up. You know, if you get too far out in advance, things come up, and they're like, "Oh man, I can't do it." And then you're looking for somebody. I just do it out in the group. There's a whole bunch of people out there to choose from, and usually if you just go out there and say, like Krista does it for Geekgasm, right? She'll go out, I need a guest Wednesday night. I need some guests. And 10, 15 people are like, hey, pick me. And just go out and ask. You'll get whatever you want.
Yeah, but I like to research into who I'm interviewing a little bit and look into their projects and read about them.
Suggestions, you know, if you say a genre, you know, it's like, I'm looking for somebody this week to be somebody from this genre. You'll get people that are like interested, and then you can go pick and choose out of the
Yeah, well, Pops, you obviously don't know me too well. I am a over planner, and I look out ahead, and so like, you know, with this Kickstarter, I set for November. I'm probably going to be done by mid-October, and I'll probably do at least by Halloween a launch of my Kickstarter. As things come in, I like I said, I left room for hiccups if something happens. I like to plan ahead. You know, the whole thing with taking, you know, factoring in taxes and Stripe. You know, asking these questions. I plan everything out. I haven't had a problem yet. I usually, a week and a half before, I remind the person, hey, we got a show coming up. Like I said, I'm booked till the end of September. So I'll remind them a week before we got a show coming up. I'll send them over, hey, you know, we go on 15 minutes before the show just to set up, test, yada, yada, yada. Send me, you know, 10 to 20 pictures, and then, you know, I'll get their Kickstarter link to bring their Kickstarter up on screen and show off some of their art. And, you know, things usually run pretty smooth. I mean, especially when I make up the StreamYard link, because you can only make them up 7 days before. And so, like, usually about day 6, I'll make it up and I'll share it out everywhere. And then I share it out again that night. But I just want to say, you know, if you guys have a project, hit me up. Make it easy on me because, you know, with working and family and then doing these shows and working on a book, it's hard for me to take the time to, you know, message people. Like, you know, a week ago, I put out, hey, is there anybody that wants to go online and do a podcast with me? And let's talk about your project. You got a Kickstarter coming out. Let's talk about it. You got an Indiegogo coming out. It is running. Let's talk about it. Not one person messaged me. I shared it all over the place. Not one person messaged me. That's part of the reason why this week I didn't have any shows either. I was like, oh, well, I got, you know, Wednesday I'm going on with Amanda Gilliam to talk about my book. And then Saturday I'm going on with Pops to talk about Comic Unity Online and, you know, Alton Simpson's Vampires in New Jersey, talk about my book. I'm like, you know, that's fine. I'll take a break Tuesday. And then tomorrow I don't have a show going on.
Now watch, somebody's going to have heard you talking. They're going to be hitting you up to be on your show.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm available. I'm waiting to expose myself, picture-wise, to Russ.
There you go.
You know?
There you go.
I'm sure he wants me an expose of a naked LP, right?
Hey, I don't need no Canadian bacon in my DMs.
Canadian bacon.
You know. You know, to go on that, though, I mean, I have problems with that, too, sometimes, finding people come on the show and stuff. You know, there's just so many shows now. Like, me personally, I'm almost getting stream burnout. You know what I mean? Like, doing a lot of streams and stuff. And then what ends up happening, though, is that a lot of the same people are on the same streams all the time, right? And so what you really want on your show is someone new to get them some exposure. I mean, when it's me and the same 6 cats every week, everyone who, you know, the same 15 people that come and watch my show has already seen us all. They already heard us all. They already know the bits and the drills. You know what I mean? And I think guests, when they decide if they want to do a show, they are going to look at your channel. They're going to say, how many subscribers does he have? How many follows does he get? How many people actually buy books when they watch the show? You know what I mean? Because they're now comparing value versus time. Right? It's my time. What kind of value will I get out of it by being on the show? You know, is it going to be worth it for me sales-wise to come and do that? If they have 2,000 subscribers, 3,000 subscribers, say like Tyler Carpenter from Draw and Talk, it's a pretty big audience. You know, when you got 5 people watching your show, you might go, oh, man, you know, maybe I got my 2 hours are best spent elsewhere. You know what I mean? And that's a hardcore reality of it, especially when you have so many shows.
That's why I like what I'm doing, because I sort of came out of nowhere, and the group sort of came out of nowhere, and it just keeps growing, and it just keeps growing, and I don't see any reason to stop doing what I'm doing, man. You know?
Lewis doesn't want me to expose myself.
No, he does not.
No. I
Well,
don't blame
and you
him.
know, it's my thing is you know, when I go to promote my book, it doesn't matter to me if you have 1 subscriber or you have, you know, 50 million subscribers. You know, you may have 100,000 people that watch the show, and you may only have 1 person buy your book. But, you know, if you go onto a show that have, you know, 30, 40 subscribers, and those people are really invested in the show and the people that person brings on, that's what it's about to me, is getting on here and, you know, making relationships with people like Pops, with
Mhm.
Ed, with you, Larry. You know, we've been on several shows together. It's about the experiences for me. And if I make, you know, 100 sales from being on somebody with 100,000 followers, it won't mean as much to me as it'll mean to like being on here and Larry, you going, hey Russ, I think you're a swell guy. We need to talk. We need to be friends. We need to meet up at a Comic-Con, and I want to buy your book. That's what matters to me, is I'm making a relationship with you, Larry. And I don't say that just to blow smoke up your butt and to, you know, be like, oh, well, that guy's, you know, no, that's legitimately how I am. And anybody that knows me knows that that's how I am. You know, I like making friends. You know, I just will jump on an online auction and just randomly start cracking jokes with people and making them laugh. And then, you know, 2 months down the road, everybody's like tagging me in. Hey, why aren't you in here telling Gene Roselle how bad his internet is? You know, and stuff like that. And that's what it's about to me, you know, is making those relationships and making myself memorable to the point that, you know, I get on there and you guys bring me on because you want to have a smile. You've had a horrible day at work. Where's Russ at with the jokes? I might not always pop in because I got a ton of stuff going on, but I always try to come in, lighten people's day. Because if I make you smile, it makes me smile. I can have the worst day ever. You know, if I come home and I make my daughter laugh with her still baby laugh that she has, that just it lightens up your day. And it's the same way with people. It's the same way with people I run into during the day. It's the same way with people I run into on here. I genuinely like to make people laugh, make people smile, and, you know, have heartfelt conversations and relationships with you guys. So, I mean, as far as that goes, you know, I don't care how many subscribers you have. I don't care, you know, how popular you are. I just want to get on and talk and chat and have meaningful conversations and, you know, talk about positive things and real life issues.
Which one, Josh? Which one, man? Which one you talking about here?
You know, I know who he's talking about. He's talking about me. Who keeps letting me on videos?
He could be talking about Larry too, because we can.
No, he's talking about me. He's most definitely talking about me because that's what he says every week.
I don't know who that guy is, so.
He's the one that got banned for poking the hamster on Facebook.
Oh, I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, me.
So he posted a GIF. He posted a GIF, and literally, this is the dumbest thing ever. So there's a hamster in the corner of the room, and there's this finger that comes like it's gonna poke it, and not like that kind of poke it, but just like literally just like poke it, and it's like this, and it gets all scared, and it was just funny, like, and it was like, you know, don't poke the hamster, and he posted it on somebody's as a comment on somebody's post, and he got like insta banned by Facebook, and we're all like, what did you get banned for? What did you post? And he sent us this GIF of this hamster, you know, getting scared because somebody was trying to poke it, and we're like, really? So we made the joke of that he made Mickey Mouse mad for them trying to poke the mouse. Yep. Yeah, I was poking the mouse. That's right.
Well, I wanted to say earlier, Russell, I wasn't like trying to hijack your segment, but you guys were all talking about Kickstarter, and I was just like, man, have these guys not been seeing what I've been talking about for the last 3 weeks?
That's going to be a hard sell, man.
No, it's not going to be a hard sell.
It is going to be a hard sell, and I'll tell you why, because I already had the conversation with Mike Wheeler tonight on Facebook about it. He's complaining that too many people are going, say they're going to come onto the site, and I'm guilty of this, okay, but yet are all still running Kickstarters and Indiegogos. Well, I mean, the truth of the matter is this, is that Kickstarter and Indiegogo are already established. That's where I got my start. Obviously, I'm going to bring Niobe Birthright #2 over there. I will do a campaign on indie crowdfund at some point, like a sister campaign. But, people want to see this thing have legs first. People want to see this thing grow. People have...
Okay, Larry, but nobody's going to see anything if nobody puts a campaign
Well,
up.
I know. It's always hard to be the first. You know what I mean?
Your excuse was, if I can go get it at the LCS, I won't do that. But the whole thing is, you're supposed to be putting your books up here to put them in the LCS. You see what
Baby steps, Pops. Baby steps.
But that's why we're building this. It's not to be compete with Kickstarter. It's to put your books on those store shelves. And if you want to wait 2 months to get it on the store shelf, you got to get your LCS to come buy them.
Well, let me ask you a question, Pops, and let me play devil's advocate. This is a really good question that I have that a lot of people probably have at the back of their mind. So there's two issues. We can address. I'll ask you both questions, and we can address them at different, however you want to go with it first. My first question is, I seen it earlier in the comments. What happens if a creator puts something on there? We all have heard about the creators that have put projects on Kickstarter. It's funded, and then the book never gets sent out. But number two is a lot of the people
a week later, right? And then they got another one on Kickstarter a week later. You won't be doing that here. You don't fulfill, you're done. Done.
Well, and that's the question. So what kind of protection is there for the consumer? But then again, here's problem number two. So LCS, right now LCSs are having a tough time. Brick and mortar stores are closing down across all over. I know that's probably a lot of the issue of why you guys are having problems with, you had a lot say yes, but some of them are saying no, and it may be because they're scared.
No. We've talked to 200. We've had 3 say no. And we have some that registered and some that are waiting to see what happens.
And a lot of it is because of the times that we have now. But so what's to protect the creator? So say Joe Blow comic shop orders 1,000 copies, and then right when this
buy them right now, you get your money right now. It goes to Stripe. We don't hold your money. It goes.
Yeah. But I think what he's asking is, what if the shop gets all these books and they can't sell them?
They bought them, right?
They bought them. Now they're stuck with them, right? It's just kind of like buying from Diamond.
So are you going to buy 100 books that you don't know you can sell, or are you going to buy 10, see if they go off the shelf, and then buy 20 more?
Well, that's not what I'm asking. So here, let's delve in this a little more. So
you got to get to the point, Russ.
That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to give as much information as possible so Pops understands what I'm trying to ask. So a shop orders 1,000 books, and it goes through, and then right when the campaign ends, and then so say Joe Blow Comic Shop goes out of business and does a chargeback on it, and I've already printed the books.
Well, that can happen to you anywhere. What's Kickstarter going to do for you?
Nothing. That's the whole thing about crowdfunding is it's a risk. I backed plenty of books and never got nothing in return. I've lost out on the money.
No protection from shitty people. Bro.
That is a risk. When you crowdfund, when you back a crowdfund, you are taking a risk.
And that's what I'm trying to say, though. On Kickstarter, you're getting one charge back from 5 people. What about on any crowdfund? What if you get 2 LCS that charge you back for 1,200 books? So
if you're afraid of the retailers, then don't offer your books to the retailers. We're still offering you a better crowdfunding program. We're still offering you a cheaper crowdfunding program.
Oh, I got it. I'll be right back.
That's designed for you, not lawn chairs, not hydrogen engines that somebody wants funded to build. This is for you, and we want your input. We want you to tell us how to make it better. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking. I mean, I'm just
out here. Nobody's protecting nobody. I mean, Kickstarter ain't going to protect you if you do a retailer option and somebody buys a crap load of books and then backs out. You're still screwed. Kickstarter ain't protecting you either. At least here you're losing less money because we're charging you less. I mean, but we're not about that. We're not going to let people come out here that screw anybody. You screw somebody, you get one shot. We have a grading system, a bronze, silver, gold. The more campaigns that you successfully fulfill, the higher up the ladder you go as a rating next to your name on the service. Okay, but all services have to build to that. You don't start out as a eBay top guy with 100 sales. You have to make 100 sales that get good feedback to be that guy, right? You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not just gonna suddenly be perfect. We have to make it perfect.
You're asking the question that you had was, you don't understand why people aren't jumping on board, and I'm just saying.
No, that was I did not say that at all. What I'm saying, now that it's here, now that it's being made available to you, you can set up a very bare bones account and see how it works. But the more books the retailers get a choice of to look at, the more they're going to be interested, and the more of them are going to register. Just bare bones accounts. You don't have to set up the great big giant Kickstarter with 1 million tchotchkes.
Yeah.
Set up a bare bones retailer account and see if you can put 10 books on a retailer shelf, 20 books on a retailer shelf. Give a little bit more discount for however many they buy.
Here's the problem with me with that scenario is that, and I've looked into it because I wanted to do it. I want to be a part, but I might just have to set up like an account just for consumers, because I did the math of how much it cost me to print a book, how much it would cost Comics Wellspring to ship a book, and it's going to be about $5. I don't see any comic shops buying my book for $5 and trying to sell them for $10. They're not going to do that. They're going to want to buy them for like $2.50 and sell them for $5.
No.
You know what I mean?
They just bought a bunch from Mike for more than that, dude. It's what they can sell them for. They're going to look at what they think your book is worth, and they're going to say, okay, I could probably get $6 for that.
Yeah, but even selling them at $5 a pop, Pops, I'm only breaking even. I'm not even making any money.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about.
Well, no, but I represent a lot of other creators who might be thinking the same way.
Bro, how much do they make off DC?
I don't know.
Not much, right?
But I'm in the business to make money, right?
Okay, you're talking about retailers or you. Make up your mind now. You just said the retailers aren't going to get it because they can't turn around and charge $10 or whatever.
Right.
You have to.
I'm saying I can't even offer it for $5 because I would only break even, and that's even if they were willing to buy it for $5.
Dude, Mike didn't offer his for $5.
I know.
1,000.
And it surprised the shit out of me. I don't think that's going to work with everyone, though.
It might not work with everyone, but how good is your product, bro? That's what they're basing what they're buying on, and how many they're buying, and what price what kind of discount you're offering them is how good is your product. Are they going to be able to move it? Because is it that good? Is it that good? That's what I'm saying. If you can sell them for $7 and they can sell them for $9.
Yeah, I think offering like a book on Kickstarter for $10 is one thing, but trying to offer like a 24-page comic in a comic shop for $10 is a whole different ballgame.
Are you going to try and print a 24-page comic to put in a comic shop?
Yeah.
Well, then I hope some of them will do that. Most of them are probably going to at least want 32. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, Niobe is a 24-page comic. In or around, it's been a little less.
But there's no ads, too, so it all evens out, Larry. There's no ads.
No, there's no ads, but I'm just saying, like, it's a hard sell to sell a floppy for over $10. Like, it's a hard sell, dude.
You guys are doing it on Kickstarter all the time.
Yeah, but people understand that that's crowdfunding. No one wants to go to I don't want to go to an LCS and buy a Batman book for $9.99. I don't want to do it.
You want to get to the point where you can ship enough to print enough to ship them out to comic book stores, Larry? Do you want to get to that? Do you want this to be your job or your hobby, bro?
Well, I can do it. And then this is me playing devil's advocate to the site after looking more into it. I can do it by being published by a publisher.
Publishing companies can be part of this too.
I don't think anyone's going to buy, like, retailers are not going to buy 25 copies of Niobe for $5 a pop. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Well, then you have to make that decision, Larry, what you're going to offer them. But you're already shooting yourself in the foot by saying they won't buy my book for $5. You're shooting yourself in the foot, dude. You're not even giving them a chance to say no.
Well, no, I'll give them the chance. I'll certainly put it up. But
listen to you. What if there's somebody out there listening like Danny Morales right now going, Damn, Larry don't have that much faith in his book. You don't think we'll give him $5 a piece for him?
Well, listen, ask Danny if he thinks he could sell Niobe at $10 a pop in his shop and see if he
Let's
get a
see.
yes or a no.
Let's see. Share the responsibility along with the creators to try and make the product worth the $10. That's what I said. What's your product worth, Larry? That's what it's about, dude. They want to sell something that people want to buy. If your product is worth $10, people are going to pay $10. If it's not, they won't, dude. Bottom freaking line right there. It's up to the fan, right? It's up to us what we'll pay money for. We already buy your books for $10, Larry. Why wouldn't we go to the shop and cut shipping out of it and buy your book for $10, Larry?
Well, and what all I was trying to make in the point of what I was saying is this is as a first-time project creator and everything that I've got going on, I'm down to bare bones money-wise with trying to keep a household running, my medical stuff going, and getting this book done that I've always wanted to do. It worries me, and this is probably why I won't do it for my first one, and I may do it down the road
I don't expect you to jump your first book out there.
Yeah, well, and here's my thing. So, on Kickstarter, I can have chargebacks, and if
I had a customer.
If I get 4 or 5 chargebacks, and I have to pay back $300 is one thing, but then to have, go on there and somebody says, "Oh, I heard this is really good. I want to, buy 100 copies of it," and then I print those 100 copies, and then they charge it back. I just can't take that kind of a loss. I can't spend that money and then turn around and print the books, and then turn around to go to ship them and find out they've been charged back, and then I'm stuck on 100 books. Not saying that I can't sell them down the road. It's just
that's the other thing that you guys are missing. You can set it up so you get your money as soon as somebody makes an order. You get the money. You can set it up that way. Stripe sets up your payment. You set up your payment with Stripe however you want. Somebody orders 100 books, they have to pay you right now. You go print 100 books. This is crowdfunding. This is not, you know what I mean? That money's already in your hand. Now, if you want to leave it sit on the Stripe account till the end of your campaign and have a chance of them pulling back your money, that's your fault too. Because with Stripe, you can set it up so you get your money whenever you want. Weekly, bi-weekly, instantaneously.
Well, and that's what I was asking. So basically, you can set it up to where they pay for it right away, and you can sit on it long enough that it's past when they can charge it back.
Ship and print, man. This is crowdfunding.
Well, I'm just,
I mean,
you know what? Here's my biggest thing,
That's
Pops.
how you know they're serious about wanting your book too, because they're willing to buy it on what we're showing them on the website.
Well, I'm just saying I'm a big advocate for CYA because at the end of the day, the only person that's
why we're never touching nobody's money, because we don't want it to sound like a freaking scam, dude. We're not trying to scam nobody, and that's the whole thing why we're using Stripe, because we don't touch your money at all. They get their little cut, we get our little cut, and your money goes right to you. Okay? And, I mean, that's how I have it set up. So it was like payment instantaneous, just so people can't do the charge back on you and screw you.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to bust your chops either. I'm just trying to ask legitimate questions of, this is what concerns me, and this is
why.
Can
answer that. That's what I'm saying. I like that I can answer that like that, because you're your protection. You set that payment account up so you get paid as soon as that money drops, that order's made, that money drops. It goes on your card right away, right? Now it's your money. They can't charge it back. It's your money now. See, we're never touching your money, and it's not their money until you do. They're ordering your books and paying you just like they would order and pay anybody else for anything else. It's crowdfunding. It's just retailer crowdfunding, bro. We're just bringing them to you to do the same thing. To give you money to print books to put on their shelves. Just like I give you money to print a book to send to me to read. Same principle. We're just trying to give you a bigger volume of books to sell. A bigger place to sell your books. And maybe somebody like me might get out of $10 shipping here and there because my LCS might pick up a couple of these. And I won't have to pay $10 to have every single book shipped that I want, man. It's killing me, you guys. It's killing me. You need to get them in the store. You know?
Well, I hate to do this, Pops, but I got to get off here, man. I
know it.
can't sit in this chair any longer, bud.
I've been in this damn chair all day, boy.
Yeah, well, I have other reasons why, buddy.
I know, bro. I'm just glad to see you up and feeling good, man. That's see you up and out here even. That's
Well, to be honest, I was gonna message you yesterday and say I don't think tonight's gonna happen. You guys can go on without me. I did everything in my power to make this happen tonight, so I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to get on here and show off our stuff and get it out there so people can see it.
I'm looking forward to what you got going on next month, and we'll be promoting it just like we always do. We'll be all right. Say I sent some cosplayers to your contest. We'll be bringing people to your show. Don't worry about it.
Well, I appreciate it, buddy. Larry, have a good night.
You too, man.
Thanks a lot for having me on again. I appreciate it, and I look forward to next month, the 3rd, right?
Yes, 3rd and 4th, and I will not be there on the 3rd for sure. I might be popping in and out on the 4th, but
Pop's gonna
my
pop.
son's getting married, man. So I'll be touching it that day.
Well, then you stay out of here. If you got a wedding going on, you can watch the rewatch.
I can't have everybody seeing me in a tux, man. It would just ruin my image completely.
Or you could just go with a tuxedo T-shirt. I mean,
oh no, we went and got fitted last week. They look good, dude. I never dressed like that. I've never been fitted for a tux or nothing. It looks sweet. I'm like, yeah, I can't wear this. People are gonna be like, no, that's not him.
Have a good night, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Almost that time, Pops. It's almost that time, brother.
So Larry, really though, dude, I'm not trying to.
I'm just saying, as a Canadian, I have to also pay 25% more for everything, right?
But see, we're trying to fix that for you.
It's not going to get fixed, man. That conversion rate, anytime I buy something from the States, it's always going to be an extra 20. I got to go and get the phone, Pops. 1 second.
I think, but most of your customers are in the States, right?
Do you know who the guest is? What room they're in? Or what's their name? Also, 1:30 at night, and they can be sure that this guest is going to want to get a phone call. How do you spell the last name?
See, we're trying to make it so somebody like Larry can use our fulfillment partners and never have to ship his stuff back to Canada. Have it all shipped right out to his American customers straight from his printer or with the help of Gemini and their fulfillment. We're trying to make it easy on everybody. That's the goal. Larry pays through the butt. Well, just shipping out of the country is ridiculous right now, Danny. You should know that. It's horrible. Shipping out of the country is just horrible, no matter where you're shipping it to. You don't know when it's going to get there. You don't know how long it's going to sit in custom. It's like shipping's so screwed up worldwide. It's like we didn't. With Mojo, it's like it wasn't even an option. Get a PDF, because we weren't even going to put anybody through it. Yeah, William, I'm still at it. Larry, get off the phone, though.
All right, sorry about that. I am at work here. I thought it was going to be sort of dead, but to get back to it, anything that you pay $4 for, I'm paying $5. Okay, I want you to understand that in Canada, our dollar is worth 75 cents to yours, which means no matter what I do, I'm paying extra. I'm paying extra for shipping on that U.S. shipping cost. I'm paying extra for printing on that U.S. printing cost. Okay, so I have to calculate everything that I do in Canadian dollars. Everything while you do it in the U.S., right? So if Pops had lived in Canada and Pops has got to print a comic through the U.S., have it shipped to him, okay?
Okay, now hold up. That's where I want you to stop. How many of the comics you have printed actually have to go to you, and how many go straight out to the U.S. without the tchotchkes.
Well, even
that's
if
where look, that's where all you guys are really killing yourself, because Gemini would package and ship your product, and they would charge you, of course, for shipping in $2 per package for the bags, boards, and Gemini shipper. And it would never have to go to Canada. It would just go to the American customer.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah,
and that's all part of what we're trying to make happen. So
in order for that to happen, though, right? In that particular scenario, let's say Danny wants 20. Say he wants 10 copies of Niobe, right, for the shop. Let's put on 10 copies on the shelf to try it out, right? I can't do that unless if I'm shipping. No, I gotta finish the sentence, man. I can't do that unless if I'm shipping to him directly. And the reason why is because my printer will only do a bare minimum of 25 copies.
Okay, now, but your printer is also one of our fulfillment partners.
Yeah, and they still only have a minimum limit, no matter what.
Also one of our fulfillment partners. Let us work these things out. Help us to work these things out. You see what I'm saying? That's what we're trying to do. We want that input.
Okay, but even if they charge me $2.80 a unit, that ends up being like $3.50 per unit for me, right?
Okay, it's $2. It's $2. They're trying to do it for $2 a unit. Okay.
Well, no, I'm just giving you a rough ballpark here.
Right.
So, again, you got to add anything I pay for. This is like including page rates. Like, say someone, an artist gives me a $60 page rate US, that's $80 for me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got to understand that being in Canada, our currency is worth less and is rougher on us. And we don't make a lot of money because we're too busy paying off the conversion costs to make it worth our while.
I wish I could say I could help you with that, Larry.
No, you can't. I mean, the only way that can help us with that is if the Canadian dollar was worth the American dollar.
I can help you, but it would involve you relocating. I'm sorry, bro, but see, we're trying. That's why we're only trying to do this in the U.S. right now, because going outside is really complicated, and we are trying to make it cost effective for everybody. At some point, we'll figure something out that works for people outside the country too, man. But that's the whole thing. We have to hash it out. We have to hear your concerns. We have to figure out a way to address it. And if everybody just sits on the sidelines and doesn't say anything, we'll never get anywhere. You know what I mean? It's like
And keep in mind, I get hit with custom charges too. I get like a box of comics sent to me. I know. It's like a $150 custom fee. You know.
That's what I was telling Danny. Is like you don't, and the way worldwide shipping is right now, it's like it's almost. I almost feel like it's hard for you to even do it, Larry. Wouldn't it be cheaper to just like package them all up, package them all up and then bring them to the U.S. and then label them?
If I was able to, it might save me a few cents.
Put them in the car and then drive them down here, hit the first post office, and ship them all out.
No, Danny, they're all American-based now.
That's what I'm saying. Wouldn't it be cheaper just drive below the border and just ship them all out of the U.S. post office?
I mean, if I could ship them all out for media mail, which is what most people do, that's about $3 or $4 a comic book in the States. For me to send out a comic book bare minimum, and I'm just talking one floppy, it is $12.10 in my currency, right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's $12.10.
Freaking place, Larry. It's not our fault.
So what you got to understand is, like, if I'm sending Danny out a book, right, that costs me $4 to print, maybe I'm charging $8 on the book to make a $4 profit. I'm not getting rich off this, okay? I got to add on the $12.10, which basically makes that a $20 book. That's probably worth about $4.
Okay, but now if you're putting 10 in the box and you're charging,
then I'm probably paying $20 for shipping because we charge by weight, right? So the more a package weighs, the more it costs.
But now I'm saying now it's like $6.50. Let's say $6.50 a book and $20 for shipping.
Mm-hmm.
At least he can still do something with that. You're not making a whole bunch, neither is he, but you're starting to get somewhere and you can figure out where you go from there after that. More books or whatever, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you have to do something to see where it lands money-wise for you and like Danny, say he's the guy that you're shipping them to. You have to like do it once and see where the money lands and then adjust and do it again so that it works better for both of you. and keep trying to make it better for both of you. You know what I mean? It's like you guys got to work together at it. But I mean, I know this. You know, it's just like Danny said, man. He wants books like yours on the shelves there. His customers want books like yours on the shelf there. You just got to figure out a way to make it happen.
Yeah,
Larry.
no, it's cool to get that done, but everyone's got to make a piece of the pie from it, right? Like I got to make a little bit of money off it. If he's going to have the books in his shop, he's got to make a little bit of money off it. But if all his profits are being eaten up by the shipping costs, you know what I mean, to get it shipped to him,
You got to do it once and see where the money
and
lands.
for me to make a little bit of profit, it might not be worth it profit-wise to have it in the shop because they cost too much.
But you won't know. You got to do something once and see if the people buy it first, right?
Mm-hmm.
and he's not going to put it up on the shelf at a price he's going to take a loss. So when he puts it up, he gets 10. He puts it up on the shelf at what he thinks he can sell it for. And if you made a little and he made a little, great. Now you readjust that to where you both make a little more even, or you know what I mean? But you talk to each other about how.
But I mean, you literally got to be selling books in the thousands for it to be like a nice cheap printing cost. You know,
that's
the more you print, the cheaper it gets, right?
Get you, Larry. That's why we.
Yeah, but the reality of Niobe is it sells about 300 copies. You know,
300 copies now because it's not going to stores, Larry. When you get 10 retailers that say they want 100 books each, now you've got to have what? How many books printed, Larry? 1,000 books printed. You see what I'm saying? This is where you're like selling yourself short. Like nobody's going to want it. People have already asked about it, Larry. You already know.
but they're going to want it at a price that they can afford, where they can still make money off it. If everyone's just breaking even off it, it's not worth it.
Look, they're going to have to work with you, and them are going to have to work with Comics Wellspring and figure out how much you can, because they're our fulfillment partner. Your printer is our fulfillment partner. If they can't work you a deal to get your books out to the retailers, you need a new printer. Dude.
Well, I mean, this is where Kickstarter has come into play. And this is where sort of like, you know, being published sort of takes care of that problem. Let's say, you know, AP picks me up. They're taking care at that point, all the printing costs and all the distribution, right? All I have to do is make the story and get my piece of the pie while I continue to do my crowdfunding.
And they get 80%?
They get probably 60% for sure.
I
mean, I don't know the exact details, but what I'm saying is the book is still in the shops. I don't got to ship it. I don't got to print it. They're taking care of all that. They're the ones advertising it.
Then you have to decide if what they're paying you is worth your time. That's what you have to decide then, because it won't be about how many
off my Kickstarters and Indiegogos.
It won't be about how many books you're selling. It'll be about how many books they're selling and how much they're willing to pay you for your work. There's your difference right there, dude. It's not your books you're selling, it's their books it's your book they're selling.
Now here's where Danny gets into play. He says, does having a retailer tier in your Kickstarter make things a little easier? I've tried it, you know, and I priced them at $5 a book. So meaning to get 10 books, it's going to cost you $50 plus whatever it costs me to ship it, which is probably going to be about $70. Is 10 books worth $70?
No, not the way Kickstarter doesn't let you set up different tiers of different, you know what I mean? They let you set up a retailer tier, but they don't really let you decide how much of a discount per how many books or any of that. They don't even give you that option to say, you know, I'll give you, you know, a great deal if you put 1,000 books.
So, like when we do the math, if a retailer bought Niobe for $5 a book and they bought 10 books, okay, and that's $50, and then I gotta pay the $20 to ship it to them. That's $70 they're paying. So in order for them to make even $30 worth of profit, they gotta sell them all at $10 a piece.
Larry, quit talking about 10 books. Do you want to sell 1,000 books to
dude, no one's gonna buy 1,000 books at once.
No one.
No one.
Poor boy. No one. You got people that signed up to do that. You got retailers that signed up because they want.
Even the X-Men doesn't sell thousands of copies in one store, dude. You know what I mean? You got to get a little bit with reality here. You know, this is indie comics. People don't take a chance on new stuff they never heard of before.
Conventions and selling them at conventions and signings and all kinds of stuff. And it's just how you market yourself. You're going to tell me that retailer doesn't know what they're doing and how they're marketing what they're doing? Come on, man. You just seen somebody buy 1,000 books, Larry. You just saw it happen.
And what is it? One person buying 1,000 books, or is that a
One
collective?
store.
Yeah, one store buy. So how many times is that one store going to buy 1,000 books from everybody?
Oh, well, who knows how big?
Right.
Pretty big, man.
So let's get to the point of the matter here, right?
Look,
Like,
they do conventions and all kind of stuff. They're a marketing. They do what they do, Larry, or they wouldn't buy books like that. You don't question what they're doing. Question what you're doing. Question what you're doing.
I question everything, Pops. That's what I do.
You're going to question somebody that'd be willing to throw that kind of money at you to buy that many books. You're going to question it and not say, "I'm printing them, bro."
Hey, look, I believe it's been done once because Mike has proven it's been done once. But I doubt that same shop is going to do that for everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you don't know who they're doing it for. It depends on what book it is, Larry. Is your book that good? Make a product they want to buy a bunch of to do conventions.
Now, so Danny says we just bought about 200 books from Travis Gibb. 100 copies is super realistic. How many of those sold?
He just bought them. They're doing a signing next week. Larry, you're not paying attention to the way marketing is now. You're just sitting up there in Canada where you're not even allowed to do the little cons. And Lou, we're trying to help you, Larry. We're trying to help you, dude. We're trying to put your book in stores. You up there, you're just stuck up in there, and I understand the money dilemma, but I also understand if you're printing 1,000 books, you're going to make some freaking money. Try to go with what we're talking about, and like watch and see what happens to other people.
Well, dude, I'm not saying I'm not going to try it. I'm going to try it, but I just,
I'm just saying, don't shoot yourself in the foot and think you don't have a chance when this is the best chance you've ever had.
I disagree.
Well,
the best chance I ever had is the possibility of getting published.
Well, published by who though?
Published by a company that's in Diamond Magazine, that's in stores across the world.
You mean the company that failed all these brick and mortar stores that are failing? That's the company you're putting your money in, Larry?
If the brick and mortar stores are failing,
Diamond is not your savior, bro. And it's not their savior either. Diamond just let everybody down. And you guys are already like, Diamond, we need you. No,
so
you don't, dude.
Out of the 200 copies that Danny has got, they pre-sold 25 to 30. And they're going to see how many they're going to do in the signing.
In 1 week, pre-sold 25 or 30. When's the last time you sold 30 books in a week that wasn't a Kickstarter, Larry?
The last time I was at a con.
Exactly. We're trying to put you in the stores, dude. Go with us, man. We're trying to help you. I swear to God. I ain't getting nothing out of this. I ain't trying to scam nobody. We're trying to put you on the store shelves, man.
I'm looking at it from a purely mathematical point of view. Like I went to my printer, I did the quotes, I got the numbers. You
got with the indie crowdfund discount.
Yeah.
Told them
it's only 5% off, dude. It's not much.
Told them you wanted to go. You were going to be going through our website, and they said this is the best we can do.
Yeah.
Is it better than what you're getting now?
No.
How can it not be better if it's?
Because I already get the discounts, dude. Because I'm a customer. I get codes like in my email every month, dude.
They're supposed to be offering even something better if they're part of what we got going on. If you're on our site, you're supposed to get even something better, dude.
Well, you're going to have to tell me exactly what that is.
Well, you got to get with Mike on that because I don't have numbers on what exactly their discount is, but it's supposed to be added. You're supposed to get something extra from them or less of a charge from them for using our crowdfunding site.
There's a couple of things in the chat here. William Pace says, why aren't you published? We're actually being considered to be published by a company right now. They're waiting to see our second book. If they like what they see, then they're willing to publish us, and also willing to do Niobe as an ongoing series. I've had 2 communiques with this publisher, and that's kind of what we're waiting on. Danny, multiple factors in play, but it is all about what the customer base is like. True. 30% in 1 week for indies is great. That's not 30% though. 25 to 30 comics out of 100 is 30%. Out of 200, that is 15%.
That's pre-sold, Larry. That's pre-sold.
Yeah, I'm just saying the number's wrong. It should be.
They ain't even got them in the hand, and they bought 25 or 30 in the first week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I'm just saying, dude. I want you to have your books in the stores. You know, I mean, we want this to work for you. We want your input, but you gotta, as much as you're like devil's advocate, and as much as you're trying to see it from every angle, you better look at it from the angle of how it's going to help you the most, as opposed to what are the worst ways this could work. How about what are the best ways this
Dude,
could
I
work?
have to examine the worst ways it can
You
work
have
to
to
make a
examine
sound
the best
judgment.
ways too, bro, or you're never going to see what it can do for you.
Well, you know, like I said, I'm willing to give it a try, but I'm more banking on being published to be in stores than I am actually, you know, just kind of trying to, you know, offer to individual retailers, right? Like I'm looking for, you know, like a strong distribution, you know, not just like, you know, one out of a few stores
Larry,
might pick up a few copies of
get that
Niobe.
Dynamite
You know?
catalog all day long, and the retailers still have to check that freaking box, dude.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they still
It's
have
based.
to check that box. They don't have to buy your book, just like they don't have to buy your book off this website.
It's not just shipping, though, Danny. It's the
No,
conversion cost.
I'm not
Like
even talking about that.
No, I am, dude. I mean, you're not in Canada. If you were in Canada, you would be talking about it.
If your book is printed here and shipped from here, you don't need to worry about Canada conversion costs, except for the few people that buy it in Canada.
No, I have to print in the States, which means they're charging me in US dollars. But I
right,
still have to pay Canadian dollars, dude. You understand what I'm saying? So whatever they charge me in the US, I have to pay an extra 25% for nothing.
And do you make Canada money back or American money back?
It depends. It's
Know this.
both.
I don't understand how that works. See, when you sell a book in American dollars, do they take the difference and you only get the Canadian part?
No.
Okay,
I mean, if I
so
sell a
you
book
get
in the US,
American
I get the
dollars
US
back,
money.
right? So you get
Right.
American dollars back, which translates into a whole bunch more Canadian dollars.
Yeah, but that's why I have to charge more for everything to make up that difference.
You make up the difference by selling a bunch of books, Larry.
Well, you make up the difference by marking up the cost a little bit because you know you're paying an extra 25%.
Well, see, and then if you sell a whole bunch more books, you can knock that
And
cost
then-
back off because you're saving money by printing more books.
And our backers paying me in American dollars too. Some are paying me in their own currency. Some pay in Canadian currency.
We're not selling outside of America right now, so you're getting American dollars, dude. Every time.
Sometimes. Not every time.
We're
No,
not putting it outside America. You're getting American dollars every
Sure.
time.
But selling a book for $5 to a retailer isn't going to make me any money.
Unless they're selling it for 10 and they're willing to split the difference with you. You're not talking to any of them. How the frick do you know, Larry?
No, I'm just saying listing my book up on the site for $5 a pop, which is as cheap as I can go, right? Isn't going to make me any money.
Larry, is your book selling it for 15 or 20 bucks on Kickstarter making you money?
The variant covers do, yeah.
Is it making you money? Selling it for
Yes.
15 or 20 bucks. Then you can sell it for 10 bucks in store and make money, dude. Print more, put them in a store.
No, what I'm saying is if I'm selling them to the store for $5, I am not making any money.
So sell them to the store for $7.50. Let the store sell them for 10, and you guys split the $5.
Don't think they're going to pay it. I mean, we'll try it, but I have my doubts that they're going to pay that much for a book.
You just won't know unless the product is good, right? If the product is worth it, a fan's going to pay it. If a fan will pay it, the retailer will put it on the store shelf for that. Come on, Larry. They're already paying 10, 15 bucks for your book. Already.
Yeah, but stores don't want to pay that. A customer will pay that. A customer will pay that once in a blue moon on Kickstarter. But I don't foresee a lot of stores doing that. I don't see them paying a lot of that much money for an indie book that they know hardly anything about. You know,
the stores aren't going to be paying that much because you're going to be printing a lot more books. Not just what one store ordered, but what 10 freaking stores ordered. And you're going to go in there and you're going to need 3,000 books because all these guys want books. Larry, you're thinking small.
You're thinking too big. I mean, you're dreaming big here. You know,
think big. We're talking about 10 stores. We already got 30 stores on the site. Okay, what happens when we got 400 stores on the site and a whole bunch of them want 10 of your books?
Okay. I'll do it, but we're gonna come back and see who was right and who was wrong, though.
Well, if you think you're going to sell thousands of books when we first launch it, and then you come back to me 2 months from now and complain, I'm going to laugh at you. If you don't give this a year or two to get a fan base behind it and some credibility and work with it to get there, then you're just shitting on us, dude. Like, you're saying we can't provide you everything right now. It's like, we can't provide the fans right now. You got to help us do that, dude.
I'm just not willing to take a loss. You know what I mean?
Well,
Right now, what I'm doing is working.
Loss. You know, we're definitely not trying to make you a loss. That's not what this site is about, dude.
That's right. Well, William Pace says it's buy low, sell high, but I can't sell low for them to sell high. That's the problem.
Dude, you just worry about the product of your book and let the prices work themselves out. How about that? That's what I'm saying. If you have a good product, people are going to buy it, and stores are going to put it on their shelf.
If I was in the States and I was paying what you guys pay, it wouldn't be a problem. But that's not the reality of it.
Anyway, dude, because you're going to make so much more money and be printing so many more books and printing them for cheaper, and you're just not giving yourself
even 1,000 books isn't that much cheaper than printing 25. I mean, when I say thousands, I mean like, tens of thousands of books. If you go through the printer site and do the quote, okay,
and right there, dude, right there.
Yeah, right there. So that's 247 American. Now let's go to Google and see what 247 American is in Canadian money.
Even if it's $5, it costs $5. Okay, and the retailer is going to sell it for $10. You can't work something out in between there.
Now that'd be $3.23 at the current exchange rate.
Okay, that's even better. And you can't put a book on a store shelf that they're willing. If your book's good enough that they can sell it for $10, you can't work.
Now, Comics Wellspring is going to charge me a shipping cost, right, to ship that to the stores. Okay, so you might as well add an extra $1.75 per book to that cost. So again, my math is right. It's going to cost me about $5 Canadian to produce each unit.
You don't even need to do an exchange rate.
You have to do the exchange rate, Pops. It's part of the equation.
Why?
Because that's what I'm paying out of my pocket. This is what you're failing to understand.
You're putting your money into Comics Wellspring, and they're making you pay the exchange rate. That's
correct. I'm in a different country. I'm paying with my currency to their U.S. dollar. It's going to be $5 minimum per book after shipping.
Okay, but still, it's like I said, if a retailer like Danny can put it on the shelf for $10, you can't find a medium in there where you're making money and they're making money that you'd be happy with.
If they could sell for $10, that's cool. I doubt every store can do that, though.
You don't even want to give them a chance. They're not going to buy it if they can't sell it.
I'll give them a chance, but I'm expecting 2 or 3 stores to pick it up, and that's about it.
Well, right now we have 29 retailers. Okay, if 2 or 3 of those 29 pick it up, I think that's a pretty good percentage. What are you going to do when we got 600 retailers?
Well, I want to see it
first. That same percentage pick up your book.
I'm just saying.
I want to see it. Well, then help us build it, bro.
Have I not had you guys on the show countless times talking about it?
I know, but now you're over here talking about.
Because I actually had to sit down and do the math because I'm trying to create a campaign for it, Pops. Well, so here I am creating my campaign, and now I have to go to the printer and find out how much things are actually going to cost me, so I know how to accurately price the prices for the retailers and for the customers on that site. And when I went ahead and did the math, I'm like, whoa, this is going to be too much.
Then make sure you nail down the indie crowdfund discount that goes with Comic Wellspring too. Don't just count on your coupons and this and that. Make sure you add that. Make sure they add that extra discount that you get for going through us.
I doubt it's going to be stackable.
It better be stackable because look. Send you what link? I don't know what you're talking about. Send you a link.
Mike wants to. Well, whoever's sending that, they want a link to come on and talk.
Well, I don't want to get out here and start a big argument at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm just saying, Larry, you got to give it a chance, man.
And I told you I would, but I'm telling you why international creators might have a problem with trying to do it this way. Like, I don't understand why that's so hard to understand.
Yeah, Lewis, we get it. Nobody has any history. We're not going to get any history if everybody goes, oh, I'm not going to do it until somebody else does. Nobody's going to get anywhere if everybody sits on the sideline and watches. Okay, we're trying to build this for you guys. That's the best thing I can tell you is we're taking your input and we're trying to get this thing. We're trying to get this thing to the best it can be for you, not where it's going to be more hassle or more money or any of that. We're trying to get it so it's less money and less hassle. And it's like you got to work with us, man. Coming out here talking about it like it's going to hurt you or you can't do it and telling the whole world that ain't helping us any. You know, you haven't even given it a chance, and you're out here with a very negative.
No, dude, how can you say that when I have a campaign half built on the freaking site already? How can you say I'm not giving it a chance? How can you say I haven't been looking into it, man? I probably looked into it more than you have.
Break it up, break it up, break it up. You guys are killing me. I love both of y'all. All right. You know, it's a rough transition. It really is. And you know, I don't want this to turn into a bash Larry session because that's kind of what it's seeming to go to.
It's not. It's like
I know, Pops. I know, Pops. You mean well, and that's all cool. But I mean, I want to explain something to you. Pops, can you share your screen real quick?
Which one?
Just any screen. Just pull up a calculator in your desktop. Just share your screen. Pull up the calculator here.
Yeah, if I go in my computer, it's gonna crash the whole thing, dude. I don't.
Well, all right. Then I'll walk through it myself. Here, it's real easy, guys. All right. So I mean, you keep talking about currency exchange rates. Currency exchange rates don't matter when you set your price. It just doesn't. When you set your price in American dollars, say it's $15. That's your campaign rate. You know, that's $15 a book, right? If it's costing you $2.47 to print it, okay, that's generally on average what it costs for anything, you know, around 500 copies or so, about $2.47 to print it. Now, you say it brings it up to $5 after shipping, but Larry, you're not going to be shipping one book at a time.
No. So now you're misunderstanding. What I did was I went and did the quote, right? Assuming that I'm going to ship to California. So I put in the 90210 area code, right?
Right.
And I put it for 25 comics. I made no, dude.
Hey,
fuck,
Pops.
I gotta finish, man.
Pops.
I want to know where
I'm gonna really lose my cool here.
I want to know where you're shipping from. That's what I'm asking.
I'm shipping from wherever Comics Wellspring is in Detroit.
Okay, that's what I want.
So from Detroit to California, right? It was an average of an extra $1.50 per book. You know what I mean? So like it came out to $5, like my currency, no matter how I was going to slice it and dice it. So I would have to minimum, like just to break even, not even make a penny on it, I would have to charge retailers $5 a book. You know what I mean? And that's me not making any money and probably losing money. In order for me to make money, honestly, you know, these have to be like at least like.
I've totally misunderstood something. You said it was going to cost you $1.50 per book. If you're putting 50 books into a priority mailer and sending them out, it doesn't cost $1.50 a book.
Dude, go to the site and go through the quotes yourself and figure it out.
I've shipped plenty of books, dude.
Dude. We're talking about mass shipping. You know, like crates of books, like 25 books. You know, it's a four little heavy little box there. You know what I mean?
Cost 16 bucks.
Hey guys, hey, he's from Canada. He doesn't know about the flat rate stuff. I don't think.
No, I'm talking about what my printer told me it's going to cost for them to ship 25 books from Detroit to California.
Okay, do you know you can fit 35 books in a large flat rate box, and it costs $16.
But I'm not the one doing it. They are. So they're the ones that set the shipping costs.
Okay. So what we should probably do to help you out then is find someone who does it a little differently, maybe a little bit better, that can take advantage of the flat rate stuff.
Well, no.
Because you can send 35 books across the United States, even from Florida to Alaska, for $16 using a flat rate box.
I've done it lots of times, Larry. I've done it lots of times, man.
Okay.
Yeah. But every company has their own way of doing things. Pops. They have their own companies that they deal
Right.
with,
And
whether
see,
it's
that's
FedEx or
when
UPS or whoever. You know, like.
So maybe we need to get with Comics Wellspring and tell them they need to give our people a little better deal on shipping if they're out of the country.
That's where the problem is.
You know, I mean, you're
That's
already
where the problem is.
Larry. They should.
I mean, I want to be able to offer retailers to book for like $3 or $4 a pop, and I don't think that's going to be possible.
You already used them, Larry. They should be more than happy to try to make this work for you to get your books in stores in America, dude. They all print your book. They should be more than happy to help you.
If they're charging you $1.50 a book to mail it, then there's a big problem.
That's crazy.
Because I mean, when a retailer places an order, generally it's going to be 20 books or greater. You know, and a lot of these retailers, they want store variants because that's how they make their money. They want a cover that no one else has, and they are willing to buy a substantial amount in order to get that done. You know, like I'm talking like 500, 300, 600. You know, that's how these guys operate. So if you're having a problem in regards to shipping, you should reevaluate your relationship with the people shipping your book.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a quote here, like real-time quote on the site. Okay, guys, and I'm going to assume that, let's say that, like I said, bare minimum they'll ship out is 25 comics to one particular place. So, like, a retailer has to get 25 comics. They can't just order 5 from me, okay?
Right. Okay.
All right. So, 25 comics. I'm going to add it to cart. Let's see here.
So that's something else that Mike, you need to get with them about. If you're offering 10 books as a retailer perk, they need to be willing to print 10 books, man, as a fulfillment.
Well, see, what you do is you wait until your campaign's over, and then you place your print order. So you're actually printing 1,000 books. You just have different fulfillment destinations. That's going to lower your print cost dramatically.
Now, let's see. I'm going to select U.S. as the country. We're going to ship from U.S. to U.S. Okay. Oh, Pops, this is what people have to know. They have to understand.
I know, and that's why we're talking about it. I just wish we weren't doing it at 1 o'clock in the morning. I still got to do this all freaking day tomorrow.
Well, okay. I mean,
you know, that's what I said.
I'll talk about it anytime. I don't mind helping people out.
I'm going to select California because that's the only postal code I know, 90210.
We're going to send it to the richest neighborhood in America and think they don't pay more.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding with you, Larry. It's all the same. It's all the same. Look, Larry, you know I love.
So far, I'm already at $70.23 US for 25 comics, and I haven't even gotten to the shipping part.
But hey, Larry, you're just printing 25 comics.
That's $3 a book.
Yeah, it's
do you see the problem there? You're having them print on demand.
That's right.
That's not what you do.
Wait till your campaign's over and you print all your books at once.
Yes. For fuck's sake.
Okay, so it might make it. Yeah, no, I get that, but since we don't know how much that's going to be, let's go with the bare minimum amount here. Okay.
Okay, let's go with the bare minimum of
500 at least.
Let's go with the bare minimum.
So shipping for U.S. ground, which is the cheapest option, okay, is an additional $25.61. Boom. All right. So now my total is $91.86 US. Now what's $91.86 US for 25 comics?
But still, you're printing 25 at a time. You're not.
I understand that, but you might though. Maybe you might, right? Like we don't know how many stores are going to come and buy Niobe. Let's say one store comes and buys Niobe, and that's it, and they want 25 copies. That's the scenario we're going with here. Okay.
Then Larry, you're probably going to fulfill that order and not worry about retailers anymore. But let's put it out there and see how
that's $120 Canadian that I'm paying out, right, for 25 comics.
Larry, what are you going to do if nobody buys any? Because that's what you're saying. If only they're only going to buy 25, why are we even talking about this if that's your goal?
Pops, I have to work with a real-time example here, right? With real numbers that I can plug into the website. Unless if you're giving me a different scenario.
How many did you sell? How many Niobe birthright number ones did you sell?
I have to go back into the site and look.
Just give me a ballpark.
I don't know, like 300, 350.
Okay, 300, 350. Let's say that you do this and you sell 300, 350, 400 more. And at the end of the campaign, you have them printed up. And then, oh, some retailers wanted 50 here and 100 there. Dude, quit thinking small, man. Quit thinking small, please. That's why we're building this.
Quit dreaming big, dude. I'm trying to bring this down to reality.
Be big, bro.
$4.80 is what that's going to cost me, right? So basically $5. So my math is dead on. There's nothing wrong with the math here.
25
I just did it on the site. I should have screen shared it for you all to see.
We don't, dude, 25 bucks.
You don't know what it's going to do, Pops. You have no fucking clue.
Goal, Larry, if that you already sold 350 on your last campaign, don't act like you don't have a fan base. If that's what how you're going to do this is like only 25 people out of the 350 people that have already bought my book are really going to be interested, then you're not interested, dude. Come on.
What I'm saying is a store has to buy a minimum of 25 for Comics Wellspring to even ship it to them.
What we're saying is at the end of your campaign, when 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 retailers have ordered books, and
you're guessing, you don't know that.
I'm guessing I don't know that, and
hey, you know how you find out?
You do it, Larry. You do it. That's how you find out.
That's how you find out.
Yeah, and I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I'm just, saying how much it actually costs me. And I'm giving out the numbers on this program.
You're giving out
so raise your prices a little bit, charge $6 a book, put a 25 book minimum, and see what happens.
And you think retailers will buy that?
Yeah.
I'm charging $6 for blank covers. Minimum order quantity 10. I'm charging $5 for standard covers. Minimum order quantity 20. So yeah, I think they will.
Okay, I kind of doubt that, but I'll try it. Like I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt, and I'll try it.
Danny told you that they buy them for $5, and if they could sell it for $10, and you told Danny, hey, will you split that down the middle with me? Let's go $7.50. Do you think Danny and Brandon wouldn't try to work something out with you?
I already know Danny wants to work something out. I'm not talking about one particular. Danny is just one shop in the mix, dude.
Right, just one, and
yeah, there's about 2,000 other ones that would love to see your stuff too.
That's one that's already going to buy from you, Larry. So put 25 aside for him. All right. Now, what's next? What about the next guy that orders, and the next guy that orders, and the next guy that orders? Okay, you already got one. He just told you he wants your book. You already got one. And we ain't even put your campaign up yet. Pre-sold. Woo. You see what I'm saying, Larry?
I'm reading the comments.
Don't shoot yourself in the foot, bro. Throw yourself into jump in with both goddamn feet, Larry, make it happen. Help us make it happen. There might be some retailers out there that haven't registered because they're waiting to see them books that are on our page show up on the campaign.
Well, Danny wants to know what's the risk. I mean, there is no real risk. If I put it up and no one buys it, I'm not out anything.
Exactly.
I mean, that's true.
If you put it up and someone does buy it, you're still not out anything.
Even if they only buy 25.
Yeah, even if they only buy 25, so you make 20 cents a book, you still sold 25 books. Are you here to sell books, or are you here to make a buck?
You're following up a successful campaign, Larry. You already know you have customers. You already know you have a fan base.
That's really what it comes down to. Are you here to sell books? Are you here to move books? Or are you here to sell books at $20 a piece on Kickstarter? What's your goal?
Well, the $20 a piece on Kickstarter has done very well for us.
I know, but don't you think by selling more books and having those 25 books in the comic shop, some comic shop that wouldn't normally be on Kickstarter, and then them having it out to their customers would get you more fans and then look for you later on?
Maybe.
What's the downside?
No, there's no real downside. Like you said, there is no real risk, which is why I want to do it.
There's no downside.
I'm just talking about what the retailers would have to pay. I'm not sure if they're willing to pay it. That's my whole argument.
For them,
right? But even if you only make 10 cents a book, who cares, man?
I care. I got to make more than that for it to be worth my effort.
10 cents a book.
I don't know, man. Even if I was making 10 cents a book, I'd really want my books in the shop more than that. I don't know. I'm out.
I know the next one would be bigger. That's the thing. You got to Larry, if you really want to go there, you got to go there, man. You know, I mean, really, you have to go. If you guys want your books on the shelves, these guys are trying to get.
You're acting like this is the only way books get on the shelf, though, and that's my problem with it. It's
No,
not.
I'm not acting like this is the only way. I'm not acting like this is the only way you can do it yourself, without
Incorrect.
anybody else, without AP or Image or Diamond or. This is going to be the best way you can do it, and you're your own master. You're the one in charge of your title. You know, we're trying to keep you in creative control of your work. You don't need anything anymore. If this takes off and you guys use it and it works and we're making it happen and we're bringing more and more fans, it's all you're going to need, man.
All right, so he said send 200 books to his zip code. All right, well, now I have to bring back up the site if I'm actually going to do that now.
Oh, see, that's the whole thing. That's when you're talking about the shipping cost that they're charging to do their packaging and their shipping and handling, and it's not what actually it costs to go to the post office and put them out there. See, so that's what I'm saying. That's where we need.
But I'm not going to deal with. I'm not dealing with dude. I'm not going to deal with 3 fucking companies to ship one book.
What I just said, Larry. This is where we need to talk to them and tell them that they need to cut somebody like you, who's already their customer, a better deal to get your books out to the shops, since you're going to be printing a freaking lot more of them in their business. Do you see what we're saying, Larry? You're going to give them a lot more business, and they should be willing to cut you a deal on shipping, bro. That's all part of negotiation in business. You're just letting them.
This guy
just acting like that $1.50 a book is going to be the charge when they're over there responsible for shipping out 1,000 of your books. They still going to charge you $1.50 a book?
Dude, I don't make the rules.
You just had them print 1,000 books. Are they still going to charge you like that to ship your books out? You see what I'm saying? We're talking about bigger volume, cheaper money. That's how business works. The more you make, the better deal you're supposed to get. The more money you make.
Yeah, but it's not that much of a better deal when you actually go and look at it.
Well, it's supposed
that's what
to be.
I'm trying to tell you.
It's supposed to be though. That's what we're trying to make happen for you, dude. And just like I said, you know, if that takes us going over there to them and saying, "Yo, you're going to have to come better with the shipping with our customers, or give them a better discount or something," because you know somebody like you who's already their customer, Larry. This is what I'm saying. If you come to them and you're bringing them a big, much larger order, like after your campaign's over and you've had a few retailers hit you with a decent order and you're coming to them with a larger order, they should be willing to work with you on getting them shipped out to them retailers for a better price.
Right, now I'm going to put in his postal code that he suggested.
I mean, we can't make Comics Wellspring come down on their shipping costs, but we can figure out a different printer that does just as good. That'll ship.
I don't want a different printer. That's what you don't understand.
Well, you know, I mean, that's what if somebody comes at you with a way better deal and they have a better product? You're going to say no? If somebody comes at you with a better deal and a better product, you're going to say no, Larry.
Just hold on, dude. I'm trying to do some math here.
Well, I mean, that's a simple question.
You're coming at me 100 miles a minute here.
That's a simple question. If somebody's offering you a better deal and a better product, you're not going to say no. Comics Wellspring will be a thing of the past. Okay? Anybody in business is going to go for a better deal and a better product. You know, I mean, that's just the way it is. You know, when you're printing more, you might be able to go to a bigger printer and a better printer and get a better product for a better deal.
What state is that postal code?
That's Florida.
Florida.
I mean, I'm not saying there's not logistics that still need to be worked on and ways to make things better.
All right.
But that's what it's all about,
So,
is trying to make it better. You know?
So here we go. So it's going to be $577 US, right? $577 US that I would have to pay. I have to convert that into Canadian dollars. That is going to be $753.82. $753.
For 200 books shipped?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's less than $4 a book. I think Danny
might be getting there. It'd be $3.80.
Okay,
it'd
so
be about $4 a book.
sell them for $7, and Larry, I don't see the problem here, bro. Just get up into the higher numbers, dude. That's all we're talking about. You know, get up in the higher numbers. You'll see the difference will go away. You know.
I guess my doubt is I just have doubts the shops would buy in that amount
Right,
of
I
numbers.
get that.
Look, my shop.
Okay.
Look, I'm local here in my area. My shop will only take 5 books from me at any given time, Pops. You know what I'm saying?
Is
Like,
Midtown big? Is Uptown
let
big?
alone 200.
Okay, what about these online retailers, Larry? Because we're including them too. What about those like Uptown and Midtown? They sell a crap load of books, don't they?
Well, they sell a crap load of Batman and Harley Quinns and stuff.
Okay, well they don't have your book. What if they got you? What if they wanted your book, dude?
What if they do?
Excluding them. We're not excluding them as retailers. I have no idea who signed up, dude. They could be brick and mortar. They could be online stores. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but we're not excluding them. And there's some pretty big online retailers, bro, that buy a lot of books.
Like I said, I'm going to put it to the test, and we'll come back and revisit this conversation. You know what I mean?
Okay, but we're not going to come back and revisit it 1 month from now, Larry. Because unless you're really helping me get this out there and get it seen by everybody, and unless everybody's doing that, we have to get it out there and get it seen by all the fans in order for all the fans to know your book's there. Right?
I get that, but we're talking about my particular case right now. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, like the test run for me is going to be my first campaign on this site.
And those
like we're going to see how many people really want Niobe and how many people are really willing to invest and how many people are really going to do it.
No,
if you're going to come back and we're going to discuss it. If it does well, I'll be the first one to say.
If you're going to say it like that, then wait a year. Come at us with Niobe 3. All right, because you're talking about taking a fledgling with the only promotion that it's getting is me, and acting like it's going to be on us to make your book successful.
No, I'm saying we'll just examine it.
No, we won't examine it a month from now unless you're going to promote the fuck like I am.
Well, if my campaign is on it, of course I'm going to promote it because I want people to go and back my book.
I mean the site. I don't mean your book. I mean the site.
Yeah, but if my book is on the site, then I have to put the link to the site that links to my book.
Are you going to be out there telling the people why you're using this site and selling this site? Because if you're not going to be working as hard as I am, you're not going to come back at me with oh, it didn't do it that good. Because you're going to have to be working just as hard as I am. If you're going to hold me to that standard, then I'm going to have to know you were working as hard as I was.
No, I'm not holding you to any standard. But
well,
that's the thing.
You're going to come back
and say, "Oh, it didn't do so well," and I blame you. That's not what I'm saying.
No, but you're going
to. We'll just look at it.
Month, Larry. You're not even going to give us a year to build it. You're going to come back and revisit this in a month. Then you better work like hell to help me make it something in a month, bro. That's what I'm saying. Don't act like this is all, everything's all well out there and known, and everybody's just going to jump on and see your book and buy it, because unless you're helping me make sure everybody sees it.
You guys are the ones that are making the claims that you have all these retailers, not
we
me.
do have 29 signed up.
Okay.
Doesn't mean
so
they're all
we're gonna put it to the test, Pops. That's what I'm saying.
Then wait till we got 150 or 200 retailers.
Okay, then maybe I should wait then and just do my Kickstarter. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying is don't act like it's on us if you're not going to push it just as hard as we do.
No, you're putting words in my mouth, dude.
But we're going to revisit this in a month, Larry?
We'll revisit it after my campaign is over.
Larry. Do a 3-month campaign.
Who does a 3-month campaign?
You can. That's the great thing about our site. You can do whatever you want, Larry. You can do whatever.
If I do a campaign, it's 30 days, like the standard campaign duration.
You can do it.
I'm not going to be there all for 6 months fucking around. You know what I mean?
No, but you can leave it open end. You don't even have to put an end on your campaign, Larry. We're making this for you guys, so you have all the options available. You can put it. You don't have to put an end on your campaign. You can go in demand. You can do whatever you want, Larry. Whatever you want, bro.
So Lewis got a question here. He says, if Larry waits to the end of the campaign and he ends up with 5 retailers that want 25 copies each, he would have the shipment sent to him. No.
No.
He would have to have the shipment sent to him in California, and then he puts their packages together, and he would have to ship them himself. No. I would get Comics Wellspring to ship to those 5 individual places, but that's going to be 5 individual shipping costs.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to stack together and give me a discount.
If they want it, they'll know what the cost is, Larry. You're putting the cost in the campaign. They see what it's going to cost them. They'll buy it or not. Make a product they want. That's the best.
Yeah, well, I'm going to price it what I have to price it as, and you're right. They will buy it or not. You know,
and make a product that makes it so they want to buy it, dude. Offer them a product that they can't pass it up. You see what I'm saying? If it's good, they're gonna buy it, Larry. It's already proven that it's good. You already have a fan base.
I have a small fan base.
Yeah,
very small.
a small fan base. But look, you haven't put it in front of the retailers where they have the option of buying it, right? It can be, look, it's like Mike said, it can even be just like your Gumroad, just another online in-demand store.
Well, I already have that.
Right. You can have another one on another site, and it doesn't matter, right? It's just another place where somebody's ordering books from you. What's wrong with that? That's just more shipping when you go to your shipper every time. You see what I'm saying? It's like, think outside of one campaign. That's all I'm asking. Think outside of one campaign, because this is going to be outside of a campaign. It's going to be whatever you want it to be, bro. It's going to be whatever you want it to be. If you want it to be, if you work at it and you want it to be in the stores, we're going to push it that way. Look, because more exposure that's all we can do, Larry. More and more exposure for the site and for the books on it. And that's what I'm going to be doing, bro. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm not trying to make this so that.
Dude, all I did was come out here and give you the cost of what it cost me personally. That's what I come out here.
And we just told you. You just showed me how you could ship books down there to Florida for $4 a piece.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to charge at least $6 to make a profit, at least.
No, you said you could ship them down there. It was $7. No. Dude, what you just said a minute ago was you could get.
We worked with the number of 200 books shipped to Florida, which would average $4 a book. That's just me breaking even. Now,
Okay,
if I want to make a profit,
right? Put your $2 on there, and then let Danny put them on the shelf for what he's going to put them on the shelf for.
Yeah, I mean that's what it would have to be. I just don't see personally. I just don't see a lot of people jumping on that.
Danny just told you that he'd probably.
Yeah, but he's one shop out of thousands. You know what I mean?
Well, give us a chance to get some more shops on the site, bro. But right now, if some of them buy from you, is that bad?
No, I'm just giving you the logistics, right? I don't think anyone has ever sat down and gone through like a quote calculator with you guys.
I think they did.
Let you know how much things cost.
I think they did. That's how they sold 1,300 books. All it takes is one shop, the right one. But let's say a whole bunch of little ones. It doesn't matter, Larry, as long as you're selling books, right? Does it really matter as long as you're selling books? You're making a couple bucks off each one. Does it really matter?
Well, no, it doesn't really matter.
So being out there as on demand over here where we got retailers looking at it, is that bad?
Like you're acting like I'm trying to resist the site, and that's just not it.
You kind of sound like you
no, dude. I got a campaign that's half built, dude. I'm just telling you, I went and did the numbers, and I just have doubts of what comic shops are willing to pay for an indie book that may or may not sell.
Dude, they're not going to buy them. They're buying them from you, Larry. Look. They're not saying ship them to me and I'll pay you, Larry. They're buying them. They're paying you now. Now you're going to go.
Dude, I get that part. But my doubt is how many of them are actually going to come to the site and buy them.
Well,
for the price that I have to charge them.
Like they want them to. Do you think they will?
I have my doubts that some people are going to pay.
If you're going to go out there and say that, do you think they're going to bring their business to you, Larry? Say, yeah, I think they want my book, and I'm going to put it out there.
Okay. Do you know how much retailers pay for books out of Diamond Pops?
Talk to me next year when Diamond's struggling even worse, dude. Diamond ain't helped nobody. You can't act like Diamond's helped anybody
Right.
in 2020 at all.
So
Nobody.
even like if a retailer buys Batman from Diamond and they order like 100
What if
copies, that's still
Diamond
a
goes
risk to
under and
them.
there ain't no Diamond?
And I'll tell you why it's a risk to them, because they can't sell those books back.
What
Okay?
if
So they
Diamond
might be
goes
stuck
under?
with a bunch of books that ends up in the dollar bin that they can't get rid of. Okay?
That's
This
a
is
risk.
why a lot of comic book shops are actually failing right now. You know what I
They're
mean?
failing because Diamond let them down, and you're sitting here talking like Diamond is going to save you, dude. Diamond let
I'm
them.
telling you, shops are used to paying a certain dollar amount for books, and then when you go around, turn around, and say, "Hey, you know what? Your wholesale cost is going to be $6 a book." They might go, "Fuck! If I buy a bunch of books at $6 a book and I can't sell them, I'm out a lot of money."
Okay, so don't buy a bunch. They know how to do their business, Larry. Don't think for them. Think for you.
I am thinking for me, pops.
No,
in the end, that's what I always do.
They're gonna or not going to do. You're telling me what you think they may or may not do. Don't think.
That's
like
correct.
You're not a retailer. You don't.
And you're telling me what you think they may or may not do,
No,
and we have a difference of opinion.
Mike is telling you because he's been a retailer, and you're like acting like his opinion means nothing, dude. He's been a retailer. He's talking to you from that side of the counter. Listen,
Well, you know what? I have a.
you know.
Well, like I said, I'm going to put it up, and we'll see what happens, dude. I mean, what else can I tell you?
Well, I mean, and give it a chance to happen, Larry. Don't put it up for 30 days and quit. Give it a
Dude,
chance.
I'm never running a campaign any longer than 30 days. I don't want to be reprinting Birthright for the rest of my fucking life.
Do it
You know
in
what I'm saying?
demand and let us get this thing rolling, Larry.
I don't want in demand, dude. I'm not interested in demand. I don't do it on Indiegogo. I have zero interest in demand. You know, like there's gonna be a point when Niobe Birthright #1 never gets reprinted again, and it's on to
And
the
that's
next one.
fine.
Whatever is out there is out there. You know.
That's fine. You can turn it off whenever you want, Larry. We keep telling you, you have complete control of your campaign. How long you want it to be and everything. But if you take a campaign and cut it to 30 days when we're just trying to launch this and you don't get a whole lot of bites because you're not giving us enough time to make this happen, that's not our fault, bro.
No, and I get that.
I mean, we're trying to put everything into it, but it's not going to happen in 30 freaking days, dude. Come on. You're the one talking about being realistic, so I'm telling you to be real.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the realistic thing is that no one knows about your site.
And are you going to try to help us make people know about our site?
Dude, I've already tried to help you do it. I've already had you guys on the show countless times. Like,
right.
What else can I do for you?
When you're out there pushing your book, and you're saying it's on Indie Crowdfund, are you going to be telling people this is why I'm on Indie Crowdfund? Do you see what I'm saying? It's part of the sell thing, because if you want them to come to you, you're going to have to help us sell this site, dude. You know? You're coming on.
Like I said, it's just better not to do your campaign on our site then. Check us out in a couple of years. I think a lot of people are sort of on that mindset. You talked to Tom Hutchinson today, right? No. Listen, you tried to sell it to Tom Hutchinson tonight on stream. I watched it.
Yeah.
And what did Tom Hutchinson say to you?
I told him about it.
Yeah, what did he say to you?
My job is, Larry.
Yeah, but I want to know what he said to you.
Well, I didn't pitch him and ask him, what are you going to do? Are you going to jump on with us? I didn't do that, Larry.
So I'll tell you what he said. He said, it looks like it has legs, right? But he said, I'm going to see and wait and watch what happens. Right. I think a lot of creators are sort of on that mindset.
What happens. And if everybody takes that stance, we're wasting our time, bro.
Right?
Right? So are you going to take that stance too? Is everybody going to take that stance? Or do people want to get their books on retailer shelves? Do you want this to be your job or your hobby, Larry? That's the bottom line right there. Do you want it to be your job or your hobby?
Well, I'll tell you, I already got my own path in motion, Pops.
Right.
This just happens to be an extra thing that I'd be willing to try for shits and giggles.
And you're on a what if over there too, right? You don't know what's going to happen, what they're going to.
No, I don't know. No, I don't know.
So we're not trying to make you dangle on a string to whether or not you can be part of this, dude. We're not making you wait to see what we decide. This ain't like that, bro. This is your chance to be you. And we're trying to offer
Look, I got a book coming up on Kickstarter next week. You know what I mean? I got to focus on that, Pops, first before I focus on anything else. And that's the reality of it.
Well, it's just like I said, man. You can help us build it, but you know, when you come back later and want to put your book on our site, we'll revisit this conversation, Larry.
Okay. All right.
Because that's
I know it's getting late for you and it's getting late for me, and we're not really getting anywhere. We're just kind of running around in circles. You know what I mean? So.
Well, I just wanted to lay that back on you the way you laid it on me, bro. Is like, you know, fine, wait a couple years, but when you come back and want to put your book here, we're going to revisit this conversation.
It's not that I don't believe in it. I just, my doubt has always been how much a retailer is going to be willing to pay for per unit per
like
book.
You don't believe in you, Larry, not us. It sounds like you don't
Dude,
believe.
I believe in me just fine.
Okay, then. Then they'll buy your book.
Niobe's going to exist. Niobe's going to exist one way or the other, brother. Don't worry about that.
They will buy your book for whatever you want to charge, Larry. Bottom line, if you believe in your book, they will buy it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That's my problem. I don't believe
You don't believe in your book, Larry.
No, I don't believe that certain retailers are going to pay a certain amount for
what you want them to pay, just like your Kickstarter fans do. They pay.
We're never going to get past this.
Larry,
I'm telling you, vehemently, I do not believe a retailer is going to pay $6 per copy.
Do your retailer fans pay what you asked them for your book? Do your Kickstarter fans pay you what you ask for your book?
Yeah, but Kickstarter is an event. It's not like
the fans buy the books, Larry. Retailers are just
shops aren't fans, dude. Shops are in it to make money.
Middleman, and if they see fans buying books, they want to put books in fans' hands. You're not going to give them a chance. Right. It's not going to happen, bro. If you're not going to give them a chance, it's not going to happen.
Dude. How many times have I said I'm building a campaign? How many times have I said that, Pops? Fucking 12 at least.
In front of everybody talking about how they're not going to do this and they're not going to do that, and they could be watching.
I'm giving an opinion.
They could be watching, dude.
They could be watching, and they very well could be like, you know what? I'm not paying fucking $6 for a book that may or may not sell.
Or they could
guarantee you, some people are thinking that.
Larry, they could be sitting there thinking this guy doesn't want to sell his books. They could be thinking that too.
They're thinking this guy's done some sound math. And he's got a lot of valid points on a lot of things he just said.
And you just heard, and you know somebody just sold 1,300 books at $6 a book to a retailer, and you're sitting there arguing they won't do that for you. Well, then is your book not that good?
One retailer, they've done that. Okay?
Right, one.
And so you're banking that one retailer and one comic book success on the entire platform.
No, I'm telling you that if it can happen to him, it can happen to you. Is your book that good? $6? Is your book that good, Larry? They don't know his book's going to be that good, and they've already purchased it. You have a following. You already have a fan base for your book. He doesn't.
You have a bigger fan base than I do.
You have a bigger fan base for Niobe than he does for boobs. Nobody's seen boobs.
Well, their name counts for a lot. Just, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta understand that.
Dude, the whole thing is that it's a book, and somebody said they want to try and sell it, and enough to where they bought a whole bunch. I'm not saying people are going to buy thousands of your book right away, Larry, but if you start out and you give it a chance, you never freaking know what can happen.
I have a hard time believing retailers will buy 25 copies of an indie book, Pops. You're not even getting it.
Well, it just depends on the size of the retailer, Larry. Like I said, you talk about Midtown or Uptown or these big online retailers, they buy a lot of books, Larry. A lot. And the big retailers like in New York, where you have these giant stores and stuff, they buy a lot of books. They do a lot of signings and stuff. They do that stuff. You know,
right. Well, you know,
and it's more of the game now than it was before. Signings are because there's no cons.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to finish the campaign. We're going to put it up. I'll price things as the math tells me to price it. And dude, we'll roll the dice, and we'll see what happens, brother.
Yeah, and we're going to push it. We're going to push the book, and we're going to push the page, dude. That's what we're going to do.
That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do.
I mean, come on, Larry. You know, all I want to do is push your book. All I want.
No, dude. Look. We may have sparred here, but we're buddies. You know what I mean? We're good. We're fine.
Dude, I love you. You know I
Yeah.
love you, Larry.
So I don't want anyone to think that me and Pops are mad at each other
No.
or something. We're not. You know what I mean?
I want more for Larry than Larry wants to give himself credit for. That's the problem.
No,
I want you to be bigger than you think you can be. That's where the argument is right here. I think you can be bigger. I think we can help you be bigger. And you're kind of like afraid you can't be that guy, but you can, dude. You can. Your book's good. Your story's good, especially your story right now, dude. Come on.
Drew put in a bad link. It doesn't bring us anywhere.
Drew, bad link. See, and Mike thinks so too, man. We think your book can be big, bro.
Well, we'll figure it out, man. You know, like I want to have this conversation actually with Mike. You know what I mean? Privately, and then somehow we got onto it on the show, and I knew Mike was listening, so I'm like, okay, well, I'll just blurt it all out here. It saves me from having to explain the whole scenario twice, you know. But
well, see, that's just it. It's like that's why we built that. Did you see the new Facebook group? The indie crowdfund creators.
Yeah, no, I joined it.
Yeah, okay. Because I mean, we're trying to make it so that everybody has an easy access to with their questions and suggestions too. You know, it's like we're not trying to be way over there. You can only talk to me if you're on the stream, or you know what I mean. It's like we want to be as accessible as possible. And you know, I want you to fucking sell a lot of books, Larry. Damn, that's why I took this on to make this to be the face of the site. Because I want everybody to succeed, and that everybody knows that about me, right? You know, that's all my group is about. That's what the cons are about. That's what it's all about. It's just all tying together now, dude. You know, where I can use one to publicize the other and make, you know, and make it bigger and bigger. You know, I mean, you got to remember now too. These cons now, since I got on Comics Cast, we're getting 1,000 views a day on these segments. Just on Comics Cast Facebook page.
No, it's working now that you put in the new one.
Okay. But I mean, not counting all the shares out to other groups and stuff, we got a pretty large reach, Larry, and it's getting bigger all the time. We haven't had something like this to try and push before. I don't know. I'm going to work my ass off trying to make it happen. You know, I mean, that's all I can do is try to make sure everybody makes as much money as they can. That's, you know, that's always
Well,
been
this
my goal.
project's made some money. This guy here has made 15,000 US. This Captain Love, Rise of the Pirate King.
Yeah, I just found out about this book the other night on Drew's show. You know, but that's what I mean. I'm getting a larger reach. I'm meeting all these other people that do podcasts that have a totally different audience, just like Drew. His audience totally different. Went out there and talked to them about it. This is the whole thing. I'm going to try and make sure that as many people find out about the page as possible, and I'm going to give preferential treatment to the people that have books on the page. You're going to get all the, you know, the benefits of all the push that I can push, man. You know, and we'll just keep increasing the reach of the group. You know, it's like we'll probably give people who are on indie crowdfund preferential treatment for the cons. And, you know, I mean, I've been thinking a lot about it. And it's like this all ties together. Comics Cast is the media arm of indie crowdfund. I'm like the face of indie crowdfund. It's all tying together right here, you know, but let's push it out everywhere as far as we can. That's what we're doing. You know, that's why there's so many different podcasters in the con this time. Have you noticed that?
Not yet. Well, I mean, I missed a lot of it because I was sleeping. Like, I'm not actually at work right now. Like Danny said, let Larry go to bed. Man, dude, I can't go to bed for like another 5 hours. Man.
Yeah, but no, Larry, it's like I had a lot of different people bring their podcast show to the con this time, just to expose them to the madness and all the people that they can get as guests and get you guys on all their shows, not just in your own little bubble. You know what I'm talking about? And I mean, we got quite a few people now, man. And you brought Tyler in. That was a new one for me. That's what I'm talking about. And we're getting all these people who have a voice, and we're bringing them all to the same place. And then we're going to feed them all you guys' campaigns and all you guys' work. And it's going to go back out through their podcasts. You know? We got like 10 or 12 podcasters that showed up this week to talk about their shows. And that's what we're doing. We're making a network, man. And we're going to use the network to get the word out.
All right, brother. Well, you know what? I'm going to rock it. We'll do it. You know, I'll communicate with the printer once again and see what can happen.
Well, it's like you and Mike need to get together on that. Maybe Mike can pressure him a little from one side, and you
Well,
can.
no, I mean, I'll handle it. You
No,
know?
I mean, if we're talking, what Mike's talking about when he's talking about a quantity of books shipped to places in the U.S., and he's already got a deal with them to be a fulfillment partner, they should help somebody like you out just a little extra. And you should really, both of you lean on them a little bit from both ends.
I'm sure that's going to be a case by case scenario, you know. But
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm talking about quantity. We're talking about quantity of books when we're talking about retailers. You know, we're hoping 25 is like a test run, maybe for some, but you know, we're hoping that most of them are thinking a little bit bigger because we're trying to put your guys' stuff out there, you know, and they're going to have people coming down the aisle going, oh, what's that? I never seen that before. And them nice looking ones are going to disappear off the shelf, dude. You know, they're going to disappear off the shelf because people like me walking down that aisle, that's what, you know, I don't look for Batman and Superman and, you know what I mean? I look for the indie books. They don't have a whole lot of them where I go. I'm trying to do that. That's another thing I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be trying to sell this site to my LCS. You know, and get your books on the shelf where I go, because I'm going to be telling them, look, that book right there, I want that book here so I can get it every time he puts one out. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to be talking to my LCS about the books on this page.
And well, Mike said I'll be one of the cases. He says he'll reach out and talk to them Tuesday after the holiday. Yeah, I'm going to send him an email too, and you know, see what we can do.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole thing is getting it so it's cost effective for you to use our site and to get the books out to the retailers. And they should understand that, since you're going to probably, if things work out, be bringing them bigger orders. You know, you're going to be making them more money. They should be happy to cut you a little break on getting it out to the customer.
Well, I'm sure if we can sell enough of them that they would. It's all going to depend on, you know, units sold, right?
No, it's going to depend on how good your product is, Larry.
Well, I mean,
remember that. Bottom line, we're selling your book.
Right, but we're talking about, you know, people who've never read or seen Niobe before. They don't know if it's any good or not, Pops, until they kind of actually have it in their hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be doing, trying to get them to know about you. That's the goal, you know. And I mean, really, Larry, I'd like to get this to the point where everybody's using it, and Kickstarter is a thing of the past, because they don't care about you
Dude, why would you say that? No, what we want is all three to be up and thriving, so that I have three pools I can dip in and take money from.
Well, because when you're on Kickstarter, you can't use any other program, right?
No, that's not true. That's not true. When you're on Kickstarter, like, you can't crowdfund something on Kickstarter that's already been crowdfunded before, right? So the trick is you do Kickstarter first. Indiegogo doesn't care if you crowdfund before, and neither does your site.
You can't run an Indiegogo while you're running a Kickstarter, right?
Well, you're not supposed to. No, it kind of goes against the Kickstarter terms of service.
Right, that's against it. See, we're not going to do that to you. We don't care who you're running.
People do it anyway, but you're not really supposed to.
I mean, we're not going to care. That's what I mean. We don't care about that. If you don't care if you're running one there and here, we just think what we're going to offer the people is going to make those others obsolete. Mm-hmm. That's what we think. If this takes off, if y'all give it a chance, I mean, Kickstarter's either going to have to do something with retailers to compete, or we're going to basically steamroll them, dude.
Look, you know, I'm predicting 10K Kickstarter for the next Niobe. That's a significant chunk of change for me, right? I think Indiegogo will probably do about 4,500, you know? Those are my two main places, so I don't ever want to see them go. But what I would like to see is the third one sort of rise up, you know what I mean? And then we have like three oceans that we can go swimming.
And this is the other thing, Larry. This is the other thing. We're calling these shops, you know, individually on the phone and giving them our pitch. It's not like we're going to get 1,000 retailers on here in the next week.
No, I get that, brother.
I mean, it's going to take time. It's something that it's building, but it's just like he said. It's like I would set it up for 60 days.
Yeah, I'll put it for 2 months if that's the recommendation. I'll do that.
I mean, I'd say even longer, but that's because I'm selling myself short on my marketing ability there, and I'm saying, man, I don't know if I'm gonna be able. to have that many people looking at us that fast. That's why I got when you said we'll look at it in 30 days. I'm like, dude, you're not even giving me a chance to get this thing up, man.
No, it's not that. I'm just looking at my own numbers, dude. Like it had nothing to do with what you guys are doing. It's just what does it cost me and how much of a pain in the ass is it going to be? You know, that's
the whole thing is we're trying to eliminate a lot of that pain in the ass part. You know, and make it available, you know, make these other things available to you cheaper, like the CBCS and fairy metals. And, you know, I mean, we're trying to make this good for you guys. You know that, you know, and at the best possible price you can get it, man.
So Mike says, or at least wait another month to throw everything up. No, I probably won't wait another month. Like I'll throw it up. I'll throw it up soon.
Do the 60 days. Give us a chance to make it work for you and help us make it work for you. And, you know, we'll push the hell out of your book and we'll push the hell out of the page.
Now, because the printer works by cover too, right? So let's say I print.
Look, I'm going to cut it now, Larry. We can talk about it more later. It's all
right.
I got to be back in this chair in not all that long.
No, brother, I got you. 'Cause my next part would have been in like another half-hour conversation.
I just wanted everybody to know. Everybody, I love Larry. Larry's my boy.
Yeah.
You know, and I want the best for him. And he knows that.
Look, there's nothing wrong with breaking out some numbers and really having a hard look at it. And that's what we did, you know?
Right. And just like he said, you know, it's like him and Mindy are on the phone every day calling comic shops. We're trying to bring the retailers to you, man. You know, we're going to make this happen. It might take a little while. It might not. It might take off right away because you never know. That's what's great about these things. You know, the right person might put a campaign on here and it might not matter anymore. You know, Keanu, are you listening? You see what I'm saying? The right person might give this a shot and bring us the shot in the arm we need. But they will never know if we ain't out there talking about it all the time and talking about it in a positive light. You know what I mean? Even though we don't know, we got to talk about it like we do know because that's what we want. That's what the goal is. Not everybody's goals succeed, but we're going to do our best to make this succeed. You know.
All right, brother, rock on. We'll make it happen then.
And one more shout out to Corey Dwayne Ellis, one of our group members. Home and printing shop burned down, and the GoFundMe is on the top of the announcements page in the comic related madness. If you know, I mean, what'd you say? Oh, yeah. See, there's another one. You know, I mean, it's just getting the right names to come pay attention to us, and it's going to take off. You know, I got faith in it, man. I got faith in it because I know it's going to be better for my friends. That's why I have faith in it. You know, so with that, CRoM Con 6 Day 1 come to a close. Larry, thanks for coming out yet again.
Sorry, we made it into a.
It's cool because if anybody's listening and paying attention, looks like we still got 8 people watching or something. So, you know, there's people that probably needed to hear something, to know that I got enough passion that I'm going to bust my ass to make it happen, and that you were only questioning, you know, as far as what you think a retailer's willing to pay, not that you think the site's not going to work. You're thinking about your particular book and what you think retailers will pay.
That's correct.
And I'm telling you, they will pay $6, Larry.
All right.
I'm telling you, they will. Your book's good, dude.
Well, I don't doubt the book itself. I just doubt the size and the page count versus, you know.
Okay, check this out. You might think about this too, Larry. If somebody does an order, send them a PDF. They might up their order after.
Well, I don't understand why that's not a thing. Anyways,
no, I mean, they might up their order.
I know you want to get out of here, but here's the suggestion: anyone that has a book on that site should definitely send Mike and Mindy a PDF. So if a retailer comes to the site and they're kind of interested, but they're on the fence, they can send them a PDF and say, "Here you go, check it out. Now decide if it's something you want for the shop."
Dude, there you go, right there, bro. There you go.
No, and that's true, Mike. You did.
You see what I'm saying? I'm like, this is what this is about. We're going to come up with ways to make this work.
But that's what I would do. I would have a PDF of everyone's book ready to send to retailers and say, check this out, see if you want it for the shop, so they actually know what they're getting before they get it. You know what I mean?
Now, that's not necessarily to show the fans.
No, that's to show the retailer, hey, this is what you can get in your shop. They can read the book ahead of time and go, man, I think people will really be into that, and then they can decide if they want the book or not.
I like that idea too. I think that should be a thing where, you know, retailer has a chance to check it out. But that's also up to you guys as creators. You know what I mean? That's up to you guys as creators. Some, you know, some might want to do that, some might not. But like even Mike said, that's a great idea. So, you know, we'll work that into the scheme, bro. That's what we got you for, Larry. Love you, bro. Talk to your mom.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
That was great. So that all of that came down to something that's going to help the retailers be interested. You see how quick that worked? It's like sometimes you just got to hash some stuff out and make it happen, man. But Mike, thanks for watching. Lewis, thanks for watching. Drew, thanks for watching. Max, everybody, you know, everybody who's hung out with us till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the freaking morning. Hey, love all you guys. I'm going to turn the cam off for a minute. I love all you guys. I'm tired. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. And I mean that seriously. Peace.